पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है हम
पीछे आ रे, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम अकड़म चकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? सिट बैक, जूम इन एंड वॉच आउट। इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, वन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, बीजीएमआई की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार। फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
Sia, I like you a lot. Te, Lotte.
Thanks a lot.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
Hey, I care for you a lot. Tea, Lotte.
I'm already feeling a lot better. Hey.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक ले लो ना मम्मा।
ऑफिस में शॉर्ट ब्रेक नहीं होता है बेटा।
होता है मम्मा, हैंडबैग में देखो। What do you say?
Thanks a lot.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
दादू चोकोपाई खाबे? Share it ना, with a cutie pie.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
जब थोड़ा सन्नाटा होता है तो मजा नहीं आता है. Can we have some noise? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is BGMI India Korea Invitational, and this is Day 3. And मैं आपको ये रिमाइंड कराना चाहता हूँ कि आपकी कोई क्लास टीचर यहाँ पर नहीं बैठी है, तो आपको जितना आवाज बनाना है, जितना चीखना है, आप चीख सकते हैं. तो एक बार यहां से लेकर बाहर के गेट तक आवाज जानी चाहिए. Can you make some noise? All right, मेरा नाम है रोहित वर्गीज एंड देखिए बहुत सारी चीजें आज आपके लिए लाइंड अप हैं. ऑफ कोर्स Day 3 है, तो आज किसी के भी हाथ ये BGMI इंडिया कोरिया इन्विटेशनल की चमचमाती ट्रॉफी हाथ लग सकती है. लेकिन उससे पहले बिफोर द रियल एक्शन बिगिंस we'll have some real cricket. साथ ही साथ हम आपको बताना चाहते हैं कि आपने अगर स्ट्रीम देखा हो पिछले 2 दिन में, So we have been having some intense games side by side along with BGMI. So आज उन दो games के finals हैं. I'm talking about Real Cricket and Road to Valor Empires Invitational. तो शुरू करेंगे हम Real Cricket के finals के साथ. तो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए हमारे पहले finalist को of Real Cricket. Let's welcome Anurag. क्या बात है अनुराग, एकदम स्वैग से एंट्री की है तुमने. एकदम स्वैग से गेम भी खत्म करना चाहोगे?
बिल्कुल चाहेंगे सर.
एंड इस समय बहुत सारी क्राउड का सपोर्ट तो तुम्हें मिल चुका है तुम्हारी एंट्री पर, लेकिन फाइनल्स है एंड तुम्हारा जो कंपेटिटर है वो भी काफी बढ़िया खेलते हैं. तो इस समय प्रेपरेशन क्या थी कल रात और आज सुबह से पहले?
सर बिफोर गेम मैं ज़्यादा प्रिपरेशन नहीं लेता. ऑन द मैच मैं मेंटेलिटी देखता हूँ क्या रहेगा, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली गेम प्ले रहेगा.
ऑलराइट, रियल क्रिकेट के हमारे पहले फाइनलिस्ट अनुराग इज हियर. तो अनुराग, बिफोर कॉलिंग योर कंपेटिटर, अपने कंपेटिटर को क्या बोलना चाहते हो बिफोर द फाइनल्स?
कोशिश कर ले जितना कर सकता है.
कोशिश कर ले जितना कर सकता है. अब देखते हैं ये कोशिश कितना काम आता है. So let's welcome Anurag's competitor, the second finalist for Real Cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Jayesh. जयेश, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस फाइनल्स तक पहुंचने में. एंड इस समय देखिए आपके कंपेटिटर ने तो ये बोल दिया, अनुराग ने बोल दिया कि ज़्यादा मैंने प्रेपरेशन नहीं किया है, मैं फील के साथ खेलने वाला हूँ. आपने क्या तैयारी की है कल रात से और आज सुबह तक?
वैसे तैयारी तो मैं कल रात से ही नहीं पर काफ़ी टाइम से कर रहा हूँ और प्रैक्टिस बहुत अच्छा है मेरा. तो बस ट्राई करेंगे जीतने के.
ट्राई करेंगे, और ट्राई के बारे में ही अनुराग ने कुछ बोला है कि तू जितनी भी कोशिश कर ले कुछ होने नहीं वाला. तो आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं अनुराग को बिफोर द फाइनल्स?
मैं मैच होने से पहले कुछ नहीं कहता.
कुछ तो कह दो. उन्होंने कहा है कि आप कोशिश भी कर लो तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला है.
तो चलो देखते हैं, और तो क्या है.
मैं चाहता हूं कि अनुराग एंड जयेश, आप इस समय एक दूसरे को काफी कमेंट्स पास कर चुके हैं. आपने थोड़ा सा अवॉइड किया कमेंट्स को, वेल लेफ्ट कर दिया, लेकिन अभी इट बॉइल्स डाउन टू दिस. ये एक पर्टिकुलर गेम है, जो जीतेगा उसके हाथ लगेगी ये चमचमाती रियल क्रिकेट की ट्रॉफी. सो ऑल द बेस्ट एंड gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for our finalists Anurag and Jayesh, who will be playing the finals of Real Cricket on day 3 of BGMI India Korea Invitational. So over to our casters to take away this amazing action.
Well, now that was an interesting interview to start things off for Real Cricket on the grand finale, ladies and gentlemen, of BGMI India Korea Invitational. My name is Super Johnny, joined by Salty and Necro alongside with me. And are you guys ready to begin our day with some cricket action?
I mean, to be honest, I always love cricket. Cricket is kind of my favorite sport.
Yeah.
And here, the tournament inside of Real Cricket 22 has sort of become one of the most interesting things to watch out for.
Yes.
Some crazy games. I'm pretty sure it's like the perfect appetizer to a blockbuster day.
Yeah.
I mean, especially real cricket, it always ends with a suspense, and that's what we love. When the game's almost about to end, you never know who's going to be the one to take the victory.
You had something to say about the interviews that just took place right now, Necro. Jayesh just oozing.
Yeah.
Well, Anurag oozing confidence and Jayesh just playing defense.
I mean, one guy is over here just sounding super confident. The other guy's like, you know what? Let him say whatever he wants. I do not really care. I'm here to play a game. I'm happy to be over here. I just want to play.
That is quite interesting, considering Real Cricket has a massive prize pool that comes along with it, especially if you win. Of course, you get the lion's chunk of that prize pool. We'll talk about that in a bit, but again, moving forward, it's been an interesting journey for the last 2 days. I mean, if you talk about Anurag, his match on day number 1 coming to an end with just 2 runs, 2 balls, 8 runs needed on the last 2 balls. But look at this crowd, it's quite excited for the day to begin. And one guy requesting that he be brought back into the game for some reason. I don't know what happened with him though. I mean, if he was taken out,
I'm not sure.
Maybe, I mean, he serves his ban and he's Brad, but we talk about that. We won't talk about that, in fact, anymore, because we have to move on. And a lot of fans today in the arena. Salty, you had interacted with a lot of these guys.
Bro,
right
I was
now, right?
amongst the crowd. I was in this entire sea of people, and they are loving it. They are loving it to be here, to be honest.
Exactly. I mean, even I was with him, actually, just shooting a couple of videos, and the crowd's electric. That's all I can say. Everyone's so excited for this last day. And why not? As we all know, today is where the champions of even the Invitational India versus Korea BGMI tournament, the champions are going to be crowned today, so why would you not be excited for this?
Why did she get shy when the camera was on her?
Dude, people get camera shy sometimes.
Yeah.
It does
Not everyone's like us, Salty. Not everyone likes to be on the camera. Not everyone likes to be
if
the
it was
center of
me,
attention.
I would love to be on the big screen, to be honest, man.
Yeah, you would. I mean, you're a good-looking dude, Salty. I mean, that is something that me and Necro have already agreed upon. Haven't we, Necro?
Yeah, we have been. I mean, especially speaking about the crowd. I mean, of course, every single person over here is a huge fan of BGMI.
I think you're a friend right
we
there.
also got
somebody
Scout
had
fans.
somebody had a breakup very soon.
Yeah.
He wants, he says, "Koi GF banwa do."
Because I mean, I don't think he brought his partner over here to enjoy the ambience. Just came alone.
Well,
maybe.
I mean, how's he going to bring his partner when he's looking for one right now in the
Yeah.
venue itself? So, Johnny, I guess he's going to leave with a partner, though. That's for sure.
Maybe.
I think.
Or a teammate.
Yeah.
That would be even better.
That
Right?
would be better,
Imagine
yeah.
someone who can play video games with you all the time. Especially that is something that can help you through the tough times as well, because you never know when your partner's going to leave you.
That is one of the reasons why we're here, man. Like,
Exactly,
it is an experience center. You come here to Pragati Maidan in New Delhi and you enjoy the games.
Exactly. Talk about enjoying, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to enjoy real cricket 2022, and it is going to be an exciting journey. Talk about partnerships. Yesterday we saw an incredible partnership to start the game off. Not yesterday, day before yesterday. In fact, when Anurag was playing, his opening was one of the best opening partnerships we have seen in the last 2 days. Do you think Jayesh has a way of breaking it out?
I think so. He should be able to do so. There's a reason why these guys have made it till the grand finals, and we know what these guys are capable of. One thing is for sure, today's series is going to be super close. Once again, another series that is filled with a lot of suspense. We would never know who's going to take it till the last final delivery.
Exactly, but let's see, ladies and gentlemen, game number one, in fact, of the day, Real Cricket 22, going live, the matchup between Jayesh and Anurag. Jayesh on the strike, Anurag opting to bowl first.
I mean, the first ball was actually pretty good, to be honest. On to the wickets, not really a half volley, just good things to start things off. And right at the get-go, you have Gaikwad just rotating the strike and getting 2 runs on the board.
Once again, just to let you guys know, this is the fight for the championship. The first delivery was on the board, and the man would just need to be satisfied with 2. Smith, a decent starting for him, but this time Trotter left it off. But unfortunately, there's no fielder actually, so it's going to be a 4, a boundary.
Exactly. I mean, since it's the power play, right, we have been talking about making use of the power play. Look at the field positions, right? You've got 1 deep point and 1 deep fine leg. Entirety of the covers and the mid-wicket region is sort of empty right now. And that just means that there is going to be a lot of open spaces.
Well, for sure, but still going for the doubles, and another boundary coming in for Jayesh. Off to a good start, Anurag. Look at his expression. Looks like he's finally feeling the pressure, the confidence on the stage.
Gotta say one thing right now. The crowd's so live. It's so loud, actually. It's even hard to hear ourselves at this point. It's so loud. But you know what? Another delivery is going to be on the board. 3 balls are already done from this first over. Another one comes on the board.
That's a good shot.
Flick to the leg
Boundary,
side.
another 4.
Actually, it's going to be a boundary. Yep, crosses that line.
See, again, I mean, this is a personal perspective, but I think if he's going to bowl the deliveries on towards the leg side, right, there is no reason to have a deep point over there. Maybe have a deep square leg, maybe change the field to maybe a deep mid-wicket, because you're only allowed 2 fielders outside a 30-yard circle. So this is a sort of a decision-making which the other player has to sort of do.
For sure, but let's see. Last 2 deliveries of the over. Anurag still deciding where he should bowl.
Again?
Got a good length, and it's going to be another boundary in the same direction. And I think Salty, your analysis might have made a little bit more sense now.
Exactly. I mean, the same length, the same length. He is doing the exact same thing, and it was sort of an action replay of the shot which we saw the last delivery. So
exactly, yeah.
But finally, he actually switches up the angle, goes on to right arm over the wicket. Let's see if there's going to be some difference.
That angle's being abused over and over again, but it's not really going to matter no matter if you go on the right arm. The same shot will be played once again. But unfortunately, the timing wasn't really that great. Even the crowd's now cheering up.
Oh man, Anurag is such a sly guy. Takes the wicket, a brilliant ball, a brilliant catch. The setup was just perfect. First wicket coming in for Anurag in the last delivery of the over. And after that, he just scratches his chin very slyly, ever so slightly, just pretending like it was absolutely nothing, like there wasn't a beat down happening in the first 5 deliveries of the over. But anyways, that's the first wicket of the game, 18 for 1, and we are heading for the second over.
Just been 6 balls. Another over. First delivery. Another spinner.
Good shot.
And a really
another
good
wicket.
shot that could have been, but a good dolphin dive from the fielder.
True.
Catches that one. Nicely done. This is where you call it the domino effect. You call it the chain effect. And now things are going to go downhill.
But I think this is the opportunity. With David Warner coming up, David Warner has to rotate the strike a little bit. But I'm really surprised by the fact that in the power play overs, he's brought in 2 spinners to actually start the innings. Now, this is one of the reasons why he's taking the pace away from the game, letting the batsmen do the tough job, and that is why they're losing wickets. 18 for 2.
18 for 2. Now it seems like the struggles have begun for Jayesh. 20 for 2, got for the double on the last delivery. 4 deliveries left of this over. Second over, not off to a great start, but let's see. Still a long way to go. And goes for a big shot. This one might go across the boundary, and it does for a brilliant 6. Nice timing coming in from Jayesh.
Beautiful shot. Was a half-pitched ball as well. Good shot selection, that's all I can say.
Yeah.
Right now the score is 26 to 2. 1.3 overs done. 4th ball on the way, the second over. Wanted to play the same shot once again. Can the fielder stop the ball? And yes, it's going to be the one to win that race.
This is going to be the last over for the power play, by the way. So for the batting team, it's going to be quintessential to get as much runs as he possibly can. Running those doubles is going to be important. Getting those boundaries is going to be important. So 2 more deliveries. A score of 40 would be a good power play score.
True. Let's see if he's able to hit that marker. A nice shot played, but fielder in the perfect position to stop it. He's going to have to settle for just another double on the board. 30 for 2, last delivery of the second over.
And of course, like I said, last delivery of the second over. There is going to be a lot on the line. And a hit and a miss. Beautiful bowling from Adam Zampa. This is good start from Jayesh as well as the bowling team.
Indeed.
Look at that trophy, it looks so good.
It indeed does. As we all know, today is the grand finals, and as I've been mentioning this over and over again, today, one of these guys will be taking that trophy, and also a lot of that prize pool away.
Let's see which one of these gentlemen gets the opportunity to lift the trophy and walk away with a lot of money in the bank. But third over about to begin. We have Agar on the bowling, Warner on the strike. He's taking a sweet time, Anurag, deciding how he wants to bowl.
Ashton Agar, once again, another right arm spinner for us to deal with.
Long on and long off seems completely empty. If he wants, he can try to play a shot over there, but a beautiful delivery. Dot ball. These are the type of deliveries that you're looking forward to find. If these type of deliveries keep on happening, then the batsman or the batting side would definitely be on a big pressure.
True. Warner facing his first delivery and goes for a big hit, but the fielder might just be there to stop it, to go for a boundary. Settling for a double, but still at least avoids a dot ball. 32 for 2.
32 for 2 again. It's going to be an important delivery for Ashton Aga once again to try and bring a breakthrough, because this is a sort of a partnership that is building up, taking his sweet time, just like I said. He's going to wait for Jayesh to get a little complacent, and now he comes. Left arm cannonball, but it's been flown over, and it's going to be a boundary. Great fielding, by the way.
What a fielding by that fielder. But still gets 3 runs, just behalf of that running. So good running between the wickets.
Anurag has stuck to his fielding setup for a long time now, and has made sure that Jayesh is hitting his shots in directions where the fielders are or actually can get towards. The only time he gets in trouble, well, the only time he did get in some trouble was during the opening over, but now it seems like things have settled down.
Now
7 runs in the last 3 deliveries.
Exactly. I mean, all of a sudden the run rate for Karachi Science has dropped very massively. It's because of the power play restrictions once again. But just like Necro said, right, long on and long off is completely empty. He has to play down the wicket. Another shot, but it's over the third man, and now it's going to find the boundary. It's going to be a 4.
It's the edge of the bat. Was not really that good of a shot selection, but still, just that cut on the bat was more than enough to let the momentum of the ball just swing outside the boundary. And that's going to give you 4 runs.
40 for 2. Last delivery of the
Nice
third
shot.
over. Another shot played in the similar direction, and it's going to go for another 4. 44 for 2. A good start, I have to say, from the side of Jayesh. Looking
At
quite
this point,
solid.
it seems like this man's found a glitch in the matrix.
Yeah.
Abusing that same cut over and over again. It's going to be tough for the bowling side, for the fielding side, to put a defense up for such kind of deliveries. The only thing you can do is try and mix up the pace.
It's going to be tough, to be honest, to actually get yourself a good score. The batting team has definitely struggled as soon as the power play restrictions have been lifted. And it seems like for us to witness some sort of a change in the last 2 overs, Gaikwad and David Warner will have to hit some big shots, get the timing right. It's Mark Wood who is on the delivery. Right arm fast bowler. He needs to find the right length. What a beautiful swing! And that's it! And that's it! Sends it into the stands! What a beautiful shot it was!
Maximum! That's all I can say. Beautiful timing on the shot, beautiful shot selection. The delivery was pretty good as well, but what can you do when the timing on that shot was just that beautiful? Another one's going to be on the board, 54. This time, a really good one. Learn from his mistakes.
Ooh, just if the length was different, it could have been a bowl. That would have been a first wicket, by the way. Someone getting bowled.
Yeah.
In the last 3 days, we've only seen
run-outs,
not even run-outs. We have seen people getting caught out. That's it.
It was a faster paced ball, and that's why the batsman just got caught off guard.
Nice shot!
That's not going to be the case. Instead, drops it straight up out of the boundary. That's going to give him 6 runs. This man is raining down 6 and 4s.
Yeah, just a brilliant shot coming in from Jayesh. And this is what he needs right now. It's the second last over. And in fact, just 9 deliveries left in total. He has 56, 8 wickets remaining in his bench. I mean, I understand majority of them, not majority of them, half of them are going to be bowlers. And not a lot of batters left coming up next. But still, Jayesh, he has already hit a pretty decent score. And now anything from here can just be a bonus. We've seen yesterday how good he is on the bowling front.
Yeah, he certainly is very good, right? He's also displaying similar skill sets here as well.
Yeah.
Again, just trying to maybe figure out some changes in the field which might work out. There is no one on the offside and the onside inside the 30-yard circle. But now look at this good shot! And might just find the fielder at the point. And that's going to be a double.
The timing was an issue. A little bit off in that timing, and that's why the shot wasn't really that great. But hopefully, maybe in the future deliveries, he can try and capitalize in a better way. Most of the times, if you're going to try to fidget with the pace, it's always going to catch the batsman off guard, and that's what's been happening so far.
He got 3 runs off of that ball. And now it's the last delivery of the 4th over.
Wow!
For a scoop, and this one is going to be a nice boundary. 63 for 2.
Good
Heading into
timing
the
on that
last
shot.
over. Yeah.
Great timing on that
Just
shot. It
perfect.
wasn't
Yeah.
simple, to be honest.
All he did was just cut it towards the edge.
He
He
just-
knew the gap was over there between the field. Just cut it in that direction.
He just glided the ball in its
Yeah.
direction, used the pace of the delivery,
Yes.
and guided
Stole
it
it where to
Let the
towards.
momentum do its work.
Yes.
But with the strike rate being brought back, the run rate being brought back into this game, what do you guys think is going to be the final score? We have 6 deliveries left in this last over.
85.
85, Salty.
85 is such a hard task, to be honest. Anything beyond 75 is a good score in this game, in a 5-over game. I'm expecting more than 15 runs in this over as Naseem Shah just walks up. Great flick, but there's
nice.
a fielder over there. Is
No.
it going to find the gap? Yes, it's going to find the gap. And with that, it's a 4. What a beautiful shot.
Beautiful flick of the wrists. Shows his strength, timing at the same time. And the fielder's not going to be capable enough to stop that in time.
It hasn't happened in the last 3 days where we have had one player take one of the athletes in the game over that half-century mark. It's 32 for 12. He can potentially face 5 more balls, and a brilliant
A big one.
6 coming in, a big one
What a
as
beautiful
well.
shot.
A brilliant start, a brilliant end, in fact, it can be for Jayash.
I think so. My prediction of 85 runs might just come true.
I
We
think
might
too. I
get
think
to
it's
see the
already
first
clear.
half-century as well.
Yeah. A lot of big
Really
things
close.
happening. 73 for 2, 4 deliveries left.
This is not too good. Jayesh right now is definitely feeling the nerves. He can feel it coursing through his veins. He wants to be the champion. He wants to be the one to take the major chunk of the prize.
And now Naseem Shah walking up. And that's a shot! What a beautiful shot. He's found the right timing. The connection is there, but there's a fielder. He's going to find himself just 2 runs. 40 off of 14 deliveries. It's been a massive innings from Gaikwad, but 3 deliveries to find the 10 runs.
You need 10 runs. Is it going to happen? I think a lot of exciting moments happening in this matchup. We have the first ever, we can have the first ever half century of this Real Cricket 2022 tournament. And he goes for another big shot. He's going to go for a 6. A nice
connection.
shot played by Jayash. 81 for 2, 4 runs remaining on the last 2 deliveries.
Is he going to find the half century?
Is it going to happen now?
85 was my prediction. All he needs is one boundary to get
my
it
God.
done.
Oh my
And this
God.
time it's going to go
Oh
back.
my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Finds that timing as well. But unfortunately for him, the fielder was ready this time. Those switches in the fielding is something that's not being capitalized.
2 runs.
2 runs.
2 runs.
2 runs on
off
the
of
last
the last delivery.
First 50 off this Real Cricket 22 tournament.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be nice. 83 for 2. Last delivery of the innings. Gaikwad on strike. Naseem Shah. And the slow ball comes up.
no!
The shot is
It's
there.
up in the
The
sky.
shot is there. It's up in the skies. And it's not a 4.
He
It's
gets
a
the 50.
mistake.
He gets the
Oh, this
50.
is my goodness. This
He gets
was
the 50
close.
though.
Did he find the half century though?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
He got
yes.
the double in. He got the 50 in. Necro got his prediction right. 85 runs, I believe. But now Anurag, look at him. He's thinking how to make a comeback in this series. Jayash has done a brilliant job on the batting front today. 85 runs just for the loss of 2 wickets. That is incredible.
Is it the highest score for 5
Yes,
overs in
it
this?
is.
Now,
Wow.
Jash's opponent was looking pretty confident in that interview.
That's
he
faded
had
away
to say
now,
a
yeah.
lot of harsh things to Jash himself. But now Jash, he has made a stark statement with that target.
Let's see how this game is going to go. I mean, it's not over until it's over, right? If Anurag does a better job when he's batting,
I
never
think
know, he can bring the game
Jayesh
back.
was extremely cautious with his timing.
Yeah.
My
let's
man
see.
had a lot of
The second
patience,
inning
but
has begun and it starts off with
Yes.
a brilliant 4.
Wow. Seems like this time even his opponent's quite ready. And this is what we like. Off the bat, first delivery on the board. And it's already been out of the boundary. 4 runs. Good start for this innings.
Shot!
The second one comes as well, but a highly doubt it's going to be anything instead. The fielder catches it. It's going to be an out.
What? How is that possible? We're on the screen. What?
Yeah. Sorry, play this. Oh, it's out. That's
a
what
six.
happened right now.
It's a six,
no,
man.
that's what happened. We thought it was going to go for a boundary, but no, fielder was right there to change everything.
How does it feel, Salty, to get out?
Yeah.
Man, it's not a good feeling, yo. 4 runs for just 1 wicket. It's still possible. A huge target.
Shot.
Oh no, it's not going to reach. It's not going to cross the boundary.
Oh,
It's another wicket. It's another wicket.
This is tough.
This is
really
crazy
tough. Oh no, it's gonna sting. It's gonna sting him. Because you speak about the momentum being broken.
He's on a
That's what's
hat-trick.
currently happening. Jayesh is definitely an all-rounder. Good in batting, good in bowling.
But most importantly, guys, he is on a hat-trick. The hat-trick delivery comes out. Is there going to be a wicket? Is there going to be a wicket?
No.
No.
Oh.
But still, the fight over here is for the trophy, and it's for that money, for that big chunk of money. And that's the only thing right now that is in front of Jayesh. And he's so close on getting his hands onto that.
80 runs required off of 26
Good
balls.
shot.
Go for a big shot, and it is going to be a
Wow.
four. A nice shot coming in from Anurag. But still, I feel like the strike rate of this over, it's not good enough. 85 needed to win this game.
85 needed. It's not going to be easy, but a good shot once again.
that's
There was a
another
fielder over
wicket.
there. There's a fielder, and that's another wicket. It's 3 wickets from just 1 over. This man is changing the game. He is almost about to pick
This
the
is
trophy
tough.
for himself.
This is tough.
Yeah, this
Jayesh
is tough,
is
man.
making it look like a one-sided game. And because of that, his opponent is clearly so much in pressure.
It's fair though, right? I mean, Anurag himself said, do whatever you want to do. And Jayesh is doing exactly whatever he wants to do. And that is a beat down right now. But Anurag, he's not going to take it easy. Another boundary coming in.
Yeah.
But again, it's a slow start to
But
his inning.
look at the required run rate. It's going upwards of 20 right now. It's going to be extremely hard. That was a hit and a miss. A hit and a miss.
Another delivery is going to be on the board. 14-3, not a lot of runs being made. Second over is already on the board. And if you speak about the run rate that Jayesh had,
Good shot.
it was quite
Good
hard.
shot.
But a really good shot this time.
Another one.
And it gets caught once again. It's raining down wickets.
What is happening? I have no clue what is happening. Why is Anurag giving up?
I don't think he has given up. I think it's just how Jayesh has been so brilliant on the bowling front.
What?
And Anurag is having a
This is
difficult
pressure.
time dealing with the pressure,
Yeah.
trying to figure out the shot selection, the timing of the shots. Let's see. Last 2 deliveries of the second over. Goes for a big shot. Fielder is going to be there to stop it. Not a boundary, but at least it's not nothing.
Yeah. To be honest, he needs to keep rotating the strike and find a way to survive this patch.
Yeah.
He still has got Joe Root and Phillips on the
Agreed.
crease. The great batsman once again, a good shot. The timing on the shot was perfect. Steps out of the crease. The ball sails over the boundary. That's a 4 run.
And no one there to stop it. Beautifully done. Look at the reactions on the player, especially Jayesh, even though so close to that victory. Still, he's got his game face on, not looking overconfident. And that's why people say there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. And Jayesh has made sure that he's not going to be crossing that stone cold, ice cold predator. That's what I'm going to call Jayesh.
Well, let's see. Right now, stuck in a difficult position. Anurag looking for a way out, but he's going to have to settle for those doubles. Quick ones between the wickets. 21 for 4. The required run rate just keeps going up and up. Start from 18.
Every single delivery right now is going to matter so much, and there's so much pressure going to be piling up. Once again, Chris Woakes, beautiful change of pace, and the batsman could not react. Anurag is crumbling under pressure, and what calm and composed bowling did we get to see from Chris Woakes today?
Indeed. Another delivery this time, trying to play it to the offside, but not exactly that good of a shot selection. And just because of that, hits the edge of the bat. It's not going to get a lot of things squeezed out of that delivery, but still something that can let the momentum roll.
There will be a time in this game, if this game goes on like this, where the strike rate that will be required will just be impossible to achieve. And as soon as that happens, it is game over. It's going to be GG's call, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that moment, it's not going to be long before we get to witness that. Right now, Anurag just hoping to score anything on every single delivery. Last 2 deliveries left of this third over. Goes for a big shot, but the fielder is going to be there to stop it from crossing the boundary. And this game is just getting more and more brutal. Look at that. Run rate required 26.5. And after the previous ball, it's just going to go up.
Absolutely. Just the last delivery remaining. 3 overs are going to be completed. He needs a big shot. But once again, there's a fielder over there in deep point. It's going to be another double. Anurag clearly isn't doing enough. That's a double. It's not really the kind of innings he would have wanted. But what can we do?
Yeah, what can we do?
Tough luck. Tough decisions to make. Not a lot of time, not a lot of deliveries. And you need to be sharp. You need to be decisive.
Ooh, that might hurt.
I think the game's going to be called soon. Look at the run rate, 31.6. The moment it is going to go beyond 36, it's done. And it is going to happen extremely soon. 34.8 required per over.
Jayesh has found that weak spot.
Yeah.
And he keeps on abusing the same thing over and over again. Another delivery is going to be over here, but this time just lofts it.
Oh, it's a boundary.
Straight up outside the boundary. It's going to be 6-run maximum.
A 6 what a shot, good shot for Anurag.
Yeah.
These are the shots that he needs to come back into the game.
Yeah. Oh, another one played, but this time it's going to be stopped by the fielder. Anurag just hanging by a thin thread. Survival questioned at every single ball that he misses to strike. 34, 36 for 4. Last
good shot.
Of the fourth over. Good strike, but the fielder's going to be there. It's going to be a wicket. A brilliant job done by Jayesh. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is also the game. The win for Jayesh, the champion of Real Cricket 22 at the BGMI India Korea Invitational. A brilliant job done by this young man. Won, and in fact dominated his match yesterday, dominated his match today as well. Just the right amount of confidence coming in. Came in to play his own game. And that was just an easy win.
Incredible stuff. We've got our champions, ladies and gentlemen, in the name of Jayesh. All that confidence showed in the interview from his opponent did not really pay off. In the end, it was Jayesh who kept himself calm and composed till the end.
But overall, it was a great game of cricket, to be honest. We got to witness some amazing technicalities of the game, be it the shot selection from Jayesh or the way he was bowling the deliveries, timing it to perfection.
Yeah.
This is exactly how real cricket is supposed to be played, ladies and gentlemen.
And just to let you guys know, I mean, the banter on stage was just a friendly banter between the two. We saw the amazing moment of sportsmanship between the two competitors today as well. But now I think all that remains for Jayesh is to be able to lift his trophy.
I mean, I'm pretty sure soon enough we're going to move on towards that stage. And also a big chunk, a major chunk of that prize pool will be handed out to Jayesh, and I'm just so happy. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward and take a look at the IRL highlights. Let's see the crowd's reaction. Let's see how things really started off inside entire today's day. Look at the amount of people that are currently in the stadium.
Dude, it's packed. There is a big crowd in the arena itself right now. And it's going to keep growing bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. More people coming in every single minute. It was an exciting turn of affairs. Salty definitely enjoying every single boundary that was there.
I'm a big fan of Jayesh at this point because
dude,
the way he was hitting these shots, I was like, how is he doing it?
It was fun watching him perform so well. And I think, I don't think if we play this game, I don't think we'll be able to beat him at least now.
We
We're gonna have
wouldn't be
to
able
take a
to
few
beat
lessons.
him. We absolutely wouldn't be able to
But
beat
definitely,
him.
if we put enough practice and grind, we'll be able to beat him.
No, you still
I
won't be
definitely
able to
want
beat
to
him.
go and ask him like
Listen, you gotta
how
give
does he
yourself a little
bowl
bit of
so
false
well.
confidence, right?
I want to learn from him how does he bowl so well. Like
I
that
think-
is something we've hardly seen.
So basically, in the game, right, it's very easy to hit balls of every single delivery.
Yeah.
But how do you keep on like batsmen guessing by altering the line and length and the pace every
and
single
the pace
time?
as well. There's a reason why I always say you need to have a good mixture between everything. You can't just keep on putting up the same type of deliveries because then hitting the balls gets a little bit too easy.
But ladies and gentlemen, this is what the journey for our competitors of this Real Cricket 22 tournament looked like. And it was an intense journey because even before they made it to this stage, there was the qualifiers that had happened. Anurag beating Critten Boiler in his semi-final matchup, and then Jayash winning his game against Razin yesterday. Today was the finals in which Jayash ended up dominating Anurag, and now we will also be moving on with our day because, ladies and gentlemen, we told you a little while ago that after Real Cricket 22, we're going to be following up with some Road to Valor action. But before that happens, we have to see what is going through the heads of the competitors that are about to take the stage to compete against each other in Road to Valor, ladies and gentlemen. And for that, we're going to go to the stage with Rohit. Here we go.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स एंड इस समय देखिए एक्शन तो यहाँ पर शुरू हो चुका है एंड बढ़िया माहौल यहाँ पर बन चुका है लेकिन एक सेकंड अच्छा दोस्तों अभी मुझे एक मैसेज आया है कि यहाँ हॉल के बाहर कुछ लोगों को कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है कि हम लोग ये इवेंट कहाँ ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं तो एक बार यहाँ से चीख कर उनको बता देते हैं थोड़ा सा चिल्लाकर बता देते हैं कि हम लोग कहाँ हैं तो जब मैं आपसे सवाल पूछूं तो आपको बोलना है यहाँ क्या बोलना है सुनाई नहीं दिया कहां तो हम लोग किधर हैं माहौल कहां है मजे कहां आ रहे हैं ऑल राइट ओके उन लोगों ने सुन लिया आपको तो वो आ रहे हैं इस तरफ तो जब तक वो लोग आते हैं यहां पर एक्शन को कंटिन्यू करते हैं नाउ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन इट इज टाइम for Road to Valor Empires Invitational, the finals. तो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए हमारे पहले फाइनलिस्ट को. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Claw. Claw, first of all, congratulations on making to the finals. And of course, a lot have been talked about your opponent. But what is going on in your head? Because your opponent is pretty good. So are you, but he's equally good. So what has been going on in your head that you have such a nice and a tough competition ahead?
Yes, actually, my opponent is Jin Kazamata, जो कि वो कोई भी टूर्नामेंट में नहीं आया है जो पहला बार है डिफीट करना था इसको.
All right. तो जिन को यहाँ पर बुलाने से पहले जिन को कुछ मैसेज देना चाहते हो? Any message to जिन?
हार्ड वर्क करना था जीतना था.
That's your message कि उसको हार्ड वर्क करना था?
मेरे को जो भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो भी हार्ड वर्क किया तो जीतेगा.
All right. Okay, so यहाँ पर क्लॉ तो तैयार हैं. अब बुलाते हैं क्लॉ के कंपेटिटर को. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise and welcome Jin. All right, Jin. First of all, congratulations on making to the finals of Road to Valor Empires Invitational. अब मैंने सुना है कि कल रात को तुमने काफी तैयारी की, काफी प्रैक्टिस की कि जीतने के बाद तुम फ्लेक्स कैसे करोगे?
The flex always goes on. It never stops.
The flex never stops. All right. So you seem pretty confident right now before the finals. लेकिन अपने opponent को क्या कहना चाहते हो before the finals?
Best of luck. If someone can save you from me, then they can.
क्या बोला?
If someone can save you, then it's good.
If someone can save you बोला है यार. अगर कोई इसको बचा सकता है तो बचा लो. लेकिन ये जिन का confidence है. तो without wasting any time, over to our casters, ladies and gentlemen. This is Road to Valor Empires Invitationals Finals.
Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of Road to Valor are about to commence, and it's going to be an exciting journey because these players have had an exciting journey from the quarterfinals till now. We saw Claw taking on Shikari during his quarterfinal match.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he was able to beat Caroline to secure a spot in the finals. And Jin, it seems he has a simple strategy. Drop the first game, win the next two, and make sure your opponent is going to be confused by the time you're done with them. But what do you guys have to say about the confidence on stage? If anyone can save you, let them try.
I mean, it's understandable. Jin Kazama, this man just packed up with so much experience and so much punch that at this point, even he knows that he's pretty much won it. And you mentioned this, drop the first game, let the rest two win. And I think so that's sort of like just to give the false confidence to your opponent. Let him overheat in the situations. And once that happens, Jin Kazama is there to punish you.
Also, one more thing, I mean, and again, as we talked about it yesterday, Salty, he's getting quite comfortable with that Indian faction that you love so much.
I mean, absolutely right. And I think he's not getting comfortable. He's already pretty comfortable with every single Guardian there is. He just wants to play with the Indian faction so that there is some sort of a support from the crowd. And you guys watching back at home as well, you're going to enjoy it because all of us are a fan of the Indian faction. And Jin Kazama, like you said, I think with every passing day, this man is like soaring in terms of confidence. He's like, if somebody can save you, then well, good luck.
And yeah, I mean, he has earned that confidence. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about
from the guns.
From the guns, those big guns, arms that he has. I mean, looks exactly like Jin Kazama. Well, definitely physique-wise as well. And of course, I mean, So as I was saying, we have been talking about the last few days about athletes that have represented the nation on the international stages, right? Especially in Asia Games. The man has done the same for India in the past. He has that under his belt, that international exposure as well, and that definitely helps him out.
I mean, once again, a lot of people that are currently watching at their homes, they might think that Jin Kazama is a little bit too cocky. He is way too arrogant sometimes as well.
There's a reason behind it.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. As long as you're able to back up that ego, it's completely fine. You should be able to justify that ego. If you're just egoistic and not able to justify that, then it's of no use.
So I've been talking to him since yesterday and trying to figure out what is going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about that in a bit. First of all, the reason why these two athletes are going against each other today. 1 lakh rupees in prize pool for Road to Valor Invitational. The winner walking home with 40,000. Whoever loses the game today gets to keep 20 grand in their pocket. Third and fourth place, just 10,000 each, and the 5th to 8th position is just going to be 5,000.
Well, I guess Claw's not going home with nothing. He's getting 20K anyway. So, well, Claw should be happy anyways, even if he loses this one. But as we've got the brackets in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday the first matchup started between Caroline and Claw, where Claw just decimated Caroline single-handedly. And then later on, Ferocity versus Jin Kazama. We thought Jin Kazama can have a potential competition against Ferocity, but that was not the case at all. Jin Kazama smashed Ferocity and moved in forward towards the grand finals.
I think once again the story was set yesterday that whoever comes in from Titans Caroline and Titans Claw, they would sort of be the underdog, the dark horse inside this particular lobby. Versus Jin Kazama and Ferocity, they're supposed to be like the dominatrix. They're supposed to be the favorites for winning this particular tournament. And I think both of them have had a great run, but now it all comes down to, I think, a little bit of patience. Jin Kazama also can't get overheated in situations like these, because if he does, I'm sure he's going to make some silly mistake which is going to cost him a lot.
See, I've known the man for the last 4 years, and I know for a fact he does not get overheated, but he does get a little too overconfident every now and then. And as soon as he drops a game, he's like, all right, instant reset, I'll go serious, I'll show you why people fear me so much. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see what is going to happen in this game. Jin, like he has promised so many people, is going to go for Agira, and Claw, as Necro said, is going to start off with a Beowulf. Also, it's a BO5 series today, ladies and gentlemen. That is what I forgot to mention. My apologies. It is a BO5. The grand finals are a BO5.
Ooh. BO5. Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Will Jin Kazama make this a 3-0? Does he want to go back home quickly enough? Or is he over here for a long time and maybe he can't play with his food?
Hey, Jin Kazama, knowing him, I think he's going to give a couple of maps away. I mean, if actually he is comfortable inside the lobby. First map, obviously he's going to test out the waters, how good his opposition is, how good Titan's Claw is, of course. But once he gets a proper idea, I think he's going to let loose and then make a comeback, because he loves the crowd work. He loves getting the crowd up on their feet.
He is a showman. The man is a sportsman. He's also a showman. Behind the scenes, all of this banter isn't there. He's well, quite chill with his competitors as well. And I think the man is just working towards building a bigger community for Road to Valor, making sure that the people that are joining, that are watching right now in the arena are entertained for sure. And in order to do that, there's going to be a, well, some sort of interesting things being brought on the board by him. But now we have Jin in the blue and Titan Claw in the red, starting off with the Talwar Baz and Baruna targeted on that right tower.
Oh no, big troops being dropped, and then also the defensive tower in between. Varuna is going to be stopped over here in tracks, that's for sure. Once again, at this point in time, both these players will try to play as defensive as possible. The archers in the back could be a potential issue, but no issues just yet. Speaking about the tower damage, tower advantage so far, definitely in the hands of Jin Kazama. He has a little bit of tower advantage, not much.
Let's go.
Well, let's see, Jin off to a great start. The Varuna connecting on that right tower is definitely dishing out a lot of damage, but Varuna goes down, the archers are out. Can he convert this game? It's going to be an interesting question, and I believe we will have our answer soon, but let's see. Archers out again, the watchtower there as a distraction. The Sipahis also leading the charge towards that right tower. Can definitely tank a little bit of damage, help the other troops close in towards that right hand side. But while all of that was happening, wait, what, he just started attacking the base, or maybe it was distracted and pulled towards the base?
Let's see. Nothing much is happening though, but still, considering Jin Kazama has got the advantage, now soon enough his opponent, Titan's Claw, should be desperate to at least straighten things out, get things down to even Steven. Or Elephant's out as well from Jin Kazama to play a little bit more defensive. The Elephant's going to be tanking quite a lot. Warren to back it up as well. This is going to be a tough competition to get rid of. Sun Chariot out as well. So much damage being dished out at this point. Even the Twin Giants from the side of Titan's Claw, they will be stopped easily.
Well, Zorawar has been quite heavily used by him. The Twin Giants have made it from the side of Claw. His Twin Giant has made it all the way towards the left-hand side, and Jin might just be in trouble. Two Varunas out fighting for control of the right, but they are under pressure by Pure Wolf, and that one Twin Giant that's going for the split push. Another Varuna deployed from the left to try and defend the right outside. The Indian Archers doing a brilliant job, but the Twin Giant is just going to destroy that left side, and not a lot of time left. Just in the last second, Jin dropping the ball, and Claw getting the win in game number 1. Quite unexpected.
Yeah, this is something that we would not even say that Jin Kazama wanted to drop.
Yeah.
Again. Claw just stole it away from him. Beautifully done. Double lane pressure, a prime example of that.
This is what we were talking about, too much overconfidence, right? He had the game set up for that right tower, but completely ignored the fact that Claw's push was slow, but also steady, allowing him to build up that massive army. Well, not a massive army, allowing him to convert that one giant just sustaining so much damage and buying so much time into a slow push that ended up destroying that left tower for Jin. But, as we mentioned, it's not a BO3 today, it's a BO5.
Oh my god, yeah, it's going to be a long journey, and especially for Claw, I think he has to mount on this pressure, because he's managed to find spaces in Jin Kazama's defense, which was not really discovered before. Sure, we have seen Jin Kazama witness a couple of losses as well initially, but I think Jin Kazama, he was just holding himself back. What do you guys think?
I think so too. I think there were opportunities where he could have done a lot. I mean, we saw him focus one lane, Necro.
I wouldn't say he was holding himself back at all. No, he was not. I think so. Claw just outplayed him, outsmarted him at that moment. Especially that Twin Giant when he was pushing up. That double lane pressure was something Jin Kazama did not see coming. Yeah, he did have the War Elephant on the board. He did have the Warren on the board as well. But then the amount of troops that were back in the right side of the lane was insane from the side of Claw. So that's why the Warren and even the War Elephant wasn't able to do anything.
That is actually true. Claw, I mean, the correct way to put what I said would be the Claw found one opening that was was left by Jin. Jin got a little too overconfident, thinking, oh, I will be able to build up the pressure on the right-hand side and keep it busy, but that did not really happen. But
Jin!
Amira coming in from Jin, and Claw sticking to, well, Beowulf. He's still sticking to that Indian faction, Nick.
Yeah, he is. Now, this is where I am trying to think of all the possibilities. Why did he bring Amira to counter that Beowulf deck that his opponent has, which is Claw? I think so. The Temptation spell is going to be something to counter the Twin Giants, considering if you drop the Temptation spell on them, then your troops just start friendly firing.
Yeah.
So as soon as you drop the Temptation spell, a lot of damage will be dished out on the Twin Giants. At least that one lane pressure can be nullified.
I think the Twin Giants as well as the Varuna have been one of the crucial movements which Claw has sort of pulled out in the first game. In this map as well, I think that is something which he might actually do. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the second game of the best of 5. Jin Kazama on the blue end, and of course you've got Titan Claw on the red corner. Once again, we just start the game with some spearmen.
Yeah, I mean this time of definitely a little bit of switch up from his side, but Jin Kazama as well going with Amira. I really want to see how this one's going to play out, especially the amount of spells, the amount of backing up you can get with Amira. You need to be really tactical with that Guardian.
Damage being dealt, and look at this. I mean, Jin Kazama not really using a lot of resources, and he's almost maxing out on his EP as well. So that is something which invites big moves, and this is where it comes. Varuna comes in from Jin Kazama, and that's going to do a lot of damage. But this time it seems like there's an overload. Varuna and 2 troops from Titan's Claw, and that has resulted in a lot of chip damage on that right-hand tower. Finally, Jin Kazama's Varuna is going to reign supreme, but the damage has already been done, Necro.
Indeed, it has been. Look at the amount of troops that are there on the board from the side of Claw. But considering it's Varuna on the board, he can take a lot of damage too. And now finally uses that Amira as well to get the healing done on the troops. But even the counter strat, even the defense from the side of Titan's Claw is not lacking at all. But the Polar Bar's out now. This is something that can definitely stop all the defensive troops. There's a couple of troops just chipping out so much damage on the tower. Jin Kazama might just have the advantage that he's looking for.
Absolutely, the Valhalla Warriors were stunned and finished off, but as soon as damage to that right-hand tower was done, he was, in fact, the entirety of the troops were completely dished out.
That burn hill is such a nuisance. Long-range attacks right outside the range of the tower, keeping her safe but still dishing out damage. Look at that right side, 398 HP left on that tower, and Jin will just, well, we'll look to end with the last push, with the next push that he creates. Let's see how this one is going to go. The archers distracted for a few seconds. There's a watch tower from the side of Jin as a distraction as well. And Claw right now wants to stay on the right-hand side and in his own half at the same time. He wants to buy himself as much time to recover and go for a big push, go set up that Beowulf.
I think the entirety of the game has sort of shifted onto the right-hand side of the map itself. There is nobody on the left-hand side, but it seems like Claw has sort of utilized it to his advantage, sent in a couple of troops to actually dish out some sort of a damage on the left-hand tower. On the other side, of course, the Zoravar. It's an absolute havoc happening, Necro, and so many troops just colliding against each other, and now finally the Twin Giants have been called upon.
Twin Giants out. Just waiting for the Temptation spell. The Giant on the left side is actually approaching the tower as well. Jin Kazama needs to be quick. Only 38 HP on the right tower. If the connection's found, the tower's going to go down. But another tower defensive building been put on the front to try and tank it. War Elephant run is
Varuna is going to get the last hit.
Up, and that's it. Jin Kazama at the last moment, at the last second, clutches it out for himself. And now the scoreline's 1-1.
Exactly, it was literally at the last second that the man Varuna, the troop inside of the game, got that last hit on the tower, 38 HP. Well, it's nothing. One was enough to bring it down to dust, but still. Now 1-1 scoreline even out. One medal match with one medal for Jin. This was a one-sided game, you have to say. I mean, that one push that came from the side of Claw was a split push that the Twin Giants were able to make, and that was all because Jin was just completely focused on that right tower.
Even Claw was sort of truly focused on that right tower as well. A little bit of a chip damage early on, but that was all that he could actually do on Jin Kazama's side, because Jin Kazama had it locked and loaded, especially with the use of the Varuna. He was just holding back the remainder of the troops, and every time he felt like the situation was getting out of hand, he would pull out a Varuna and he would constantly push Claw back into his own side.
Exactly. I mean, especially that Varuna has been doing a lot of stuff for Jin Kazama.
True.
He has been utilizing that card since the time we saw him inside this entire invitational tournament, and that single card has been providing him so much value, especially back up Verona with the War Elephant. That's going to be even better.
That is actually quite true. And ladies and gentlemen, the crowd is filled with a lot of family members of well, the athletes that are there, a few of the talents there as well. I think the reason those two people look very proud was because their son is right now on the Hindi desk. Maisie's parents.
Oh wait, wait, what? Wait, what?
Wait, who's here?
Yuzvendra Chahal is here.
Oh boy!
Wait, what? Oh my God! What exactly is happening?
What's going on?
What is
cricket legend
happening?
from the Indian cricket team in the arena right now.
This
Yuzvendra
is some
Chahal in the
crazy
house.
stuff.
Wow! Now that is the surprise. Were you expecting that? I mean,
I absolutely fanboyed for a second.
What?
I absolutely fanboyed for a second. I was like, the camera is live, but I am just waving my hand because Yuzvendra Chahal is here, and this is the first time I'm seeing him.
Yeah. I mean, that's just incredible now, isn't it?
He just waved back at me, Johnny.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Let's go.
Yay.
Yay.
Oh
there
my
he is.
God.
There he
we
is,
go.
ladies and gentlemen. Yuzvendra Chahal in the house in Pragati Maidan right now, and he's going to witness Road to Valor.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be so much fun. It's so
Crazy
bad.
stuff.
I could not actually like meet him in person, but that's going to be like, I might actually do that. I might actually do that
I
sometime.
mean, if you do it, just hit me up. I want to meet him as well. You know what? We can't do it same. Or if I'm not able to meet him, I want you to take your camera with yourself and go and record a vlog and send me that clip so I can implement that clip in my vlog as well. But jokes apart, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to focus on the game once again, as we're going to have the similar decks once again repeat itself.
Well, it's the same situation as game one now. And it is going to be quite intense to see how things are going to go in this one. The last time, I mean, just in this series, a reminder, game number one was an Agira pick coming in from Jin Kazama. Did not really go his way, but it was a close game. Game number two, he switched it up to Amira, ended up winning and dominating the match. Now going back to Agira, although claw sticking to that Beowulf. Necro, do you agree with the choices?
I would say if you are comfortable with something, just try and stick to your comfort zone, considering you've still got a decent amount of chances. Even if now this thing doesn't work out, then maybe try to pull out that X factor, try to pull out that X strategy that you have been going on for such a long time, because it's always great to catch the opponent off guard. But if you're still confident enough with your main strategy, then go ahead and try and execute that in a better way.
And with that being said, look at this once again. The game has been kicked off with a couple of archers being sent onto that right-hand side, and it seems like the tower defense is good enough to actually take them down, but a little bit of a chip damage early on in the game. Not really the best of news for Jin Kazama, slowly and steadily pushing up on the left-hand side, and now the Varuna is here to dominate. Let's see how far can the Varuna push up.
Wow. I mean, off the pad, we're not really seeing a lot of the aggressive stuff as usual. Just going to try to play off of the chip damage. Titan's Claw on the top. On the bottom's going to be Jin Kazama in blue. Warren out from Jin Kazama as well. And considering with the way things are looking like, to back Jin Kazama up or to back the Verna up, he had a couple of archers and they got pulled in the back soon enough.
Jin Kazama constantly taking space away from Titan's Claw. Look at this, how far he's actually pushed towards the enemy defense as well. And majority of the time he's been successful in dishing out and nullifying every single move. But this time it seems like a little bit of a space has been given on that right-hand side. The archers wouldn't be enough. And chip damage onto the left-hand tower for Jin Kazama.
Exactly. And then look at the right lane pressure too from the side of Jin Kazama. His troops are actually going to win that war, but beautiful defense, beautiful stuff coming out even from the side of Claw. You got to give it to Claw, man.
Yeah.
Considering Jin Kazama is such an experienced player, still Claw is trying his best to keep himself calm in this situation and let the flow take over.
Yeah, but now look at this. The central defense tower has sort of attracted majority of the troops coming in from Titan's Claw, and that has left the Varuna completely open on the left-hand side. So much progression being made, but finally now the Varuna to break things out. There's going to be a lot of good duels happening, and on the right-hand side again, a lot of space being created, but even that has been nullified. This has been a very close contested match so far, Necro.
I have to say the one thing, Varunas fighting each other just looks absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, they just spin their torch and a couple of times and boom.
Did you just say torch?
Whatever it
I
is,
don't
it's
think
the
it's a
same
torch.
thing.
Let's just call it the weapon, you guys.
The weapon? I'll call it the torch.
Well, I mean, it's whatever.
It's
You know,
a-
just
it's
call
a
it the
trident.
stick, I guess. Just call it magic
Trident,
stick.
guys.
But you know what? For now, Jin Kazama's tower is taking a bit of hits, Johnny. It's not looking too good. It's taking down almost half HP. Right now, the damage lead is definitely in the hands of Claw, and if Claw takes this home, Jin Kazama's mental might just break down.
Oh, but he's finally decided to go for a split push, making a play on both the lanes, going into extra time. 2 minutes have been bought for Jin Kazama. The Berserkers from the side of Claw looking to push for the right-hand side. The Varuna unleashed towards the right by Jin as well. He has that defensive watchtower that's buying him so much time. But will it be enough? That distraction won't last him a long time. He's going to have to wait for that Sun Chariot. I think that is the plan. He's waiting for that Sun Chariot, but in the meanwhile, Claw has the option of Beowulf and the Viking meat available to him.
Twin Giant's out from his side as well. Once again, trying to go for that double lane pressure. The Giant on the left side is, of course, going to deal a lot of damage, but just to deal with the Giant on the left, it's going to put out a War Elephant. Let's see how well the War Elephant's going to be able to get rid of that Giant. Chariot's out once again. It's going to dish out a lot of damage on the tower, on the right of Titan's Claw, but even Jin Kazama's tower's taking a couple of big hits. Warda's going to be the one to get locked on the tower. Not a lot of and Jin Kazama loses this one. Jin Kazama's confidence, it seems like it's getting shattered into pieces as the game keeps on progressing on.
2-1 is the score, and it seems like Claw has sort of made a bounce back. Did not expect this to happen. Just like you said, the Sun Chariot was not lined up perfectly, chipping damage into into Jin Kazama's tower defense as well, and that was not exactly what I was looking out for. Like, this is so crazy.
A big miscalculation on Jin's part. He was trying to set up that split lane push, but that did not really work out. The Sun Chariot was deployed, but as soon as that right side push from Claw was almost able to make it to the tower, especially the Varuna leading the charge, it was done. He had 1300 HP, I believe. That just faded in a blink.
Yeah.
That is true. I mean, especially as soon as I knew that Jin Kazama's tower's taken a lot of hits, and when the Sun Chariot was out as well, I knew that the Varuna is going to be locked in onto Jin Kazama's tower because he just did not have a lot of troops to defend himself. And that double lane pressure, he used his War Elephant on the left side to counter that Giant, but then he completely ignored the right side itself because he thought the Sun Chariot can actually prove out quite helpful, but no, it's not the case.
Exactly. I think this entire game he lost because of over-reliance on the Sun Chariot. He felt like that would have been like the game changer in the ending stages, but we got to witness proper timing from Claw, right? The Twin Giants being utilized, the Beowulf being utilized as well, and at the same time the Varunas were unleashed too much pressure on the right-hand side.
But talk about this now. We were always speaking about Jin as being the top contender to win it all, right? Now Claw is just one step away from becoming the champion of Road to Valor Empire's Invitational. Just one win in this BO3 series, already 2-1 up.
Exactly. As I mentioned, Jin Kazama's confidence right now is getting shattered into pieces as the games are progressing on over and over again. Or who knows, maybe this was all well planned from Jin Kazama. Jin Kazama actually wanted this to happen.
Before the game, he asked Claw, ask whoever wants to protect you, and turns out God of the Seas had something to say about it. Varuna has been the MVP for Claw in this game.
Absolutely.
That is true. And both the players have been relying a lot on the Varuna, but I think so the only reason why Jin Kazama is getting punished so hard is because Jin Kazama is relying on that Sun Chariot quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, I think Jin Kazama, I have a weird feeling that he knows that what is happening is right there in his head. He knows that this is going to happen. I'm going to take it 2-1 and then make a comeback. I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but I just have a weird feeling. There's always a hunch, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? I think that is one of the hunches.
I mean, a hunch can also come true. I mean, at this point in the finals, anything can happen, anything goes, ladies and gentlemen. But I do agree with Necro on the fact that Jin seems a little too reliant on that Sun Chariot and securing the CP to get the Sun Chariot to be able to spawn it inside of the game. It does take a while. I mean, it's 4 CP and then there's 1 CP on the secondary ability. But ladies and gentlemen, let's relive the moments of how it all began. This
Exactly.
final of Road to Valor Empires.
We've got the IRL highlights in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game might just be the final game, so let's move on forward and take a look at these highlights. This is how things really started off. And there's actually quite a lot of people cheering for him. Caroline as well is in the crowd. And then, of course, some famous personalities walking in the entire studio, walking in the desk. I'm pretty sure soon enough we're going to have an interview lined up with them.
Those people were cheering for Claw. I believe they are from the Titan clan. Let's not forget that. I mean, Titan clan had a lot of players who made it to the quarterfinals, in fact, and to the semis.
Semi-finals. I think 3 of them were from Titan.
Out of 4, 3 of them were from.
Ferocity. No, Caroline is also from Titan.
Yes,
Said,
exactly.
so.
All 3 of them. Only Jin was the one who was the outside, and he has managed to make it to the
Vidkar
finals.
was the one who was from the outside as well.
No,
so
but he was in the quarterfinals, right?
he was in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
But in general, man, so far the affair's been quite nice. Now I just want to hope that something will be changed over here from Jin Kazama, because now it's a match point. Jin Kazama is on the verge of losing it all.
Well, either he can lose it all, or he can bring himself in a position to win it all. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen. The crowd is getting ready for the action to begin in game number 4 of this BO5 series. I want to know from our viewers online, do you guys want to know who they think is going to win?
I would love to know that as well.
Yeah.
Just make sure that you let us know, be it on YouTube, on GeoCinema, or on Instagram, on our personal IDs, or on Crafton India Esports.
Yes.
Who do you think is going to be the winner of this Road to Valor Empire Championship? Because it's going to be nice. It's going to be really a movie ending if Jin Kazama makes a big comeback. But for Claw as well, right? An underdog story completely fulfilling itself. I would love that as well.
I mean, as we mentioned, just make sure to let us know who do you think is going to win, and feel free to slide on our DMs. I love to talk to you guys. I love to talk to people on my social media as well. If you guys want to slide in my DMs, feel free. I'm always up for a lot of talks.
I'm not sure about them, but I'm definitely going to slide in your DMs.
Wow, I don't know how to take that, but you know what? Thank you so much. What about you, Johnny? Would you slide in my DMs?
No.
Wow. Well, I guess that's the type of spirit we need over here. Someone not sliding in someone's DM, but the crowds are definitely sliding inside the arena, and they're having a great time, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are sitting at your home and watching all of this, you guys are definitely missing out on quite a lot, because these guys over here in the arena, they're having a great time. And the best part is, for the crowd to enjoy, there's also some food lined up in the back lines as well. So they can go over there and
Why
buy
do
some
you
food,
always talk
some
about
special
food,
stuff.
man?
Hey man, it is important. I do agree with that on Necro. There is a lot of fun stuff in the arena, ladies and gentlemen. We've been asking you guys questions. If you guys are in Delhi and if you have time to show up to the Pragati Maidan, do make sure you drop by. We are going to be there roaming around in the arena whenever we have a few minutes of break, a breathing room, and we are going out meeting inside the crowd as well. But this crowd is just riled up and they're waiting for the action to commence again. And it's going to take a few moments, but we will definitely get there.
I love it.
Do we see? Oh, that's a good drawing from Scout. Yeah.
That's a good painting, to be honest. I love the fact that these people, they get to actually share their messages, especially with the posters which they have made for us.
I mean, you guys have mentioned about the drawings and stuff, and these guys have made those drawings on the fly. They've been sitting over here in the crowd and making those paintings.
The energy is, of course, electrifying. Anki from the Hindi desk is doing everything possible to just keep this entire ocean of people on their feet. And it seems like they are on their feet right now. They are excited.
Hey, it looks even better. Did they give Scout the Harry Potter scar?
I think so. I think so. That was... Oh, no, I think that's just a piece of hair.
No.
But who made this one? This one actually feels
really nice. That's actually
that
really good. Both of them are pretty good.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, always love to see some creative stuff.
And look at that, it all goes all the way in the back. As we were describing the arena, the fun stuff, ladies and gentlemen, there is there for you in the arena, along with, of course, the esports event that are happening. There's food, as Necro mentioned. There's real cricket happening, and by real cricket, I mean there are cricket nets, practice nets that have been set up.
Bowling devices.
Yeah,
Like
bowling machines there.
You put the ball inside the machine and it throws at 90 miles per hour. Me, Johnny, Necro, and boys from the Hindi desk, we tried to actually play a couple of shots.
So we were the one who were actually testing that machine in the first place.
90 miles per hour also is like actually very fast for any.
It's the
phase.
fastest delivery that a bowler can physically bowl. Right? 90 miles an hour is like a world record. 99 or 91, 92 is like the world record, which was set by Shoaib Akhtar.
Yeah, I don't think any of us can ever face a delivery like
We
that.
can't.
Yeah,
We can't even
physically
walk.
No one can. I
not
don't think so. You
capable
need to be so fast. to
Every
react
player
on a
deserves a
delivery
Russian.
Like that.
Well,
Scout OP.
definitely a lot of fans for
Bhupendra
Scout.
Jogi.
A lot of Scout fans, a lot of Scout fans in the arena, a lot of S Power fans. So in the morning, I went around asking people about what they thought of the BGMI Invitational that was going to happen after this.
Oh
between
wait,
India
but
and
we've
Korea,
got the
but
decks in front of us, Johnny, and
Oh, wait.
nothing's being changed over here. The same stuff's going to be played. And I guess Jin Kazama once again going back to the basics.
Yeah. Is it just me, or does now Jin look under pressure? Like the
He
expression?
does.
Yeah,
I
right?
told you. As the game's passing by, as the tournament keeps on going, Jin Kazama's confidence is getting shattered into pieces.
True.
And Claw, one thing is for sure, this man did not sleep last night. He was researching on his opponent so much
Preparing.
to the point today he's just ready with his textbook
Yeah.
open.
This game might actually finish things off. This game might actually set Claw as the champion of this tournament, or might again let us take us to the fifth game itself. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump into the game extremely soon, and right at the get-go, it's going to be Jin Kazama who makes the first move.
Exactly. Talwar Pa's out, and instantly those guys going to find so much damage. Werner was there too on the left side, but I guess Claw's not really caring off those Talwar Passes who are doing so much damage on his right tower.
Wait, what is this?
What's going on?
Is it going to end in the first push itself? No defenses up until now. One Talwar Baz left. 312 HP left on Claw's right tower. It's 2-1 in the overall scoreline. But Jin, he just barely needs to go and tickle that right tower to finish it all.
This is confusing as hell. What
Yeah.
just happened? Why
That's a
did
massive
Titan's Claw let that much amount of damage being chipped out onto that tower? Now, all Jin Kazama needs to do is just play as defensive as possible and to secure both of his tower, because on the opponent's tower, there's only 312 HP left.
Well, let's see how this game is going to turn out. The archers managed to make it towards the right tower of Jin. Have dished out a little bit of damage, but definitely not enough to turn things around.
Twin Giants being called upon as well, and you have the Varuna trying to block off one. Of course, doing a little bit of damage, but look at this. On the other side, it's going to be an overlap of the Twin Giant as well as the Beowulf, and now that's enormous amount of pressure. I believe that this is going to do so much damage, but Jin Kazama finally figures out a way to destroy the tower itself, and now 945 HP on the left-hand side tower for Jin Kazama. I think this game is done and dusted.
Yeah, I think so as well. At this point, even the Varuna is actually locked in upon to that main tower, and I guess Claw's going to lose out onto this game. What just happened?
Yeah.
Jin Kazama just smurfs inside this game to the point where Jin Kazama is struggling so much, and now to the point where he just straight up single-handedly dismantles his opponent like that.
I told you, I
Crowd
told
just
you.
went wild after that 3-medal win, by the way.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a game of a lifetime, to be honest.
Yeah.
Jin Kazama just showing the difference in how he just flips between the two sides, and it's been so great, to be honest. That initial damage on the right-hand tower, I did not see that coming.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Talwar Baz out. Those are one of the easiest cards to be carried away with, and those are one of the easiest cards to be defended against with, and still he messed up so massively.
Yeah, exactly. There was a massive miscalculation on his part. I mean, just completely missed out that, oh, it's just free hits, right? It's just Talwar Baz, as you mentioned, like a pretty, I wouldn't call it low tier, but a low cost card to use in the early stages, and Jin just converting it so well. Brought it down to 398, just 398 HP left. The right tower went down. He destroyed the base even before his opposition had time to think about what just happened to him.
And of course, in the end, I kind of felt like when the Beowulf and the Twin Giants were used, they were let loose on that left-hand lane. I felt like there's going to be some sort of an opening for Claw, but then all of a sudden, the Sun Chariot was lined up perfectly for the two other towers.
All of that is fine. That's like a story that just happened later on.
It is,
Why did those Talwar Baz even reach the tower? That's my first question.
See,
because
there's a
they
lot of
took down that
questions.
tower to only 312 HP, and Claw thinks it was just taking a nap.
Exactly. I mean, threats. Jin made the same mistake. To be fair, Jin made the same mistake in game number 1.
Yeah.
You remember, he ignored that one Twin Giant that was able to reach his left tower, and that just made sure that the Varuna had a free access, free room to just dish out as much damage as possible, resulting in the initial loss. But now, we are tied 2-2. The advantage has been even out. It's 2-2 for either sides. The decider match is about to happen. What do you guys think? Pick your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man, this is a really tough one. I want to go with Jin Kazama as well, but considering how hard Claw's trying, I'd really like to appreciate people that are trying hard, and I would say I'm going to go with Claw.
What about you, Salvi? What are you pledging to?
Jin Kazama. I think he's going to win this. 3-medal victory to actually make a comeback. I think this man is confident.
He is confident indeed, but let's see what is this final game going to look like, because mistakes have been made by Jin as well. Mistakes have been made by Claw, and that is the reason, ladies and gentlemen, we are in this position right now. The decider game, but this is the finals we all wanted to see, right? This is what the grand finals are supposed to be like.
Absolutely. I think this is the perfect setup for what's about to come later on in this afternoon as well, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's the sea of people, an army.
Was that guy challenging Ninja Jaw 2-1v1?
Ninja is literally the best player in the country right now. I don't believe that he's going to be able to survive.
I mean, once again, you're always going to have people like that, right, who think that they're really good at the game, just like how Salty thinks.
You are one of the people who goes around asking people to 1v1 them, Necro. How do you feel about that?
I just asked them to 1v1 for fun, all right?
Yeah.
And I think so it would be a really fun 1v1 series as well. Just imagine one commentator getting absolutely decimated by a pro player. That would be like a good content.
Dude, I've had a weird experience of being absolutely thrashed by a fan in a BGMI 1v1 TDI.
Wow.
That has never happened to me.
By a fan. You've got fans, Salty. Good joke, man. But you know what? Speaking about the decks, once again, we've got them in front of us. Same Guardians, so I think so nothing's going to be changed over here once again. And I think so Jin Kazama is going to be relying onto that Verna and also the Sun Chariot quite a lot once again.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, to be honest, but for Jin Kazama, he goes back to his usual deck, he goes back to his usual basics. I think this game is going to be a close affair, at least from what we have seen with similar deck patterns. It's not something out of the ordinary. It's probably not something which Jin Kazama has taken a rabbit out of the hat. Do you expect some new strategies, though?
I don't think so. I think he's going to look to end this quick. And it seems like, I mean, he's gone ahead and proved that he's very comfortable using that Indian faction, at least on this stage against these competitors. He's in his comfort zone and he does not care. He will figure out a way to go for the win. But ladies and gentlemen, the last game of Road to Valor Empire's Invitational. The stage is set and we will have the champion being crowned in front of us in a few seconds. Here we go.
As we mentioned, the last game, ladies and gentlemen, considering the scoreline is 2-2. Once again, off the bat, we've got a couple of rushers on the board. Archer's definitely locking onto the tower off Jin Kazama on the left. A little bit of damage being chipped out, but no issues just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the initial jabs which are just taking place right now for us. Nothing major happening. Both these athletes just taking it slow and steady in the early stages of the game, but we know it's going to get so much more intensified. Especially with the stakes right now. The winner of this game gets the lion's share of the prize pool itself.
Not good. Talwar Paws were locked in onto that tower, but then a really good counter defense coming out from Claw. But already the damage is being chipped out, but worn out from the side of Claw is doing so much damage. The tower's down to 1,300 HP, and it's even being chipped away by the archers more.
Well, let's see. Jin again with the massive disadvantage. He's gonna have to play super defensive. All that confidence in the start of the day. If he loses this series, it's going to be big trouble for him. But the push towards the right is going to be there to fruition. The Varuna dishing out massive damage. The Kazama can do nothing about it. Kazama about to gain the first advantage, but now the Varuna falls. The Sun Chariot is out and the tower goes down. But still, there is opportunity to even things out. And the Beowulf is going to be unleashed on this battlefield.
Oh, 1 minute, 10 seconds left, and the Beowulf's going to find the trade as well. Beautifully done. Twin Giant from the back line to back it up. The main tower now is taking some big hits. The tower's down such low, and this is where Claw might just take the victory. And yes, he has. Jin Kazama's confidence gets shattered into pieces. He was looking so confident in that interview, but Claw turns the table. He flips the table on the face of Jin Kazama. Now I want to see the reaction from Jin.
I think he's just in shock of what happened. Yes, he is. Look at that. Just stunned at what Claw has done. An incredible job coming in from Claw. And Jin overestimating, or in fact underestimating the opposition, paying a heavy price the loss today, but still, I mean, it was an incredible game. Salty, you have to agree.
It was an incredible game, to be honest, but I am in shock right now, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure even Jin Kazama is in shock right now. Did not expect to see this happen, but the moves from Claw, it was so brilliant.
One thing is for sure, Jin Kazama cannot rely on that Sun Chariot a lot. It uses a lot of CP, and because of that, he did not have enough of it to defend against those twin giants, and that's where Jin Kazama got screwed up, and my prediction won.
For sure, your prediction won, but how? It was.
You went for Claw. Oh yeah, he went.
It was a
for Claw.
clear victory, and that's you a 3-medal victory.
Necro.
Stark statement.
Salty pick Jin.
He did, and that's why he lost. So you know what? We're
Well,
gonna have
ladies
a
and
little bit of
gentlemen,
talks with Jin Kazama backstage and let him know the only reason why he lost
because
was
of
because
Salty,
of this guy.
the Caster's curse before the final day of this BGMI India versus Korea Invitational
Call
tournament.
it the Salty's curse.
The Salty's curse. All right, the Salty curse is not looking good, and I'm just a little scared because BGMI is about to come by.
Exactly.
Yes.
But, I mean, before we head towards BGMI, let's talk about what just happened. Because again, I mean, it was the overestimation of abilities. It was the fact that he completely ignored those pushes from the right-hand side and allowed the troops to reach his tower. One unit that was underestimated a lot by Jin was that Twin Giant.
That is true. Twin Giants were just doing so much work. Now for Jin Kazama, it was the Sun Chariot and Waruna, and also the War Elephant. Before the opponent, which was the Claw, he had Twin Giants going in for himself, and then also Waruna himself. And those Twin Giants were just applying so much of that double-in pressure, and that's where I think so Jin Kazama was just getting locked out so many of the times. As I mentioned, when he was using that Sun Chariot too, he just utilized so much of his CP that he didn't have enough to defend himself.
Exactly, and also the most important thing is that the way Claw used a combination of the Beowulf and the Twin Giants was brilliant. The amount of pressure that these two guys actually provide in tandem is absolutely brilliant.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, that was the conclusion for Road to Valor Empire's Invitational with Titans Claw taking the win. But now we're going to take a very short break, but you guys don't go anywhere because coming right up will be intense BGMI action.
लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अलग ही जोन में ये तो ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार। फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
जी आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
लेफ्ट, ठीक है।
पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है? जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश, चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भाग दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार। फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to make some noise because it is time for BGMI action. My name is Rohit Varghese and आप सभी का स्वागत है BGMI India Korea Invitational में। जोरदार तालियां आप लोगों के लिए। Come on, make some noise for you guys. अब 2 दिन के इंटेंस एक्शन में हमने बहुत कुछ होते हुए देखा यहाँ पर, जहां पर कुछ टीम्स ने अपने सम्मान को बचा कर रखा, कुछ टीम्स को अपसेट्स का सामना करना पड़ा और हमारी इंडियन टीम्स ने ये दिखा दिया है और दुनिया को बता दिया है कि हमें लाइटली नहीं ले सकते. Isn't that right? लेकिन पिछले 2 दिन में जो कुछ भी हुआ, everything boils down to this particular day. आज जो बाजी मारेगा वो ले जाएगा ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी. और आपको कौन लगता है कौन जीतेगा आज? ये कुछ गेम्स के बाद आपको पता चल जाएगा. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to call our teams on stage? So make some noise and welcome from India, TWM Gaming! Ladies and gentlemen, TWM Gaming, all set and all ready. So now it's time to call the next team, all the way from South Korea. Make some noise for Eagle Owls! All right, now it's time to welcome the next team. So get ready to make some noise for Revenant Esports. All right, now let's welcome our next team, ROX Rocks! All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to make some noise for Medal Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, the next team from South Korea, Maru Gaming. And ladies and gentlemen, अब तैयार हो जाइए थोड़ा और शोर मचाने के लिए, क्योंकि अब वक्त आ चुका है स्वागत करने का to team God's Reign. Ladies and gentlemen, time to call the next team from South Korea, 2Z. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to make some noise for Blind Esports. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time to call the next team from South Korea, EM Tech Stormex. Ladies and gentlemen, time to shout and to welcome Team X Spark! Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next team from South Korea, Toksan Esports. पिछले 2 दिनों में हमने बड़े भाई का प्यार भी देखा और इस मंच पर बड़े भाई का वार भी देखा. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from India, Big Brother Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, time to welcome our next team. Make some noise for NS Red Force. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time now to make some noise and welcome from India, Gladiators Esports. All right, now it's time to call the 16th team. So make some noise from South Korea, D plus Kia. All right, अब टीम्स तो आ चुकी हैं, टीम्स सेट हो रही हैं अपने सीट्स पर, लेकिन we have a special guest and बहुतों ने शायद already देख लिया होगा. We've got our amazing bowler from our Indian team, Yuzvinder Chahal, in the house, ladies and gentlemen. all set to witness the future of sports in India. Ladies and gentlemen, ये है BGMI India Korea Invitational. Welcome, Yuzi. I hope you have a lot of fun. And इस समय हमारी टीम्स तो सेट हैं, लेकिन कोरिया से 8 टीमें आई, अपनी इंडिया की 8 बेहतरीन टीम्स यहां पर सेट हैं. We have been saying this for the past 2 days. We're going to have to say it one more time. It's 2 nations, 1 passion. So when I say 2 nations, you got to say 1 passion. 2 nations. 2 nations. 2 nations. 2 nations. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the BGMI action, I would request everyone to please stand up for the national anthems of both the countries. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि सभी लोग नेशनल एंथम के लिए खड़े हो जाइए. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to start the action. लेकिन बाहर से एक कंप्लेंट आई है, एंड वो कंप्लेंट ये है कि इस हॉल में उतना शोर नहीं मच रहा है यार. एक बार शोर मचा के दिखा दो. यही माहौल होना चाहिए. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start the BGMI action. So, over to our lovely casters to start the BGMI action. Back to you, boys.
A tale of titans finally clashing on day number 3, the final day for the BGMI Invitationals here. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and I am proud to tell you guys that today it is going to be a very, very historical moment between both India as well as Korea, because by the end of today, we are going to see the champion of this tournament itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me with 2 lovely gentlemen, we have Salty as Necro to take you through the commentaries for BGMI this match. Salty, Necro, tell me, how are we feeling right now here at the venue?
Did you just hear the chants from the crowd right after the national anthem happened? Like, it has been happening since the start of the day itself. We had a great start, right? Even Road to Valor and Real Cricket were very exciting. And when the audience got to know that now it's time for BGMI action, they were all riled up, they were on top of their feet. And I think this is the feeling. This feeling has transitioned into ourselves as well. And I think I also want to stand up because I'm so excited, but I won't.
Exactly. I mean, the vibe over here is something that I've never felt before, ladies and gentlemen. To call this vibe electric, it's going to be an understatement without a doubt. So this is something that we have never faced before. But as Icy Baby mentioned a while ago, the champions will be crowned today itself.
Agreed. And speaking of champions here, the trophy that every single team is going to be eyeing for between both nations, both India as well as Korea, is going to be holding this as a very, very important monument here. And of course, speaking of monuments here, not to mention the trophy, they are going to be fighting themselves for the prize pool. And these are the prize pool distribution for all the teams that is going to be fighting for.
Exactly. I mean, look at the total prize money, right? 1 crore rupees, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever wins this tournament actually goes back to their country or to their homes cash rich, because the first prize is 40 lakhs, second prize being 20 lakhs, third prize being 10 lakhs next row. A lot of money on the line, isn't it?
Exactly. And of course, as the positions keep on descending downwards, the money as well will keep on decreasing. But then you take a look, you take a glance at the special prizes, which is going to be the MVP and the best IGL. And also, we got to thank our sponsors too, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for Asiana Airlines, and also watch us first on GeoCinema. And also, thank you so much for Crafton India Esports to make it all happen.
And of course, throughout all the days thus far, on the 26th, 27th, 28th, we've started our journey here in India Career Invitationals here in New Delhi. Starting for 26, first day was a pretty good start for the Indian teams. But 27, we saw a bounce back coming from the Korean teams. In particular, it's going to be D plus KR. But now, to settle the score, who will be the best of the best is going to be today on the 28th, the grand finals. I would say day number 3, grand finals of the BGMI tournament. And I don't know, man. I'm extremely nervous to say whoever wins this, and I'm very excited to see who is going to be the ones going to come on top.
I mean, we've got the format in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. On day 1 as well, we saw things kick off in quite a nice way. Day 2 is where we consider as the day of nightmares and also the day of comebacks. But now today is where will be the decider. Day 3, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned, after the 5 games, the champions will be crowned in front of us on the stage.
Absolutely. And looking at the maps again, it's been a normal circuit, right? Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, Vikendi, Erangel once again. So 2 Erangels are going to be played, which is going to be extremely crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about how you can win the match on Erangel and other maps. This is the points distribution. Number 1 gives you 15 points, which again is a difference when it actually comes to the Korean teams, isn't it, IC?
Exactly. When it comes to placement points, it takes into consideration where you have to mix with both placement points as well as finish points in order to secure better point systems. In this case, from top 1 all the way to top 5 does give you that huge boost. But in particular, 1, 2, 3 is the best position for you to try and keep track if you want to try and chase the top leader.
As the placements keep on degrading, so does the point. And then in the end, you take a look at each finish equals 1 point. This is something that motivates the teams to go aggressive inside the game. We've got the match schedule for today in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, we're going to kick things off in Erangel and, of course, end things off in Erangel as well. The circuit must be completed.
2:15 p.m. is when Erangel actually kicks off. Right now, it's about 2:05, so we're about 10 minutes away from the first game getting kicked off, and I can't wait for this match to begin because the storyline has been set, IC. The first day, of course, there was great competition. We got to see God's Reign just coming out of nowhere. Second day, we saw them slip up. Now it's sort of like a movie ending. This entire circle comes to a closure, and there's this wonderful story which is being set up. Is it going to be India? Is it going to be Korea? It doesn't really matter at the end, because at the end it's BGMI whose victory is being celebrated in this arena of New Delhi. But everyone in the audience, they're just waiting to find out who's going to take that big trophy.
I agree. And on top of it all, now let's talk about the journey of how God's Reign is going to be like as well, because God's Reign has been the top contenders that everyone has been watching out, especially coming from day 1. They would top the rankings of charts, and now they are number 2, close to chasing up against D plus KS. So they are going to be the India's favorites, or hope in trying to secure the trophy for India. And so, of course, why don't we take a look at what God's Reign stats are looking like right now, and here are some stats for you guys.
Exactly, we've got the squad comparison between the players of Rocks and also God's Reign. Now, speaking about the finish points, God's Reign lacking up a little bit, but still it's not that far away. But speak about the damage though, this is where God's Reign has also taken the leads. That means God's Reign is not shying away from taking the fights, but sometimes the confirmation is something that was not converging, and I think so day 2 is probably the difference maker over here.
Absolutely, I think for God's Reign, they started things off on a wonderful fashion. fashion. They kept on the run, but it seems like the results just did not really go their way, especially in terms of how they were actually going in terms of placements. But look at this, right? The primary difference between Rox and God's Reign is that they had difference in the survival time.
Yes.
25 minutes for God's Reign and 23 minutes for Rox, which shouldn't really be a massive difference, but in terms of placement points, it becomes a huge difference.
Yep, it indeed does, and that's why God's Reign has been so consistent throughout. Right now, we've got the Korean players in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone's just waving to the cameras. At this point in time, these players definitely do have their game faces on.
You know, when it comes to Rox Esports as well, in particular, Team Moon is the guy that you are going to be watching out for as well, because they, number one, they started really slow coming from Rox. You know, we saw Team Moon kind of giving a little bit of a showcase of how physically capable he was, and at the same time, Puma was the one that started things out, but eventually Team Moon popped off in day number 2, just bringing him so many fights after fights from the side of Rox Esports, and because of that, they are considered one of the strongest teams in terms of fighting capabilities that a lot of Indian teams are respecting here. They're afraid to challenge them.
And that's the crazy part, right? Rox Esports is supposed to be like the underdog team in Korea.
Exactly.
And they're still going head-to-head against God's Reign, which is supposed to be one of the most known teams in India itself. So I would say Rox, they have done a fantastic job in capitalizing against the Indian teams.
In fact, both the dark horses, right? Both Rox Esports as well as Eagle Owls, they've had a fantastic run in this tournament so far. Eagle Owls, in fact, in the first day, the performance was scintillating. They were inside the top 3 podium finishes, but later on they kind of dwindled down, which is still fine. Maybe a comeback is in the charts, but Rox Esports, that aggressive nature, and especially all the somersaults that Timon has done on stage so far, I think has got him a lot of Indian fans. People are cheering for him.
However, speaking of the people's favorites here, we are going to be talking about Gladiator Esports, the champion from the recent BGIS championship here. And they were the champions, #1, reign supreme. They won the entire tournament without a single chicken dinner. And thus far here, seems like they have struggled a little bit here when it comes to the international experience.
Yeah, I mean, look at the survival time once again. 22 minutes inside the game is just not enough, because Gladiator Esports, they were being taken mid-rotation. They are dropping in different spots, and it seems like entirety of the squad was just lost this tournament.
That is true. They haven't struggled a little bit. They have struggled a lot.
A lot.
And this is not the Gladiator Esports that we've known since the past. We know what their track record's been looking like. We know what they're capable of as well.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, for some reason, Gladiator Esports just isn't able to find that groove inside the battlegrounds.
You know, that's the thing about Gladiators, right? Like, they have been in a position where they try to survive into the final phase as well. They are just avoiding fights after fights, and I'm very worried for them, because with that kind of mentality means that you are not warmed up for an actual fight and actually know your opponent's skills, which kind of sets them apart, sets them back in a way where they're just getting finished off for absolutely no reason.
Exactly, that's the point, right? At the start of the day, on day 1, they drop towards Zarkia. Day 2, they drop towards Kameshi, which is like completely far away from each other. Usually they like to go all the way down south towards military base. So this is something that is so uncharacteristic from Gladiator Esports, and they're trying to dodge the fights.
Agreed. Speaking of our star players here, because Gladiators was the star coming from BGIS, but now this is a star that among the Korean teams that really respect here is going to be Ninja, God's Reign, Ninja Jord, and as well from the Korean side we have Nobu as well. Going to be the 2 star players that really stood out throughout the entire tournament here in these past 2 days.
Absolutely. I mean, Ninja and Nobu has been quintessential for their respective team success, because this team kind of revolves around how they function, and their success is directly proportional. Look at this, right? 22 finishes, and the damage number is also high. Nobu is the #1 player on the overalls finish charts, and Ninja is closely following by. There's just a difference of 1 finish. I think Ninja might be able to make a comeback.
But one important thing that you missed was the survival time. Nobu had a low survival time compared to God's Reign Ninja, and the reason why that is because Ninja likes to play a lot with the team. He supports the team in the firepower as well, while Nobu is sort of like that solo player. He's sort of like that entry maker for D plus Kia.
Agreed. And now, speaking of Ninja Jord as well, he is definitely the unsung hero coming from India as well, the representative potentially to take the crown for India. And when it comes to his plays as well, even though there were a lot of moments that wasn't exactly captured from his perspective, but every single Korean team, especially MTech as well, I had a chat with him outside. They say that Ninja Jordan is absolutely monster. And I'm going to quote this guy, Yeon from MTech. He was the one that actually said this. We've seen a lot of moments coming from Yeon, you know, clutching in 1v3 situations in very disadvantageous position, comes up on top. But when it comes to Ninja Jord, he says Ninja Jord is an absolutely amazing player.
That is true. Now, speaking about MTech, I had the pleasure to talk with these guys as well in the hotel lobby, and they said that we will be the champions. They look pretty confident. But for now, we've got the players of NS Red Force, and even I had the pleasure to talk with these teams, coach and also the management, and even these guys said today we're going to play super aggressive. We do not care if we win or lose. We just want to play aggressive and take teams down.
And I think this is something which can actually help Team NSR as well, because Sporta, Tizzy, Wings together, they are a very attractive force, very aggressive force. 12 finishes, 3,000 points of damage, just not equating to a similar amount of finishes. Tizzy always, most of the time, setting his team up with 5 assists, but look at the survival time, 23.42.
I mean, yesterday we saw quite a lot of pop-off moments from Tizzy itself, but as we do move on forward towards the top 5 leaders, we've got Nobu on the top, Ninja on the second, not that far away. Gion had a fantastic day yesterday. Timon, he's been performing consistently since day one, and then Ronnie from Blind Esports. Yesterday, this man made a comeback.
Exactly. I'm actually very happy for Ronnie make a comeback inside the top 5 leaders, because he was quintessential for Blind to actually find back form.
Agreed, and especially this as well. These are the top 5 leaders as well. You know what's really surprising is going to be Yeon, because I had a chat with Yeon here. He's only 19 years old, and he gave a little bit of a rumor here that he said that this might be his potential last tournament here, and he's giving all out because of personal injuries that is slowly affecting him. I'm genuinely concerned for him, but it's really such a shame for him to quit now, considering how well he's performing here in the international stage here. And I feel like Yeon is a star, a hidden gem that is going to be in the making. And of course, when we talk about stars, the most expressive player here for the BGMI India Korea Invitational is gotta be Timoon.
I want to see some more push-ups. I want to see some more somersaults. I want to see something new. Pull off some shenanigans, please, Timon. This man has got a fantastic personality, but then you take a look at a man who's quite humble. You take a look at a man who's quite calm, composed, and focuses on his game. That's Ronnie.
Absolutely. I think Ronnie has sort of brought back his focus, and it's not just Ronnie, right? The man on his left-hand side is also a very, very important Nakul. And this man, along with Ronnie, this is a deadly duo. This is like partners in crime who just lead the team from the front. It feels like their contribution yesterday in finding those frags and finding and letting Blind be as aggressive as they usually were in their past was a huge role. And now look at this.
And of course, on the screen here, we have D+ here. Osao, by the end of the day, had a very, very heartwarming interview, giving a lot of information that South Korea is here to fight for their nation. And it was a very patriotic moment, and we got to see a little bit of a very, very nice Hindi message being set out by Nobu.
Yeah, I mean, I still remember.
Osao, my bad.
I still remember he said that his favorite dish in India was butter chicken.
Yeah.
What is your favorite dish, by the way?
Oh, wow. My favorite dish
It has to be some sweets. I let Icy try some Bengali sweets the other time. Were they your favorite?
I haven't posted yet on my stories. I
Yeah.
will post it by the end of today. But of course, my personal food is gotta be masala papat. Masala papat.
He's a huge fan of
I'm a huge
Papad.
fan of Papad. But you know what? We've got the overall point standings, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us. The first page right now is majority being damaged or being pretty much just taken over by the Indian teams. On the top is the players of God's Reign, as we know it's for the day one. But then we saw even the Korean team slowly and steadily bounce back. Eagle Owls, they have faced a big downfall on day 2.
I think in the first day it was like even competition, right? You had 4 Korean teams, you had 4 Indian teams as well. Big Brothers, Revenant, Gladiators, especially God's Reign, all of these teams played really, really well. But as we look onto the second page, that is where we see a little bit of an upsets. Blind and X-Spark, TWM, all of these teams, they just could not really perform and show their true potential.
And of course, when we talk about the Korean teams here, especially in the second half, NS Red Force is one of the most nicest people as well. And even in the Hindi side, Ocean Sharma felt that NS Red Force had one of the biggest capabilities in terms of strategy. However, whatever strategies they made in day one didn't exactly do too well by the second half of the day, basically after map 3 onwards. And also on day number 2, I don't know, man, something happened to them, because earlier today in the morning, I came down. I was able to have a friendly chat with Jan, even though there was a little bit of a miscommunication, but we were able to communicate really well in English. He told me that the players were nervous, having a little bit of stage fright, and also their mental are not exactly that good from day number 2.
And this actually makes so much more sense, to be honest, because when I thought about NSR, right, and especially when we saw that South Asian team who represented at the Asian Games, it was 3 players from NSR, Sport RTC Wings. They're all amazing players, and in spite of the fact that NSR was continuously finding their spot inside the final circle, it felt like they're losing their 1v1s. Now this actually makes so much more sense, and now we can actually join the dots.
I mean, especially on day one, NSR had so many glorious moments. Still remember that Sport clutch against Big Brother Esports with that DBS hop on top of the wall, take down Uzumaki over there. Still remember every single moment. Then even another clutch that was happening on the map of Sianok. But as we do move on forward, ladies and gentlemen, towards the day 2 standings, which are currently over there. And well, as you can see, D Plus Kia at the top doing pretty good.
I mean, D Plus Kia, this was the day when they actually showed what kind of dominance they can pull off. Out of the 5 games, look at that, they had 2 chicken dinners, and that is one of the reasons why they had 71 points. Even EMTech Stormix without any sort of chicken dinners, their consistency and the amount of finish points, 32 finish points, which is the highest amongst all the teams. EMTech Stormix, they definitely made that big jump. And not just that, I mean, Rox Esports, TWM Gaming, it was a day of comeback, just like Necro likes to talk about it.
That is true. Now as we do on forward towards the second page, Godsreen, as I mentioned on day 2, they had a big nightmare. That's why they were not really able to get a lot of points, but still, they're consistently on the 2nd spot in the overall standings, if you do take a look at the overall summary of this points table. But then, Big Brother Esports as well, getting that chicken dinner sort of uplifted them so much. And even Blind Esports, they had a hell of a day yesterday.
Exactly, right? You know, when it comes to that moments as well, it felt like there was a race between both the Indian teams as well as the Korean team, especially day number 2. Because if you think about it, right, map 1 all the way to map 4, Koreans were dominating the leaderboards all the way through. And then out of nowhere, on the final game, the decider match, El Clasico Erengil, map 5, day number 2, was the decider match for all the Indian teams to kind of chase back in the score. And because of that, look at this, out of nowhere, boom, we've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3, we've got 4, we've got 5 Indian teams in the top 8. And guess what? Obviously, D Plus K, they're number 1 for now. MTech is number 3. But think about this. What did the Korean talent say?
Yes, I'm actually waiting for the camera segment, the camera to actually come on top of me so that I can display exactly how they said it. We will wait for that. But on the second page, look at this, right? 3 Indian teams and 5 Korean teams, especially majority of them extremely talented. But now, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can see me. Let me just display you what I see, baby, and Korean talent. All right. Basically, they went like this, right?
Yeah.
All the Korean teams on the overall standings is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Korean teams, and maybe 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 will be Indian teams. Well, you guys have been proved wrong.
That is true. Well, but one thing that we need to point out over here is that MTech has been consistent.
Oh,
Day
yes.
1 on the 5th spot in the overall standings. Day 2 in the top 3. And also, once again, if you tally all of those points, MTech right now is in the top 3 sitting over there.
Well, I did have this chat with Eon just now as well. I told him his prediction. You know, I felt like yesterday I predicted D Plus Kia to be number 1. Guess what? They were number 1 day number 2. Today, I told them it's going to be God's Rain. And he was like, oh. Then he asked me, what do you think about MTech? I told him top 4. I don't think he's going to make it to top 1.
Wow.
But he was confident enough to say, no. He said this, I'm going to be number 1. And he's like, that's good. Because why? If you're not confident to compete and believe that you are number 1, you're not going to be able to fight to be number 1.
Absolutely.
And I'm very, very happy that he still maintains it. But I'm sorry. I think Godsray's got this today.
Godsrain will have to capitalize on the maps of Erangel, because that is where I feel like they have such a nice stronghold. For sure, on the maps of Vikendi and on the maps of Erangel, that is 3 maps, I think Godsrain will have an upper hand. Upper hand, not in a sense where they will have an 80-20 chance, but even a 60-40 chance will have to be converted if Godsrain wants to lift this trophy today. And of course, look at that pre-match discussions. Medal Esports, extremely intense. We've got to look at Rox Esports as well. Timon, the charismatic guy, even he is out there. Everyone looks to be prepared.
That is true. Everyone looks to be prepared. But now, one thing we need to mention over here is about Team X-Park. Yeah, we know they're not really doing that great in the overall standings, but once again, a little bit of switcheroo inside the roster.
Yeah.
Scouts back inside the fray, but this time, they are taking out another player. Dreams is still playing, but Aditya is not going to be playing anymore.
I think this kind of makes a little more sense because Aditya is like a proper replacement of Firepower, right? It's like you're replacing an assaulter with another assaulter. Scout can also add in his field IG as well, but Dreams is the shot caller, so him being present is quintessential.
Yeah, I agree. And as of now, you can see the Koreans, they are mentally preparing themselves here in screen here with the purple fan. That's going to be Yeon. He is the guy that makes the biggest clutch coming in from MTech Storm X, and I like that he has the confidence. I hope for the best for Koreans, and of course you guys watching at home as well. If you guys are not here, I'm sorry, man. You guys are missing out. Look at the crowd. They're so passionate. They are here anticipating for the greatest moment, and of course you see X-Park fans just cheering on. They're just glad to be on cam right now.
That is true. Even the fans behind us, even the people that are sitting behind us, they're just so excited. And at this point in time, every single person over here is just waiting for the game to be started.
To be honest, I am waiting for the game to be started as well. Look at the energy in the crowd. Look at everyone just dancing because, ladies and gentlemen, this is a celebration. This is a celebration of esports and culture, and everyone is just so much involved. I love it. I absolutely love it that we could deliver this experience, but it seems like we need to turn it up a notch as the first match of day number 3
Is this what I think it is? I see a Tale of Titan screens words all the way through. Is this it? Is this the clash between Korea's finest and India's best teams of BGMI? Is that what I think it is?
If both of them are the best, if both of them are really good in their individual countries, you gotta call those Titans the Alpha Titans of the battlegrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, the Alpha Titans are now gonna be setting their foot in the map of Erangel. The game 1 begins off the final day, and this is the decider.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, the big bird takes it to the skies, and right now we are heading to the map of Erangel. We start off from the basics, and like we said, it is day number 3, the first game. It's going to be so important. Let's just talk about the flight path for a second right now. It starts off from Miltapar, and our destination, Necro, ends over at Georgiapol. It's going to take us a couple of hours to just sit back, relax, sipping on your coffee, and after that maybe just take your jumps to your drop location, because you cannot forget to do that.
Now, speaking of the flights here, this is a little bit of a plot twist here. I was expecting X-Park to actually head towards Kamishki or Starboard, likewise for Gladiators, but it seems like Gladiators is going to be heading down south, maybe even try to head towards military base again.
Yeah, back to the basics. Yesterday in the last game, we saw the same thing happen as well. Gladiator Esports moving down south towards the military base. And now it seems like Gladiator Esports are done experimenting around. They're over here with the serious game face, and that's what should be.
Yep, at the same time as well, NSR, they are going to be heading towards Milta Power in the vicinity, so they do have early drops as well. Revenant will get their usual comfort spots, and that is going to be down towards the west side of that. And so far, I don't see any major contention yet, but I'm generally curious on what Maru is thinking, because they have a 4-man split. Oh yeah, they are at the Medusa's intersection to secure vehicles, so I guess once they secure those vehicles, they are going to be looking for early confrontation, and because of this, everyone seems to be straying away on what Maru is actually planning here right from the drop spot.
I think this is not what I had expected, considering that this is day number 3 of this particular tournament, the last day basically. The teams who are at the bottom, I kind of expected them to try and take those fights in the initial frontiers, but it seems like majority of them are going to the usual drop spot. It seems like even God's Reign, as a matter of fact, they are gliding all the way towards Yasnaya Polyana. You've got X-Park towards Northern Georgiapol as well, and the circle, ladies and gentlemen. The first one hits the deck, and it is towards the Northern Hemisphere. This is where I kind of like it, because no real estate, but more fun.
Oh, very early vehicle here coming from Fabian. It seems like he is still deciding whether or not he wants to go and contest for the apartments, considering that they have a very, very long history against Blind Esports. But guess what? Looks like Blind Esports will say, we're done. We lost so many times. And who could blame Blind Esports, right? Because considering the fact that all these engagements, especially when it comes to Erangel, Blind Esports has lost so many points because of it. But, of course, all things considered here, the moment they switched up, they adapted to a new playstyle. They were able to score some serious points yesterday as well.
I mean, once again, Blind Esports just shifted on the top, which is Rozhawk, so it's not that far away from school and their initial drop spots, so do not really need to change any type of rotation pathways as well. So Blind Esports is still staying in that comfort zone, looking pretty good. But speaking about D plus Kia, one thing is for sure, these guys were adamant on taking over this entire school and the apartments area. They've made that happen. Right now, they're so consistent in the overall standings too. So they're like a freak of natures.
Yeah, agree. Speaking of freak of natures, right? You know who's the freak of nature right now? It's got to be TWM because they are the third world mafias for a reason, right? They are here to dominate and conquer the mountain. In this case, when it comes to Erangel, the Mount Everest is going to be the way to go. However, the circle is not going to be favoring them. So I feel that TWM might need to switch up their strategy, considering that day one, it was a little bit of a slow start for them, but day two, Ninzi, Destiny, Sams was just popping off and just destroying everyone in every single map.
Guys, I sort of have a new name for TWM if they continue the run of form from yesterday. Now, TWM stands for the Third World Mafia, but if they get a good performance today, let's call them the Winning Machine.
That's actually a good one.
That's pretty good. I like it. The Winning Machine.
That's actually really good.
Big brain.
Even though TWM, they haven't really won a lot of chicken dinners, but I would still say it's more about the consistency.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's more about getting the results.
And speaking of consistency here, God's Reign is going to be a little bit the team that is going to be watching out for as well, because this circle seems very similar towards the ones that they have been playing for this past 2 days. You know, it might actually shift towards Yasnaya, Ponaya, and God's Reign do have the tendency to actually hold the vantage point on the southeast corner, where it is the highest to actually punish any rotations of teams coming from the east side. Likewise, can be said for Maru as well. So that's going to be a death trap where both teams are going to be setting up for potential ambushes. So I'm just making the predictions here, but if it happens, it's good because a lot of teams are aware that that actually happened to them.
You know, there is one team that is in sort of a very good spot right now, and that has to be Blind Esports, right? They sort of are, their drop location is towards that school and Rozhok area, right? And of course, considering that we've seen the circle towards that northern frontier, I believe there is going to be a lot of collision, a lot of traffic on those bridges near Rozhok. And that is where they can set up their camps. That is where they can set up their Finnish camps. Whoever passes by, they can just spray them down apparently. So Blind Esports, I think if they have to make more climbs on the overall standings, this should be the way to go. Just try and get those finishes on board. Keep on trying and keep your men alive as long as particularly possible.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about finishes, right, now we've got two teams with a complete opposite play style. TWM is one of those teams that likes to play things a little bit passive. Rox is another one of those teams that likes to go completely aggressive inside the lobby.
Agreed. And now, based on their condition as well, it feels like they are ready to actually contest this. Pay attention to this as well. They've got Scar L, he's got level 2 helmets, he's got level 3 bags. They even have the vehicles all set up. And that's the beauty about looting down towards South Georgia Bowl, right? Like, you can get weaponries very, very quickly, and you can make two decisions, which is early rotations or go in for the hunt. Whereas we caught a glimpse on how Xpart was early on as well. They had a slower start because of the bigger apartments on the northern side. And because of this, they have two options. Do they want to try and punish Xpart, or do they want to rotate early?
The more the options, the better things you can try and reroute yourself with. And for now, speaking about options, D plus Kia, they're definitely running out of them because this is a team that is contesting for the championship. One single lose game, God's Reign will instantly capitalize, or even MTech. They've been looking pretty confident throughout the day. But as we've got the map feed in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, now you spoke about Blind Esports having a solid spot. But look at D plus Kia being so proactive. They're already crossed on over towards the northern side.
This is smart. This is smart of D plus Kia as well. Like, the spot that they are in is one of the hot spots here right in the center because of the fact that the intersection coming from Yasnaya and everyone from south will be taking just because of the fact that it is the easiest to rotate in. The roads are, the main roads access is going to be the priority for them. But at the same time, they do have the tendency to try and set Fabian in an awkward position out in open to try and kind of be that ninja he is. And that's something that D plus Kia is doing, so that this is going to give them the most amount of information, because that is the highest possibility of collision by every single one of them.
It's a very early commitment coming in from D plus Kia, and I feel like this can backfire, especially considering that the circle might actually take a hard shift toward the southern region. Now, this is where D plus Kia will have to do a SWOT analysis. How much resources do we invest onto the other hemisphere? How many players do we actually send on that side, and how many players do we retain on this side? Because they don't really want to lose the real estate near that Rozhok area or kind of give up on the entirety of the southern hemisphere.
Now, I like how 2Zach is coming from the west side here. They are setting up a couple pit stops. Maybe if the circle decides to shift towards the mountain terrains south of shooting range, this is where things can get a little bit dicey, because teams with compounds will have one of the biggest advantage, because everyone outside is going to be completely blasted away. And meanwhile, Rocks, they take a pit stop down towards the west side as well. Not exactly the greatest, but considering that the circle is not going to be shifting towards the west side.
Yeah. I mean, once again, the circle shift right now is sort of like 50-50, right? And there's the water line in between that separating those two parts. So at this point in time, most of their teams are moving up north, and there's a reason for it because they know in the later stages, if the circle shifts up north, this is going to be a big problem. Revenant Esports camping the bridge. They know MTech is going to be moving forward and rotating from that spot, so they're here to spoil the game.
This is smart. This is so smart. MTech is currently third position coming from Korean team in the overall standings here. Revenant Esports, they know they're going to be coming from Novo. So if they set up this ambush to slow down MTech's rotation, it is going to kind of mess them up. However, Shun, no, he's actually scouting ahead here as alone.
Brilliant from Shun. He knows, he senses that presence.
I don't think they see Revenant at all. I don't think he knows. He's just blindly waiting here in case Revenant decides to make some kind of noise here.
So what is Revenant's formation right now? MJ and I think it's Fierce, who are both of these two players just holding on to these pillars, I would say, the branches of the bridge itself. And now this is a position where none of these teams can actually be spotted. Revenant can get a lot of information from the third person perspective, but now look at this. It's Blind Esports versus D plus Kia, and Blind Esports, they're suddenly marching strong.
No, they're going to move away. Blind Esports does not want to take this fight. Blind Esports thought that this compound was free, but no. They do not really want to go for that early engagement because Blind Esports knows yesterday they have worked too hard to let the first game just go away on day 3.
Well, a good defense is a good offense here. Fortunately for D plus Kia, they were able to show presence, expecting that, hey, this is actually a full man squad here. But at the same time, Blind Esports, they didn't want to take the risk. But I feel like if teams like Blind Esports realize that that wasn't a full man, or they don't realize that that was D plus Kia, things would have been very, very spicy here. So the crowd's definitely chanting and hoping that people will shut them down, but beautiful defense coming from D+.
Beautiful defense as well as good decision making from Blind Esports as well. It does not really make any sense to kind of have an early action happening. But now look at this. MJOP finally actually find that visual on the Shun and takes him down. This is good start and the crowd has been riled up. This is the start that Revenant Esports wanted, exactly according to plan.
Exactly. Revenant Esports waited for the right moment to strike at MJ. This man has a really good off angle. No one expected him to be on top of these Golders.
This is good. This is really good from Revenant as well as MTech here. MTech anticipated that something might happen today. They sent out one guy, and losing one is the best they could ask for, considering the fact they've got this information. Now the rest of the tree can figure a different rotation plan. However, this play coming from Revenant Esports completely slows down MTech's direction into his next phase here, considering that the first zone is starting to move on here. Can they make it into the center circle by third circle? And that's going to be a big problem for MTech here.
The Wall of Death is now starting to move in. MTech now, they're going to try to prioritize for that late game rotation. They're going to let the blue engulf themselves. They're going to take a bit of damage because they pretty much do have a decent amount of meds available.
Exactly, but now look at this, right? Revenant Esports, they know that the rest of MTech is not going to follow up from the same path itself, or even if they do, they're actually going to wait it out, tank a couple of zones at least, and then make their maneuver. And this is kind of contradictory, but if I was in MJ's position, or if IC was in MJ's position, I think we would have held on for more men to actually commit and then maybe open fire, but they at least got one finish.
I think Revenant, they set out a very, very good precedence, right? Like, they did all they can. You know, think about this, right? Everybody is in it to win for themselves. Revenant is doing a favor by trying to slow them down so that they can overtake them, which is a good thing. However, no way. Timon, solo hunt all by himself. He actually got one finish on TX.
Oh, he finds a crack between the players of TX and he capitalizes onto that. Dreams taken out of the game. Timon, as usual, once again, this man, the naughty guy inside the squad, finds that crack and he gets that elimination point secure. Team X Spark now, their handicap, the damage is already done.
I'm not really sure what exactly happened in that situation. Team X Spark, they're still always looking for the central spot inside the circle, breaching. And of course, Timon was just sent in to find information, but this man is just so good. He spots out Dreams, instantly knocks him down and finishes him off. It was so quick, we did not even get to see how it kind of led to this fight. But let's just talk about the circle. In fact, we did mention that the mainland always had a chance, and moving on towards the northern side, that is crossing over from the Rozok River it might be a double-edged sword. It might be do or die, and it seems like the circle taking a hard shift to the south makes life easier for Revenant Esports versus for all the teams in the Northern Hemisphere, be it Rocks, be it Metal, all these teams, they have now the tough job to do of making that crossover.
Agreed. Speaking of which here, X-Park, they only lose Dreams. Oh boy, the Dream player here. But now, in case you missed out as well, here is the instant replay of what Revenant need, and also Timon actually getting Dreams out in the open where Team X-Park did not expect a flank at all. So nicely done coming from Timon.
Just finding those clean shots, considering that player from Team X-Park, which was Dreams, out in the open, quad exposed, nowhere to go, no cover, and Timon capitalizes perfectly. And now, considering MTech is still all the way down south and no Ripnoid, this is going to be a tough rotation to pull off. But as we did see a while ago, even the circle shift came on the board. But another fight's happening in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen.
D plus Kia now going to be getting a couple of farms here. But seems like Cine might be finished, as Nobu is going to try and secure those points here. And in this case, finish points is going to be in favor. Does he secure it? Yes, they do. D plus Kia will take 1 point for now. And while this is happening here, they've given away information. They are going to be conquering this northern side here. This compound is really great if the circle shifts towards school and apartments, because it is going to be very difficult to push in towards this compound without being sprayed down.
Exactly. But for Deepliskia, I think every single point matters right now on the overall standings with 126 points. We know that Gosrain is going to come in for them. Their difference of 13 points can easily be overtaken. And for Deepliskia, I think going in for those finishes early on, finding these random picks, finding these mid-rotation pit stops is going to be extremely important. Try and build up that lead which is there already.
Top 3 is going to be where everyone wants to be. That is a minimum of 10 points just off placement points. So obviously Revenant Esports, they did their best to slow down EM Tech and the south side, but now they finally made it into the next phase of the zone on the southern circle. So this is going to be a little bit of a time for them to actually gather their bearings, and this is good because for now the majority team is straight in the middle instead of the south side. And they have to pray that the circle will favor them down south. And if that happens, Revenant Esports will have a better time because they pretty much cleared all their angles down south though.
What's up?
What's up?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, bad news once again. It seems like there might have been a little bit of a technical difficulties because of which the game needs to be re-hosted yet again.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a bummer, but it's fine. At least the team has got to experience first-person experience of what Day 3 of India versus Korea Invitational feels like. And I'm kind of happy that teams got this particular experience.
Well, I guess I would say gods are with MTech because their game was already spoiled by the players of Revenant Esports, and now they know what to expect in the future game, which is going to be rehosted. So unfortunately for the players of Revenant Esports, the strategies have been capitalized. Now they know how it's going to look like on the bridge.
Oh boy.
It kind of is unfortunate, to be honest. It was a nice strategy.
It feels like, right now it feels like we got a little bit of taste on how suspense and how intense all the players and teams are going to be doing here. It gives a little bit of second life for those who kind of fell short and walked into the traps being set up by the Indian teams themselves. So I feel like now, in this scenario, oh, wait a minute. We need to buck up because something is going on. And we talked about how Day 1 is about setting the precedence, Day 2 is a game of comebacks, and Day 3 is about a game of fight for survival. In this case, a survival game, it's all about trying to make it to the top. In this case, making sure your enemies die first is going to be way much more important than you trying to go for your highlight reels.
And considering this tournament's called India versus Korea Invitational, there's a chance the Indian teams might try to stop the Korean teams in their track just to let maybe one Indian team to take the championship in their hands. That is definitely a possibility. I would want that to happen. Day 3 is where a lot of happening happens. I would want that to happen.
I'm pretty sure the Indian teams have actually seen that clip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
That actually might be a contributing factor. Good job, IC. I think IC has sort of united two countries together to actually play better BGMI because there was no instigating factor. This man
it's like salt on top of the moon.
Yeah, exactly. He's like Salt Bay. Like this. Hey man, I'm a non-Indian. I'm a non-Korean as well. I am a mediator. This man comes up and he's like, all right, fine. Now the Korean teams are riled up. The Indian teams are riled up as well. You did a good job, by the way. Did you know that? We might get to see good BGMI right now.
Oh no. Salty, what did you do to Icy, bro? What did you do to Icy?
I'm innocent. I am not Oppa IC. It wasn't me.
Yeah, Oppa Icy.
Yeah, what?
Wasn't it? Where's your glasses, dude?
You know,
I'll be the Oppa man today.
You know, at least one thing is for certain. I liked your dance, the Gangnam style dance with the Korean desk, and your dialogue with Ocean Sharma. That was actually pretty nice. In fact, do you know that clip is actually going viral?
I did not know that.
You
I
chose
had
the right
no
guy.
clue.
You chose the right guy.
I had no clue, to be honest. I had no clue. I was just there doing my job as a mediator. That's all. Wait. It wasn't me. Wait, sorry. It wasn't me. You did not hear that from me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the IRL highlights in front of us. This is how the entire tournament, this is how the show started. Of course, as usual, Rocks Gaming. These guys are just so on the edge. These guys are feeling the vibe. In general, even the stadium right now is just so loud. It's tough to even hear ourselves. So many people. I've never seen a stadium this jam-packed.
For sure. I mean, this is one of the grandest setups that I have seen, of course, in my very short career. But now look at this, Scout just walking in with the Indian flag with pride, representing the nation. It's always been about that thing, right? It's always been Scout about international trophy. Like, his life's goal is about to bring an international trophy home.
You can feel the breath coming from Scout's movement when he walked out, right? You can see the size coming in here, the weights that's overcoming on top of him here, the burdens and carries, the weights that he needs to bring for India. It's not an easy thing to do here. Representing your nation is the biggest glorious moment that anyone in the world should be proud of.
And there's this very nice saying, right? With great power comes great responsibility.
Oof.
I think Scout, this man has taken so much power. He's got the love of the entire stadium. And it's not just the stadium. In fact, everyone watching from home is watching for him. All eyes are on him. And that in itself just gives him so much responsibility that he has the eyeballs, but he has to bring in that big trophy and appease to all of these people, who are loving him.
And that can also work as a little bit of a pressurizing effect on the Scout. And maybe sometimes, we're human beings, let's be honest. Every one of us cracks under pressure. Of course, it might just happen to that man as well sometimes in the past, but it's always about overcoming. There's a reason why he's called Mr. International. He's always played those international lands. He's always been there. He's performed so many times in the past as well. All the clips are viral all across the internet. I want to see a couple of more clips today on this last day.
Well, I don't know. In the last day, he's only got 5 matches to push himself here. And of course, mathematically, it's not impossible for X-Pac to be champion. Think about this.
I mean, look.
It has never been done. Okay, the biggest record that's ever been set here is 4 back-to-backs.
I mean, right now, X-Pac is on like the 14th or 16th, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th, and then 8th X-Pac.
No.
As long as 8 Indian teams are on the top, that's what matters. So X-Pac should just aim for being on the first page.
Mathematically, coming from X-Pac, if they get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chicken dinners, they will be on the number 1.
Okay, that's too much. Let's be honest. Realistic expectations, it's a little bit too much. It sounds like a fairy tale at this point.
Gotta be optimistic, man.
You gotta be, I guess. Well, and one thing that's for sure is Revenue Esports, these guys are quite optimistic, right? Considering they managed to kick things off with such a fantastic note. The bridge camp was so nice. They were able to do so much damage on a potential threat for the Indian teams. But, well,
you know, you can see the faces of the Koreans as well. They're a little bit confused. What the heck is going on? Because that should not have happened. I feel like Revenant attacking them there was a big blow that, hey, something is up. We did not expect this, because if you think about this here, every single game they played in Erangel, they had not much issues against Revenant Esports, and every single time they scouted it, there was nothing happened. Finally, today, it happened. What changed? Apparently, the point system changed. The points, the chase changed, and that is going to put them in a very, very awkward position. D plus Kia, obviously, they're trying to rethink their strategy here. They were going good. They did fantastically well, just scaring people off. But yeah, today, so far, it's not much of a big impact yet in this first game.
That is true. I mean, Salty, we have been seeing Revenue Esports from the start. We have been seeing even Team X-Pac from the start, right?
Yeah.
And look at Scout and his teammates. They're so focused. Considering Scout, I mean, in general, Team X-Pac lost out on that one player initially. Now, this is also going to give that a little bit of a resurrection for X-Pac in the upcoming game. This can bring that spark back once again.
This might just be, to be honest, because you know what, right? Scout in his prime has been one of the best players, not just in the country, but also one of the better players in the world as well. The best of the best have always been talking about how good this man is, and now he's sharing that experience with Sarang, with Dreams, who are like the young guns, who are like the young blood of Team X-Pac, and are going to carry his legacy forward. So it's a very nice visual, to be honest, as well. And now look at this, Mr. India. The hope and dreams of this entire country lies on this man and his shoulders. The shiny golden and blue jersey. Will it reign supreme at the end of the day? That is the question.
Hey, that's the thing, right? He's top 2 in the Finnish leaderboards, and in this case, Ninja Jot definitely in the aiming to be the #1 by the end of today. And of course, Yeon has given him his credibility as well. And of course, Robin, he's just vibing. I like
He's
it.
got some moves, he's got some moves.
Don't mess with his vibe. Being focused, being in your own groove, setting the tempo is going to be very, very important here.
I think if Godswin actually managed to find a victory at the end of the day, I want a dance between IC and Robin. Like, that would be the... No, man. You've sort of lifted up the entire mood. No, man.
What was the dance that...
you should do a Gangnam style with Robin.
The one with RRR.
Oh, you want to do RRR dance style? Natu Natu?
Natu Natu.
Yeah, you should actually do that.
I don't remember the steps.
Yeah, it's fine. Robin and I will teach you. Robin is a great friend. I think you guys should actually do that, because I don't know why, but his dances have actually been lucky few of the
Salty,
time.
one thing I've noticed recently is that you're developing like a weird taste towards dance. You were even asking me to dance in your room last night.
Oh, wait a minute. Hey. TMI, guys. TMI. We got to keep it a little bit professional here. Enough of our personal lives. For these guys watching at home here, I apologize for this. But now, let us know what you guys think here, because I am confused, because I know there is in chat as well, there is a lot of people supporting for TWM, because right now the teams definitely need your support, especially when they are fighting for their pride of their nation, as well as the trophy of being crowned the champion of the 2 titans here. In this case, the tail of titans here, Korea's finest and India's best to offer up on stage. And of course, TWM, they stepped up in day number 2 here. We do see Lobster with his game face on the right side as well, with his mustache, very, very handsome mayor. He is the guy that's laid, you know what, when you look at me, I'm gonna just gobble you up and claw you to death.
I would like to see that. I mean, that aggression, that overall feeling that you get, the rush while you're trying to take down a team. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got the call out from the production as well. The game's going to be starting soon enough. Guys, I want to lock in your final predictions. Which team do you think will be taking this home or taking the first game home?
God's Reign.
First game off the bat, you think it's going to be a good kickoff?
God's Reign all the way.
It's not going to be God's Reign. I think it's going to be Blind.
Why do you think so, Blind? That's quite an interesting
I
pick.
think because Blind had the momentum at the end of day 2, and I think that momentum is going to be carried forward, maybe towards this beautiful trophy. What a beautiful pan shot that we're getting, zooming in on towards the big prize, the bragging rights of BGMI India Korea Invitational. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in Delhi in Pragati Maidan, hall number 14, and it seems like the roof is about to blow off. Why? Because the game is about to begin.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, the game's going to be starting in a couple of seconds. There was a rehost, and also we saw a couple of upsets, but now this is going to be another lifeline. This is going to be another spark that's going to be brought up in the teams. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the Decider Day begins. The Alpha Titans will be clashing soon.
Absolutely. With that being said, the big bird takes up to the skies, and we have a different flight path this time around, ladies and gentlemen. Our journey, in fact, starts from Primox and goes towards Yasnaya Polyana. Now, this is going to be a very nice flight path. Does divide the map into 2 different halves, and of course, the military base island is also involved into the mix of things, which is good news for the likes of Gladiators, for the likes of Revenue, for the likes of EM Textomics as well. But the one thing that I'm still going to look out for IC is going to be the fact, how does Revenue respond to this initial skirmish against EM Textomics?
That's the thing, right? They got a little bit... They gave out the information a little bit too soon, but if the remake did not happen, I think it would have put a dent and slowed down MTech here. So I feel like MTech definitely count their lucky stars here. Is now how they re-execute here, because when we talk about rotation possibilities here, they can opt to go for both and rotate around east side, outskirts of Kamishi, and then dropping towards maybe shooting range 70, etc. So this is something that a lot very few teams actually do this here. X-Pac in particular has done it before. Gladiator has somewhat done it before. Big Brothers as well has somewhat done it before. And not many teams has had success with it because they were dodging the initial threat that is right in front of them, but they set themselves up in a way where it became detrimental towards the mid and later stage game because the late game, the mid game was heavily affected because of all these very, very, I would say, long detours.
Exactly, right? And that is one of the reasons why I think Revenant Esports, in spite of the fact that the plan has sort of been laid out in front of EMTech Stormix, they should not shy away. There is a little bit of a scuffle going on because EMTech Stormix could not really glide down towards an over-opener. They had to drop and find those intermediate vehicles, which is a very risky approach every single time you actually make that rotation, right? Finding those vehicles right in the middle of nowhere, another team might actually drop with you. That is why we have seen all of these interesting finishes. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are waiting for one exciting thing. I wish the producers who are producing the show back there show us the map feed because the circle is a juicy, delicious one.
Well, speaking of circle here, it seems like I do hear coming in from the Hindi casters as well. It seems like there is going to be a major big change, and this time I'm very, very scared because so far there is a little bit of a change coming from MTech's drop spot. So that's something that I did not expect at all. But speaking of which here, Blind Esports, they are making their way downtown. In this case, they are going to be crashing against Duxan. And Duxan, they're just getting completely bamboozled. And Manya going on the hunt. That is going to be one down from the side of Duxan. That is going to slow down the Koreans once again.
This is such a big change in Blind Esports. They're not actually competing against D plus Kia at school right now. They've dropped in with Gladiators into his military base, and the first shot that has been fired has resulted in a finish for Duxan Esports. This was unexpected, and it seems like Duxan Esports have been deterred from taking that early rotation on towards the military base. They have been pushed back.
Well, I guess Indian teams have taken IC's words quite personally, and they want to make sure that on the first half of the board, it will be the 8 Indian teams. And Blind Esports dropping on top of their players of Duxan Gaming, taking him out. At least that damage has already been done. Now Blind Esports can settle back once again and take things a little bit more slow. The circle is actually quite nice. This is an iconic way to start the day.
Absolutely. This is what I was talking about, right? The circle was the biggest difference maker, and I think this is going to lay a lot of advantage in towards Blind as well as GDR, because both of these two teams, Blind, for them, this change is going to be very happy. They are going to find such great positions on towards the military base side and might as well try and gatekeep people coming in from the military base. Bridge.
Speaking of gatekeeps here, Maru Gaming has been playing the exact same strategy for the past 2 days, and that is the reason why people just dodge them here, because they love going for early game confrontations. However, let's talk a little bit about this as well. Wow, Manya with that spray, they really set up a very, very unpredictable scam here. And the beauty about what Manya did was that he pretended that the car was unoccupied on the streets and hid behind it to have a very, very nice FOE to actually beam any cars or any players who's rotating from the sides. But guess what? MTech, they took a very, very long rotation here by boat to actually make it to downtown. And guess what? Revenant is inside Novo, whereas MTech, they are severely, heavily under-looted right now. And this is going to be very, very difficult for MTech.
I actually wonder how is Fierce being laid down to such low HP, because I haven't really seen him fighting against anyone, but this time around EMTech Stormix, they were initially scouting out the bridge area because they expected Revenant Esports to be camping in that region, but now they're walking into a death trap, isn't it, I see?
No, this is personal. Like, I did not expect Revenant to hard commit to this from Milta all the way to switch top and contest MTech, and now MTech, they know what's up, but they're, like I said, under-looted. They have a 6x M16 on one player, but the rest, they're completely, how do I put this? Naked.
Exactly. I mean, as long as you find the taps, you should still be good to go. But Revenant Esports, as you mentioned, now it seems like it's up close and personal. Revenant Esports really want to take it to them personally. But so far, still you can't say it's just peace all across the board. At this point in time, we know in military circles, if you are going to be the quicker one to make it in, if you are going to be the quicker one to breach it in, it's all good in the hood.
Yep, and of course, Maru, they are going to be expecting a southern approach here. Going for the south is one of the best spots to actually play in towards the military island. However, military island is going to be very, very difficult, because when it comes to military island, south side does not have a lot of vehicles, but it does provide a lot of cover to kind of sneak your way into the late stage of the circle. But now, NSR, they've reviewed themselves here. They're trying to stop any rotations from the east side in Milta, and they're slowly making their way to Milta town yet, which they haven't done so. Metal making a little bit pit stop here. Encore almost losing his vehicle, but he is going to try and mass it towards the cliffs here as they try to slowly sneak in from the east side.
NSR's plan to actually hold on to Milta Power for a long time might actually backfire because Medal definitely did walk into that crossfire, the trap which they set up, expecting a couple of knocks and finishes. But now that they have gone, now that they have leapfrogged NSR, it seems like NSR will be sort of struggling for real estate once they cross over. There's not really a lot of spaces. In fact, EMTech, Stormex, Revenant, in fact Metal as well, will be setting up those gatekeeping situations on towards the Nova Rupnear Bridge. So options might actually be cut down for NSR.
I mean, right now, though, it just seems like both these teams are really just busy taking a look at each other. So I highly doubt the military base circle or this entire bridge is going to be a huge problem for the players of NSR. They should have a clear striking point. Before now, we've got Blind Esports in front of us, Ronnie in the outskirts, then Tasha in the inside. And considering we've got Tashai inside, Maru Gaming is one of those teams that has been struggling so far. And the only reason why Tashai is not making any type of moves is he wants to hear the sound cues of the opponent. He's taking a sweet little time to know exactly what type of moves, what type of shenanigans Ronnie's going to try to pull off. Ronnie's tossed in a lot of smokes in the front to make sure that it's going to provide him that visual blockade.
Oh, I immediately heard the Shy's scream from all the way here, right? And as soon as he popped the shotgun, boom, Ronnie was like, oh, okay, there's actually someone there. You know what? He's got a shotgun. I'm not going to push. I'm going to back out because that play coming from Maru gave away his position, which means they lost their initial ambush surprise element here. And because of this, Ronnie will be able to skip away and Maru will, you know, just completely miss out on an opportunity. Meanwhile, Fierce, he gets picked apart, and that's going to be Eon on the hunt to get the knock. And he is going to go look for the finish as well, but pay attention to this. He doesn't have a helmet, so technically, any random headshots is going to take him out.
This is actually bad news, especially Necro. Exactly. Look at Eamon, right? His position on top, especially with the M4, is going to be so crucial, but he does not have the scope, nor the bullets. But now look at this. Sensei.
The IGL could have been picked off while he was so exposed trying to climb those stairs. Aiming from the top, though, it's got the striking advantage from the top. He's going to be looking forward, and that's what he does. Beautiful spray with the M416 to shut him down. And he's also got a shotgun to back him up on the secondary. I'm in right now. He has got so much information to rely on. This is some crazy stuff from him.
Instant karma right here. MTech, Revenant was messing with them. Guess what? This time, I'm going to want to play high ground, and I'm going to be one play spoiler. And guess what? Little did they know is that Meadow has heard all these gunshots coming from Eamon as well. So technically, if they sneak up on them and find MTech behind them, they are going to be sandwiched between both Revenant and Meadow to actually take down MTech's export. And this is very difficult to play, but fortunately for them, they have the high ground. But pay attention this year. I've talked about how naked MTech was, right, in terms of utilities and how starved they are in resources. Look at this. They have not much loot. The only one's got loot is Yeon, who actually got the initial finish onto his Spheres. And because of this, he's the only one with resources, but he needs to convey those resources back to his teammates. And right now, right at the top on Amen, it's going to be very difficult here.
I'm actually very surprised how did Revenant Esports had no idea about EMTech Stormex position, right? Of course, we knew that Stormex had that initial intermediate drop towards farm and they took their boat towards Nova Rupnear, but not seeing this coming was a big mess up for Revenant Esports, but hopefully they will be able to kind of resurrect because just like IC mentioned, right, EMTech Stormex, they might be carried away in this fight against Revenant Esports, but Metal's position might be detrimental. A sandwich situation might approach us, Necro.
That is true. MJOP from the side of Revenant Esports. In the clotheslines, he knows they're being surrounded by so many foes, but from the back, Metal Esports is sort of like the unwanted cavalry that they've got. Metal Esports might just unintentionally help out the players of Revenant, and they desperately do need any type of help and cavalry that they can get. At this point in time, every single player from Revenant Esports is trying to play this one as passive as possible. But soon enough, Apollo might just approach the threat. And the threat's in the front. The man in the front lines is not moving at all. Not even moving an inch. A man spotted out. Beautiful shots taken. Apollo, this could be in a big
Oh,
problem.
no!
He's got no clue.
Apollo!
There's the foe right next to him. The man in the front gets spotted out. Apollo pulls out an aid. Yon has the striking advantage. Peeks out. Yon misses the opportunity of taking the opponent down, but this is where Apollo might just be able to pull things back. The UMP pulls out of the close shotgun strikes, but then instantly the return trade comes into play. EMT, they're here to pull the strings and pull the game back.
What a clutch coming from Apollo, but at the same time, Yeon was able to survive this because of this double push coming from Shun. Beautiful stuff coming in from MTech Export, and just like that, they finally found the resources that they need to survive to next phase. But like I said, that's going to be Yeon and Shun having those loots here. Amens hasn't been able to regroup with the rest of the team, but considering that they have won this fight against Revenant, this is a good sign because this gives them a little bit of a breathing room to actually play this. And while this is actually happening, the entire engagement that happened, Clutch wasn't even in the fight, and look at him. He's just providing information for the team in case of potential flanks, and I guess he actually scouted out members from Medal Esports on the shorelines.
Has he? But that is going to be the question. How does Medal make their presence felt in this particular fight? And now he has information. Shots from the M16 not really connecting Kyoya. His only opportunity and his only lifeline is the fact that this is not an info.
He's got no armor, no vest, nothing to back himself up with, not a lot of utilities as well, but still Clutch is going for this challenge. Will he be able to clutch it? It was so close. Clutch barely dodges it in the nick of time. Another nade tossed in. Clutch is now going to try to reposition himself, but it's a little bit too late. Top Dog finds that haircut and shuts down Clutch. EMT, and now they're losing out on the man number. This is where they're going to get dismantled slowly and steadily.
Yeah, that's going to be the scout down coming from MTech here. They know they are going to be in a head-to-head fight, but they just don't have the numbers. Kyoya again with the nades, but a little bit mistake from Kyoya, but he is going to be happy. That's going to be Aiming down. MTech Export 2 men down, and M-Job still alive as well. As MTech X having a very, very rough start here, and now is not going to get anytime soon unless the Wonder Boy Yeon is going to be able to do so. But apparently he's only got a med kit, a level 3 damage top as well. Any 2 bullets is going to pop his head. And that's going to be very worrisome as well, considering the initial shotgun here. M-Job looking for the fun. He is going to try to challenge Yeon. Go for it, but no! Yeon is just a better team player. The top fraggers, the top 5 fraggers for the team, MTech. Now Yeon just shows him why he's the best player out here.
Revenant Esports bites the dust.
But the damage has been done. It seems like EMTech Stormex, they have been reduced to a 2-man lineup. Of course, a lot of responsibility will be on Yeon and Shun's position, but the circle shifting on top of them might actually deter them from moving away. And if they do so, I think Medal Esports will start surrounding from all directions. Look at that mini-map, look at that radar, right? They are starting to get swarmed by these players. Even God's Reign has sort of made their mark, and finally, we do get to see this monstrosity of a circle, Necro.
Look at the left bridge. There's 5 teams trying to breach in at the same time. Double Z is the one camping it. Big Brother Esports is the one holding the opposite side of the bridge lines.
Yeah.
TNX Park as well, trying to find a breaching point. And then from the back is also the players of Rocks Gaming closing in. But then all the way on the top in the blue are the players of TWM, who are just tanking that blue and probably going to try to go for that late game rotation. Sarvin, beautiful fight, sees it knocked out. Chicken from the top though. He's a man who has been proven out to be a big threat for the Indian teams, and this time Indian teams would not want to fall prey to Chicken.
Yep, Big Brothers now, they know there is someone setting up onto the lag house. In particular, Chicken has advantage, but guess what? They are going to fight the weaker side, and that's going to be 2 Zag losing 2. Yenmon and CZ losing their members. Uzumaki staying behind to keep the guy up on checks as well. But Saib, he's getting shot from afar. But fortunately for him, he's going to be A-okay because Rox is going to be joining the party here. Sarvit managing to full finish CZ. And now they are at a stalemate down towards the western bridge here.
Definitely have the advantage in terms of this fight right now. Zimon has been completely converted, and now Otto. What will Big Brothers do to kind of try and converge the rest of the players is going to be the question, especially with Rocks Esports coming into the mix of things. Might complicate a lot of situations.
Right now, winning the fight is not a concern. Right now, just getting yourself out of this pickle should be the big concern for all these teams, because the circle's moving away. The wall of death slowly and steadily is capitalizing up. It's moving in too. So the big concern for all these teams should be how to get out of this death trap. And this is where Big Brother Esports still just in a fight against the players of 2Z. And now shots being taken against them. Sarvin, this man's getting pushed on by the players of Rocks Gaming from the back. Big Brother Esports is trying their best to provide that cavalry. Pumba right underneath the watchtower. Nade being tossed in. Sarvin might just be blown to smithereens. He's got the challengers approaching them. DPS in the close. He finds the first knockout. Goes for the second one as well. But unfortunately, he does not have the HP to back tower, but Rishi is right underneath. Even he gets knocked out. Big Brother Esports. Rishi's hands were too busy and locked in, and this is where Timon got the advantage. Once again, Timon wants to be the playmaker, wants to be the savior for the players of Rocks. Another man found. Big Brother Esports, they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily.
Another day comes in, chips him down low. Timon is somehow able to survive it all. Pixel perfect moments. And Rocks, they're able to get so many finishes here. We talked about close quarter combats. Rocks is just an absolute monster. Everything was calculated despite the plays coming from Saif. But Big Brother, they will lose their mind. They will give up. But it will hurt Rock's overall economy because right now they are still inside the zone. They have to full heal this and they still need to cross the bridge. And guess what? In the next phase of the bridge, we have Gladiator Esports also waiting for them to set up this ambush, considering the amount of noise that has happened in this vicinity.
Look at that one solo survivor from Big Brother Esports. So still all the way on the bridge, it's Uzumaki.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to be like the points collector for them, the nectar collector. And as soon as he gets all the points, he's probably going to be satisfied with the first game points because Big Brother Esports, they're probably going to be looking forward for a consistent finish inside the tournament. But Timon, no matter how much you try to glorify this player, it's always going to be less.
Hey man, I mean this clutch was actually so close. Sarvit was so brilliant, especially with his shotgun in the close quarters. It's not easy. But now look at this. K was trying to hold a cheeky angle, but Nate drops right in front of him, blows him to smithereens, and now Rocks Esports, the ambush comes through, but it seems like Chicken has actually brought back a little bit.
Yeah, at the same time too, Zach, they are going to try and commit to this fight here. They got one knock on Pumba, and guess what, Rattel? Again, they are going to go for resets here. They have about 10 more first aid kits, and Rocks, you can see Otto only having 2 left as well. They don't really want to stay for too long. This is second circle. Third circle, hard shifting all the way to the east side of Novo as well. Time is not of the essence right now. They have to rush this.
Soon enough, TWM as well is going to be the party crushers. Look at the map. You can see TWM slowly and steadily approaching all of this. For TWM, it's going to be a chance to shake hands with Destiny. Let's speak about the next circle shift. 50-50 is going to be the way to go. 50% of land mass available and only 50% off the water available. Not a lot of land space to grab, not a lot of good spots to be taken over. All the late breachers will be eliminated.
For sure. But Necro, what on earth is this circle? Like, why? This is day number 3 of India KR Invitational, the first game, and we get delivered a circle like this.
Agreed, but at the same time, Rocks looks like they are going to try and clear the lighthouse. They know there's someone up here, but guess what? Chicken is like playing all the way down bottom. I don't want to die, bro. I just want to play some placements, man. And guess what? Rocks, they're starved of resources. They need more first aid kits. They're hoping to steal it away from Chicken, but guess what? Chicken is just denying. Nope, I ain't giving you anything, bro. I'm playing for placement points. I'm out of here.
For the first time, we're seeing Chicken live up to his name. Rocks now, they're desperate to make it across the bridge. Uzumaki is going to be waiting for them on the opposite side. He finds the striking advantage. He strikes down the players of Rocks, but Timon, this man is well aware of what might just welcome him in the future. Uzumaki not striking just yet, not giving up his position. Chicken as well from the back, slowly and steadily making some moves on the board. Rocks, every single player is going to be looking for to make that move across the bridge because still so much time's being wasted. Timon's going to cross on over. Uzumaki's still not committing for the fight. I'm not exactly sure what Uzumaki's trying to pull off over here, but he's definitely got a decent amount of utilities to back him up.
Now, speaking of which as well, we do see X-Part also getting a couple of finishes all the way through here, but Uzumaki sees one guy, and there's going to be one knock on Rocks. He's going to play spoiler, and Uzumaki got the job done. And guess what, Rocks? They are held back. Timon already in front, Auto as well. And because of this, Rocks definitely did not expect him, but at the same time, is he going to get flushed out? Because Rocks, they lose Pumba. Do they give chase or do they get out? But it seems like Uzumaki?
No, look behind you. What? Uzumaki, there's a dude behind you, Timon.
Rocks is committing to this fight?
They
Why?
will. Because at this point, Rocks knows it's just done. It's done. They cannot win this game anymore. Even breaching inside the circle is going to be so tough. So they just want to get as many points as possible. They've already got 6 elimination points in total. And they can't try to get at least 7 or 8 points. If that's going to be the case, then still a consistent finish. And then maybe in the upcoming games, they can try and recover in a better fashion.
Well, it is still third zone, right? So technically, they can somewhat survive this. But Chicken seems like he is going to be sneaking by as well. He might be pincered between Uzumaki. But of course, if Uzumaki finishes Chicken, that means that is going to be another team that bites the dust, and TWM hasn't exactly made their way as well, which is kind of surprising considering that TWM has been waiting and waiting and waiting for the entirety before they actually push in.
Exactly, I'm still waiting for TWM to actually make their moves. They have to at least get some information. Now I understand they have that sixth sense ability to understand that there is some sort of a presence at the bridge itself.
Nice.
And of course, the shots being fired. Uzumaki has been cleared off, ladies and gentlemen. But that's it. Timon is the only guy that is stopping. Timon and Chicken, of course, are the only guys who are stopping Team TWM. And I don't understand why they're taking so much time.
I mean, revenge is best served cold, and right now the players of Rocks, they've got the revenge against Big Brother Esports Uzumaki. TWM as well losing out on the man number. Chicken is the one creating a lot of problems on the opposite side of the bridge. Even Sams gets taken down. TWM struggles definitely on the board, but it's completely fine. Destiny's going to be the one to bring things back in their favor. Lobster all the way from the five frame. He's got the view off the entire bridge, but the next circuit ship comes into play. Eagle Owl's in the prime spot. Blind Esports right next to them as well. D plus Kio's over there. As I mentioned, right now, all the late breachers, they will be eliminated easily. It's going to be an elimination fest. It's going to be an elimination spree.
But having said that, I'm still very concerned about TWM and how they are going to make this enormous rotation possible. Of course, an entire different chaos is happening where the circle is, I see.
Agreed, TWM, they still have about 8 to 10 first aids up on towards Lobster. So technically Lobster can still get somewhat of placement points if they are able to wrap this up. Same can be said for Timon as well. He's down towards his final first aid. Obviously, we are going to be playing the healing game for this guy. So technically Timon, he had, I believe, 3 more first aids, but he is using it very sparingly as much as he can. But on the kill, on the finish feed, I do see Yon getting knocked by Meadow. So that is MTech might be having a little bit of trouble unless Timon, again, this time, he's going to play the big brother here and play spoiler. Sam's making a run for his well. Timon down to his last first aid kit. He needs some resources, and if he gets one knock right here, it's gonna be here. She goes for the spray. It looks good. Otto's dead, but TWM, they are gonna commit to this fight.
I mean, Rocks, they're here to stop the players of TWM in their tracks. Timon's playing this nice. A little bit of peekaboo around these stairs, but it's not going to matter. Lobster takes him down because of the blue. The damage is going to be too much. TWM, even their game will be spoiled. The last man needs to move away. NSR versus the players of Mara Gaming. Mara Gaming on top. They've got the high ground advantage over here.
Well, speaking of which here, this is pretty much concludes the west side, the east side inside the zone here. 20 seconds left, they have to move away. And of course, NSR, they do find themselves 2 finishes on towards Maru here. So that's going to be a little bit of finish points going in. And we are down towards 10 more teams here. Now we finally catch a glimpse of what's happening inside the circle. Everyone is playing very, very passively. They're looking for information, but because of the complete mess that's happened outside of the zone, they weren't expecting that there is so little teams in this next phase, and now they're slowly revealing who it is going to be in this final zone.
It will be revealed that Medley Esports is right on next to this ridge as well. Osal is going to find that knock on towards Encore, but Medley Esports have been caught naked, just like you mentioned, Icy. It seems that there is no cover whatsoever, and if they do decide to cross on onto that ridge, Medley Esports once again have been caught, and this time it's Top Dog who is taking the head. Nobu is going to be the one trying to go in for the finish.
This is what you call catching your opponents with their pants down, and right now Top Dog definitely has been caught red-handed. Nobu, beautiful spray that was to shut the man down, but from the top is now going to be the players of NSR with the high ground advantage. This is going to be an uphill battle for D plus Kia, but somewhere else on the map we've also got Team X Park against Godsreen. Equinox pushes up, but unfortunately this time the DPS is not going to be the one to strike him down. Team X Park versus Godsreen. Even Robin hits the deck. Scout is going to be the man at the clothesline. Scout managed to find the spoiler, but unfortunately for Team X Park, surviving out of this situation is going to be next to impossible.
Scout, before losing his life, he gets a full finish on towards God's Reign, and because of this, now Dreams needing to hold on as well. God's Reign going for the reset, and X-Park looking to play spoilers. Nate comes in, looks good, Blaze is down, and Ninja John forced to tag the circle. And because of this, it is going to be God's Reign that may be set apart here, as X-Park has no choice but to go in for the full finish to shut them down. X-Park looking to try and triumph out of this, and Dreams now going to be in an awkward position, down 4 first aids all by himself. Still 10 team alive with 24 people across the map in this zone.
This is not good news, to be honest, especially if you are a God's Reign fan, because this game was so important, a difference of 30 points. And now look at this, how is this going to affect, right? The entirety of God's Reign has been taken down. Ninja is still trying to struggle outside the zone, but D plus Kia, they have such a nice position.
What? Dreams catches a man in the front lines. He had no clue that there's Dreams in the back. And Red Force, they get ripped apart by the Grim Reaper, Dreams himself. And now Team X Park down to just this one last man alive. They do not have any type of cavalry to back him up. But from the back is also scared of Ninja John. Might just striking in anytime soon. But Ninja John at this point in time, he's been suffocated to his death inside the blue. Finally steps out in the open, wants to make the approach, and he shuts him down even though he was taking the blue.
Oh, Ninja John, he still has 3 more smokes to work with. He's tanking the zone a little bit too much, but eventually a stray bullet comes in, and that's going to be D plus KL that finishes him off. Fabian gets the full finish. Now 7 teams left. D plus KL taking the lead in the scores for now, as they try to extend the lead in the final day here for the BGMI India Korea Invitationals.
Exactly, but of course, who at the end of the day is going to win this game is the question. So many teams trying to go toward the southern shoreline, trying to set up their military base and the camp to kind of protect their forces. But it seems like D plus K, they aren't really bothered. Eagle Owls is in the best position possible.
Oh, Blind Esports. One man was out in the open. The confirmation was there. Sivu looking for to toss the nade. The trajectory line seems pretty nice to me. And tosses that nade in that same direction. Finds the knockout. Sivu. Ronnie goes down as well. Now it's going to be looking for to toss the same nade with the same length. And that's what he does. Another nade sails in that same direction. Could have been a knockout as well. But unfortunately, that overshoot did not find the connection. Manya going for the resurrection. Blind Esports. This fight's going to be so crucial for them. For Eagle Owls, they're in a really solid spot.
Yeah, speaking of Eagle Owls here, again, they are trying to get into the top 8. With the nades coming in, Blind might be a little bit of trouble. Lobs it over, looks good. Oh no, Blind might be a little bit of trouble, but nope, he actually misses as well. Likewise can be said for Blind Esports. Another nade comes in, Nova dodging his way through, but Nobu!
Oh, this nade! Could it be so close? Another one tossed in that same direction. These nades are just way too close for comfort. It's just making me stand up on the edge of my seat. And right now, Blind Esports, none of them is able to find that sweet connection. None of them is able to find that connection that is needed for the knockouts to flow in. And that's why even Eagle Owls, they're so hesitant of making that push happen.
But at least that's a good news, because Eagle Owls, for them, that will kind of push them to go out of their covers and maybe give an opportunity to Blind to counteract in the situation. But 2 of their players, the 2-2 split that we have right now is really good coming in from Eagle Owls. 2 of the players in a warehouse inside the circle, controlling the circle and whoever enters. Meanwhile, the others just guarding the shorelines. On the other side, we've got Duxon still struggling, and it seems like Metal Esports are slowly pressing in on that crotch.
Another nail sails in. Korea, what a beautiful knockout that was. Metal Esports once again now. Dust is going to start to settle inside the fight, as they've only got 2 players up and alive. Kyoya right now definitely has to be the playmaker. Another nade tossed in. Roxy or Hoaxy's going to try to close on up. Another nade tossed in. The same one. This time it's just not able to find the connections. Hoaxy's now it's going to be pushed back a little bit more defensive.
Now they are going to try and roll up the Biko as well. Hoaxy does have the repeater coming in, but at the same time he's going to try and push forward and go brrr. But for now, Hoxy playing it safe here. He's down to his first aid kit, down to his final 5 team. Mellow Esports, they cannot afford to lose this because D plus Kia has not taken any heat. Eagle Owls as well. Hoxy going to be forcing the explosion coming in, so he does have a little bit of cover in case Mellow Esports decides to push forward, so he can take advantage of the potential spaces given to him to try and zone out. However, he is the furthest away from the zone. Paradox still checking their lead here, but Eagle Owls right in the middle of the zone right now, in the compound, not making any sound at all, as they want to keep the man's advantage to try to steal the chicken away from D plus Kia.
Beautiful stuff, Metal Esports. Kyoya, this man is being the star player with 4 elimination points being wrapped up. Look at DK. They're trying to get as much of the map control as possible, but still the safe zone is in control of the players of Eagle Owl. Out of nowhere, it's like a switch that's been flipped inside the first game for Eagle Owls, even though they are the undergods, but still they're playing like a calm and composed team.
Speaking of calm, composed here, Eagle Owls securing the only compound in the zone. That means it is going to be very difficult to push unless everyone decides to attack them. But it's so difficult. They have just so much room to work with. And as of yet, D plus Kia, they have to climb down. But seems like he found What? Also? Red dot UMP? What?
That was a laser beam.
Impressive stuff. Considering UMP45 doesn't really have a lot of recall, took the advantage of that stuff and just sprayed down the man in the front. T plus Kia now, they're gonna try to make the bounce on top of the compound, probably. They know it's Mayday, they need to make it inside the safe zone. And we already see them making a couple of moves on the board. Shots are being taken against them. Eagle out. Even the cover fire is quite nice from D plus Kia. But now Junior's going to be a little bit jealous considering D plus Kia, they've closed on up.
Oh, needs are coming in. Eagle Owls does tag up Fabian a little bit more, but at the same time, again, they have this head glitch that they can't abuse, so they have somewhat of cover to work with. But fortunately, with the smokes coming in, Eagle Owls and D plus Kia is going to try and delay and inevitable to buy time for the zone to try and punish them, because there is going to be a lot of pressure onto the Eagle Owls now. Metal, they realize that that warehouse is going to be the biggest threat, so they are going to try and suppress them together. Final 4 team. Nobu preparing a nade here. They are waiting for reaction. And again, Eagle Owls, they're just playing it safe.
2 Indian teams and 2 Korean teams. This is what it all boils down to. Top 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, Metal Esports, their run inside of this tournament has been very dicey, but they're here waving that flag in here for the winner chicken in, and they are a very strong contender considering Blind Esports has been pushed behind. Ronnie will have so much hopes on his shoulders and might just be the party pooper in this particular fight, but it seems like nades are being cooked up and D plus Kia might just make the first moves.
Well, speaking of first moves here, Nobu only has 60 bullets. In this case, he's got to make it count. Fortunately for him, he does have the DPS. And as soon as this circle closes here, DPS will carry the game. In this case.
Yep.
Waiting for reaction. Metal, Eagle Owls, still going to be the ones that take action. However, the nades from Forest gets the knock on Paradox. So that is going to put Kyoya in an awkward position as well. But D plus Kia, they're farming finishes. Fabian taking charge here to try and scout out Eagle Owls, and immediately, because they know they've got enough, but no! What a nade! What a toss! 3-pointer!
Spectacular stuff coming out from D plus Kia, and this is where now the breaching is going to be done. D plus Kia looking for a drill against the players of Eagle Owls. 2 players have already been knocked out. D plus Kia, this is the exact pounce they've been looking for. Finally, now the pounce is going to be made. They're breached inside the house. They're now invading the territory of Eagle Owls. Nowhere to go. Even the last guy, Danksy, is going to be taken out of the game, ladies and gentlemen. D plus Kia looking for to secure the chicken dinner inside the first game of the day off the decider, and Fabian now is marching through the last guy of Metal Esports. This is going to be the death march. The players of D plus Kia can feel it coming, but Kyoya is looking for to strike him down one after the other. Single-handedly, Kyoya can feel it. It's coursing through his veins. Can Kyoya make this 1v3 possible? He's taken down 2 players. 1 more to go in the name of Fabian, but instead Fabian now is going to try to play this one as safe as possible. He wants to go for the resurrection, wants to go for the res, sticks it. Kyoya can hear it, everything.
Kyoya now with 6 finishes here. He knows he's got the man advantage, and D plus Kia, they know they've got the high ground, but they get the reset. Noble going for the healing here. Kyoya looking to make the plays once again. It is now officially a 1v2. Kyoya, however, if he decides to play from the roof, he does have the biggest advantage, but the question here is, can he get the roof? Because he is going to try to take the CQC with this DBS, and he's got so much space because right now D plus Kia, they're pretty much stuck on top.
Kyoya, the Alpha Titans against those 2 Apex Predators that are on the top, looking for to rip them apart. He's already tasted the blood, and now it's making him even more hungry. But D plus Kia, they're not letting the control go away. Kyoya catches a little bit of a shot on the back, and now the pounce is going to be made. He's got no other option than to go for the fight. Switches over to FPP, but D plus Kia, they're going to be the one to secure this chicken dinner. Beautifully played, good mechanical stuff on the board, and nice strategies being executed from D plus Kia. That proactivity is something that pays off in the end.
Absolutely. I mean, D plus Kia, this has been a dominating run, especially inside this game so far. And to be honest, I did not expect them to display such confidence that they did. And this time around, they have played truly like champions.
What a strength. What a show of strength coming in from D plus Kia. And as you can see,
like
it has affected the lights, because that is a very, very good performance coming from them as well. And all things considered, I'm not gonna lie, D plus Kia played an absolute chat. Like all 4 players are individual playmakers on their own. But Kyoya, he tried his best, but there's only so much he could have done for Mellow Esports.
That is true. Still the 1v3 almost being pulled off in the final moment where we all thought that Kyoya is pretty much done for because we saw all the 3 players marching at the same time. But Kyoya being able to isolate that duel, that was quite nice. So there was a little bit of a lane between the container and the blue zone, and he used that lane to isolate those 1v1s. Beautifully done.
You guys haven't seen one thing, but Kyoya has instilled one thing, and that is belief in this entire room. Belief that we can win. I mean, look at these celebrations, of course, and hope that in our 2 nations, 1 passion moments, we are also going to witness how many people were at the edge of their seats watching Kyoya to actually do that 1v4.
Agreed. These are the reactions of all the teams in the earliest phase of zone as well. We could see reactions coming from Scout making the highlight plays. We do see Rocks as well finally getting eliminated when they were tanking the zone on the west side. And of course, Scout, you can see so much pressure coming in. And of course, we do see the fans at all when it came to Xpark's performance. And at the same time, God's Rain being taken out was a very, very unfortunate event here for this first map for the grand finals.
But to be honest, this game gave me chills, especially when God's Rain were taken down. I kind of went down a spiral, emotional spiral, to be honest, because the lead right now has been established. D plus Kia with this winner chicken dinner, they are moving ahead. God's Rain were stopped by Team Xpark. Now, how is this going to affect the overall standings or the rest of the play so far? I think God's Rain, for them, pressure is going to pile up. They might start choking.
The only thing that I know is definitely going to be piled up is a lot of points for D plus Kia, and also that advantage that they're going to have in the overall standings. Everything's going to be looking so good for them. Things will be looking pretty fantastic. Look at the crowd as well. Look at the fans, even the host, even the Korean commentators are currently sitting in the VIP session. And of course, Park, a lovely guy, a beautiful guy.
Yeah, and of course, you know, they're just celebrating here. And I wouldn't be surprised considering that this is a very, very important moment between 2 nations, right? It's a fight between the Indian teams and the Korean teams. And of course, now Korean reigning supreme here. D plus Kia holding the lead, trying to be the top of the top, the champion between the 2 nations here. It is going to be very, very nerve-wracking for everyone, especially as the matches are slowly dwindling down. 4 more to go.
Yeah, I mean, day 3 is like a ticking time bomb, to be honest. 4 more games to go, just like IC mentioned. And of course, the first game in itself, every single moment was crucial. Starting off with how EMTX Tormex sort of destroyed Revenant's strategy. Now, we had a little bit of an initial scuffle where Revenant had the upper hand earlier on, but when the game was restarted once again, this is where EMTX Tormex could actually get themselves their revenge. But they weren't left unhurt.
Exactly. I mean, the damage is already done, though, right? Considering EMT Storming at the start of the day, they were inside the top 3. But unfortunately for Revenant Esports, they already dealt the damage against them. And things were really just looking quite dicey for EMT Storm X.
Absolutely, but look at this, right? Big brothers as well. They were looking very strong. They were looking extremely strong holding their position, but as soon as 2 teams, be it Rocks and Double T, when they pushed up, this was one of the moments when I felt like Sarvit was going to pull this clutch off, but now it was just too brilliant. The first 2 knocks were nice, but then he was just overpowered by Team Rocks.
That is true. I mean, especially Rocks Gaming is one of those teams that has been looking so confident inside the approaches, inside the fights that they've been taking, right? Just committing for this entire bridge fight in the end to Mon. Of course, once again, that individual style maker, that individual limelight taker from everyone, just making those individual plays count. And then Scout, of course, as soon as he got this knockout and finished, every single person in the crowd was also cheering. But that cheer came at a cost of God's Ring dying.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure if I'm really going to be appreciating that or not. It was a crazy play, but that is now going to be a big dent in God's Rain and their hopes of getting the title. Of course, Blind Esports, another team who sort of made their mark in day 2, right now was stopped by at the shoreline.
Agreed, and of course, considering how Meadow Esports was put in this awkward position, I was very surprised they were able to come out on top, but still, this sick shot come from Osao here. Not gonna lie, this is just a show of strength that D plus Kia is ready to pull some insane moments. And now we just only the first map. Is it any signs of them slowing down? Not exactly sure, because I don't think it is gonna happen, because D plus Kia is gonna continue their journey and momentum to try and bring in to close up all 4 games.
The fight against Eagle Owls, I felt like it was a flex from D+ Korea, just showing that what their strength lies. Of course, when Korea went up against these players and almost got a 1v3, why I said that, instill belief, because now they know that they can do it. I think for the rest of the games, the motivation for every single one of these Indian teams is going to be sky high. Not just Indian teams, but even Korean teams.
I mean, look, you cannot emphasize enough on how good of a team play D+ Korea showcased in that final top 3 moment.
Yeah.
All the 4 players sticking at each other, tossing the utilities, finding the knockouts, pushing together with the DBSs out, shutting down the entirety of Eagle Owls, who were actually dominating the entire circle. It's just good target prioritization coming out from their side.
Yeah, 100% agreed. But with that being said, I think Iranian, ladies and gentlemen, has been done and dusted. And like I said, there's only 4 more games to go. And of course, these people, they're never really getting exhausted, are they, I see?
True, they are so passionate. They want to see India win. And of course, we have fans coming from India. We also have fans coming from Korea as well. And also, they are just so passionate here. And I'm really glad to see the growth of BGMI here in the main event here for New Delhi. But of course, now let's take a look a little bit more. The MVP for the match is going to be none other than Kyoya, undeniably making his way downtown to the top 2 with 6 finishes and 1,034 damage. Survival time 32 minutes as well. With that play, he is going to be among the top 5 leaders for that match.
That is true, but then how can we forget the playmaker himself, Timon for Rox Esports, where things were looking quite dire for them. Timon was the one to rise up from the ashes and save the day for his team. Fabian as well with 6 elimination points wrapped up in total. Dreams 2 with 4, and then Osal from D+ Kia over there at the end of the top 5 leaders.
You know, pay attention to the stats as well here. Damage is, from Kyoya as well as Timon was very high because of the fact that they are very active aggressors to try and force fights, whereas the rest of the members coming from D+ Kia, they're more focused on calculated finishes here. But with that being said here, let's talk about the overall points that they have gathered themselves.
Absolutely. Now look at this, right? D+ Korea, 28 total points in their bag right now. It's going to be so helpful for them. Medley Sports 20 points, Blind Esports 11 points, a big gap. And then we move on to the second page where we have our Indian leaders, God's Reign, with just 3 points.
That is true, but then we move on forward to the second page, ladies and gentlemen, where unfortunately a lot of the teams we had so many expectations from. TWM not been able to perform, which was on the top of the board at the overall standings. God's Reign as well, the same thing can be said for them. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the icebreaker. Now it's time for us to take a look at the overall point standings, and this is where we'll be able to find out how many points lead does D+ Kia exactly have, and that's a lot of points.
My God, D+ Kia, 4 chicken dinners and 154 points, and then God's Reign 116 points. A huge gap has occurred, ladies and gentlemen.
A 40-point lead coming from D+ Kia, and God's Reign will have to play catch-up here. MTech still remaining on 3rd place. That is going to be a very difficult one as well, especially in these final 4 matches. Revenant here on the second half, we're going to be topping at 9th place with 77 points. Metal Esports on 10th place here with 76, which is a good thing with Kyoya's plays pulling himself up towards the top 10.
Exactly. But then as we do move on forward towards the latter half of the board, I mean, NS Red Force, Duxon, Gladiator Esports, Mara Gaming, Team X Park still in those dicey positions. But look at these players, the D+ Kia. Even though they are just dominating the entire tournament, they've got 4 chicken dinners, but they do not look overconfident at all. Still so nice, not even expressing a lot of emotions. On the opposite side, we've got the players of God's Reign. At least a good thing is that they're not really letting the bad performance from their side affecting their mentality.
Hey, I mean, they know, as a matter of fact, right, 40 points is not something to really scoff at. One big game, one good chicken dinner is all that they need to actually make a comeback. And Robin knows it from his experience, and I'm pretty sure there is Oasis inputs as well, which is going to help them kind of calm down in a situation like this, which is extremely important.
Now, let's talk about how they can achieve this mathematically, right?
Yeah.
40 points difference from the side of God's Reign.
Yep.
In order to close this gap, in these 4 matches left, they need to get at least 1 chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And also probably D+ Kia having a terrible game in order to actually overtake them. So with this 2 factors here, it will close the gap between both of them, and it is going to be a nerve-wracking finish by the end of the day. So
now,
technically, God's Reign needs 1 chicken dinner to close the gap.
Now, I've got a controversial plan over here, right?
Okay.
Someone send someone to take down D+ Kia.
It's not just
for
you.
Indian team to stand a chance.
It's not
Throws
just
it up
you.
on the first spot.
it's not just you. We both had similar evil mindsets in our head.
Tell me, okay, let me in on this so-called plan that you just concocted here. What's going on?
All right, what do you need? What do you need? Gosrain performing and D plus K not performing. How do you do not make D plus K perform? Sending someone. Whoa!
Oh, hey! We're actually visible somewhere over here. I think so. The camera's right there, over there. Yes, over there.
Look at.
Yes, it's right there. I think so. It's over there. Yes, it's being
Oh,
pointed at us right now.
whoa! That's a
Whoa, it's
lot of
chugging it,
Red
it's
Bull
chugging it.
here.
Also on top of the head. Also on top of the head. No.
More?
Oh wow! Oh wow! Nice. He's taking a shower. He's taking a bath with the Red Bull. This man wants to feel it in his nerves. Wants to feel it on top of the
You
head.
literally just one-up yourself with the Red Bull. What's going on?
Hey
Like, are
man,
you
come
okay?
on! It's credits to Park. Credits to Park who is sitting somewhere in the VIP seat because this guy actually made it a trend. Now we're actually going to do it every single time, man.
That is true. You know what? This time you did it. The next time we get the camera, I'll do it, or maybe Icy can do it.
Well,
I kind of spoiled my suit, to be honest, a little bit.
It's fine.
I'm not sure if people back at home are going to be happy, but it's fine.
I have no idea what's going on here because I feel a little bit of a generation gap of what's happening here. So
it's fine,
I
Icy.
don't
We are
know
turning
if
it into
I'm
a Gen
happy
Z.
that I'm old or I just do not understand what just happened because I'm so clueless right now and I'm really, really sorry about this. But of course, when it comes to fun and games, they have their fun moments here. And now we have to talk about the serious things, and that is going to be this upcoming match. Miramar has been the biggest problem for every single team thus far, and this upcoming one here is going to be very, very important. Like I said as well, who is the best in terms of long-range battles? And so far, D plus K has been rising on top every single time. But when it comes to God's Reign, they are the best in terms of close quarter combat. So I want to see God's Reign regain their form and then come and just shut them down. But of course, now, back to the plan. What evil plan were we talking about again?
It's a controversial plan.
Okay.
So
what kind of controversy are we talking about?
So listen, you know, on the latter half of the board, there's a lot of Indian teams, right?
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
Now, what can you do is send one team to take down that one team that is a big threat. I'm not going to name here. I'm not going to name here.
Okay.
And as soon as, even if there's going to be a damage dealt on that one team that is currently leading, that can be a potential opening for God's Reign to capitalize.
That's the thing,
and
right?
close the distance.
Revenant should slow down MTech. So they still top 3. They haven't exactly overtaken God's Reign yet.
Yes.
But who's in charge of slowing down D plus Kia?
Let me tell you.
Okay.
Blind.
Blind?
No, blind.
But X-Mark hasn't done anything.
They haven't done anything, but they're waiting for the right moment, my friend.
Okay.
They're going to do it when it matters the most. They're going to do it when it hurts the most. The
Okay.
best way to win is letting your opponent get the hope that he's going to be winning the competition, and then in the end moment, you just snatch it away.
You do realize whatever you're saying is just speculations, right? I don't think it's true at all. It's like controversies that is not true, not even real at all. Why are you making stuff up on the broadcast desk and making sure that we leave here? I don't know. You guys got to find out whether or not if it's going to be believable or not, because we are about to start the match here for match number 2. And we hope whatever thing that happened, that your prediction is, if it happens, great. But if it does not happen, don't mislead the audience, man. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, wow. Look at these boards. Beautiful stuff written on there.
Lal Fool, Neela Fool, Scout Bhai, beautiful. Do you know what that means? Red flower, blue flower, Scout Bro, beautiful. I mean, the translation does not work that way. Oh my god, this man actually had an entire painting made. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the big airdrop to drop and the flight to actually hit up to the skies, because this time we are flying over the desert lands of Miramar. The big bird is here in the skies and I am so excited. It starts off from the sides of Al-Azhar, a very vertical flight path, ladies and gentlemen, on towards El Pozo. Now, this is how things are going to begin this time around. I'm going to be extremely excited because, Necro, majority of the southern shoreline of the map will be kind of alienated, which means that for the drop locations, many drop locations will be left uncontested. Gladiators have already taken their drop towards Impala. Now, is there going to be somebody contesting them? That is going to be the question. But, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, there is a small change on the panel. Mr. Icy Baby is going to be taking a leave. especially after my shenanigans with the Red Bull. I think he's in trauma right now. But somebody to replace him. My good friend, Mr. Ice Super Johnny is back.
Yeah. Icy Super Johnny? What?
Icy Super Johnny.
Hey man, Icy Super Johnny also sounds nice.
Wait, actually
it does sound nice.
So it's
I
sort of like that
ring to it.
DBZ Dragon Ball Z fusion that you guys do, and then you're like Icy Super Johnny 1-2.
Yep, that is exactly what it is. We did the dance, everything, and now we have merged, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys doing? It's glad to be back on the desk. And first things first, I mean, the intense action towards the end of the previous game was definitely quite wild, but I'm pretty sure all the matches today are going to be just the same, especially this match of Miramar as well. We have a trajectory starting from the eastern side, heading towards the west, and sticking to the northern part of the map.
Exactly. Gladiator Esports dropping all the way towards Impala as usual, nothing out of the box. This game of Miramar is going to be quite an interesting one, but two foes right next to each other, gliding towards that same compound. What do you think, Salty?
I have no clue, to be honest. The first game, especially the circles of the first game, has sort of traumatized me for quite a while. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the circle in our screens right now. But let's just watch some bird hunting. Team NSR are being hunted down by Junior, but only 31 bullets for his chamber.
Yeah, I was excited when I saw the M249, but now it's shots with the M249 that he has to line up at a distance, which I assume is like a good 60-70 meters, and that too without any scope, just on the iron sight. A pretty big Herculean task, but still the man at least manages to deter the competition away. He's forced, well, instilled fear in their hearts now.
That is true. I mean, it's the M249 as well. It has one of the most worst recalls that you can ask for. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that gun, right? So I'll tell you a little bit of a story in the past. So I actually attached a 6.6 on top of the M249. I thought I can be a pro player.
Yeah.
And as soon as I started spraying, it was like, it was going left and right all over the place.
There's another a person we know who does this for content, and he does figure out a way to make it work.
Who?
Mr. Sharma, over on the Hindi desk.
Sharma.
Yeah, that is why we do not really play with him a lot when he's streaming, because he does all of that shenanigans, but he makes it work, as I said. But this time around, it was a challenge for the individuals from Eagle Owls to make it work. Junior definitely struggling. He did dish out some damage to the players of NSR, but not a single knock was secured, ladies and gentlemen. We are off to a standard start of this map of Miramar, the circle, forming towards the southern half of the map.
Exactly. I mean, the circle, in fact, has definitely kind of brought back things into normal condition, right? Something which we did not really experience on the map of Erangel. But right now, we did see that NSR were just pushed away by Eagle Owls. Eagle Owls have such a good position inside the circle. The only thing is, so many teams coming in from the northern hemisphere will, in fact, are going to rotate in and around of their territory, which does put them in a situation where they can farm those finish points. Technically speaking, apart from them, I think Team X-Park is going to be extremely happy. If the circle does make a sudden shift, I think Team X-Park will have the opportunity of getting themselves a good game on board.
Exactly. Right now, X-Park is just hoping the circle moves towards the southwestern side for maximum success for themselves. And if it does, they won't really have to move much. They have a safer position in Valley Del Mar that they can work with. But it is definitely going to be a challenge. No game of BGMI is ever easy.
Indeed. And right now we've got the players of D+ Kia in front of us. A team that's won the chicken dinner and a team that works as a well-knit unit, pushes in tandem. Every single move they make on the board, it just feels like it's so calculated. They've gone 4 chicken dinners so far. They're making it look so easy. They're making it feel like the Indian teams are not even the competition that D+ Kia can be stopped in the tracks for. But now this is where the Indian team, the Indian power, needs to rise up from the ashes.
You know, D+ Kia definitely deserved that #1 spot right now, because how beautifully they've actually been playmaking all across their way. Because if you look at their positions, right, considering I am sitting in front of a dedicated map feed for like the entirety of the map itself, I've been observing the D+ Kia never really try and find good positions at the circle. They always play outside the circle and somehow keep just paving their path forward. And if you see their mid-rotation pit stops, it's in the middle of nowhere. They never really engage. They always find themselves those safe spots. But once they are in that end game, their power of integrity, be it Forrest, Fabian, Nobu. Nobu has been the greatest playmaker inside this team so far. In clutch situations, he's the one who's going to give them that entry frag, the first contact, and it's always in their favor.
I mean, and this team knows how to close out their matches. Look at how they ended the previous game of Erangel. It was a 1v1 situation down to the shotguns, an S12K versus a DBS. What goes through their head? The options they have left. There's a man bleeding out on the first floor who has a DBS on his back. That weapon can give them an even matchup, plus they will have the man advantage. They go for the revive, risk it all to bring that one man back, and it was just a little bit of hesitation from the side of Kyoya, because of which D plus Kia gained the advantage and were able to put more pressure on him, forcing him into a corner. But still, that level of clarity towards the end game when you are in the heat of the moment, that is just phenomenal, and we all know who is responsible for all of that. It is Fabian, the man with a lot of experience on some of the biggest stages in esports around the world. But switching focus to a team from Korea that is loved by the Indian audience, Rox Esports. As I said, no matter what happens, this team will leave with a lot of Indian fans.
Absolutely. I mean, they've won so many hearts, especially with the way Timon has been a great personality to be on the stage. The people love him. The crowd loves him. The casters love him. And I'm pretty sure everybody from the Indian teams as well love him just because of the antics that he pull up. Now, I was talking about things like these where this is a part of the Korean esports culture as well, right? A little bit of a showboating, a little bit of a celebration as well. We don't really see that in Indian esports, but the fact that it is India-Korea Invitational, our tournament, bringing in, mixing, merging cultures. I feel like this might even transition into certain Indian teams doing that. We don't see a lot.
I hope
we don't see a lot. There's only one guy who actually celebrates like this.
Yeah, exactly. There's just one man. We all know his name. And right now there were comparisons being made yesterday between Timon and Canary, but still, I mean, it was an entertaining set of moments that this team in particular has given us. Plus, it's not just the things that they do off the stage. It's not just their presence outside of the game. Their presence in-game as well is being felt by anyone. Rox Esports has shown massive improvements yesterday.
That is true. Timon and Pumbaa, this duo is just insane, especially Timon. Individual playmaker. I would call that player the star player, the fragger of that team. Usually, you see these type of players not really having that good of a mechanics. They try to play the support role, but Timon's that's not the case. Instead, he's got so strong mechanics that he can actually back his team up in a really good way. MTech, though, for now, it's one of those teams. The first game was spoiled by the players of Revenue Esports, but now MTech, they're over here to get their revenge because they're still so close to that first spot in the overall standings.
They are looking for it. They haven't given up yet. MTech, though, for now, finding themselves against the players of Maru Gaming. And it's going to be Shine who's going to be waiting for him on the other side of that ridge. A little bit of a distance between the two individuals, and that is the only thing that's keeping them away from each other. Shine deciding not to take the fight, looking to fall back, and now we switch over to the star team. Well, the team that won the hearts of every single person in the crowd right now in the arena, Metal Esports, ladies and gentlemen. The struggles of day 1 and 2 have finally faded away.
Exactly. I mean, finally this team actually got the limelight that they deserve, because completely unfortunate incidents not going in favor of Metal Esports has sort of taken majority chunk of the motivation that they had at the start of the tournament. But now every single day they start the day with reinforced vehicle, and I feel like Metal Esports, they do deserve credit for the way they countered multiple teams in that southern shoreline of that Erangel map. And of course Kyoya, I mean, hands down, has sort of given us a moment of a lifetime, at least for a couple of days. Had it been completed, had that 1v4 been completed, it would have, that clip would have been immortal. But it's still going to last in the hearts of all the Indians for at least a couple of days right now.
True. It's going to be there in their hearts, but let's see what the fight in Miramar is going to look like. How will the story unfold of this map? It's going to be quite important for the team to catch up to D plus Kia, but here it is, God's Rain kicking things off. Maru Gaming lose out on one of their individuals. Radao knocked out.
Exactly. God's Rain plays on the top. He's got such a good high ground to play with. Considering Maru Gaming, they've lost out on one player. At this point in time, it's not even a surprise. Maru Gaming, they're usually on the receiving end of every single fight. So yeah, for Godsreen, these can be the free points they need to be feeded upon, and then this can also be that pressure subsider that Godsreen needs.
I mean, definitely needed, right? They need to get this early fight. Now, like you mentioned, right, they have the lead, of course, but Godsreen, they're being very respectful in the way they're approaching. Ninja George is finding the Shy, and he has taken him down completely easily.
I was very curious why Godsreen was resisting the push.
The Shy was just standing still.
The lack of information, maybe? I don't know. It still
Johnny, I'm
feels like
scared.
Maru
Yeah, me
Gaming.
too, man.
Maru Gaming is extremely...
I am scared. I think so. There's going to be a rehost because Maru Gaming was just standing still. So we're not exactly sure what's going on behind the scenes. But right now, in front of our screens, though, definitely Godsreen having a really good start, getting those 2 elimination points wrapped up. So that's a start that every single team would be looking for. Godsreen, it feels like as the tournament's getting closer to the end, they're definitely playing defensive and more defensive.
Yeah.
It's fine. I think playing for position, especially in a circle like this, right, where it might actually dictate what teams have to do depending on that next shift. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do move away from the shorelines, which means that for Godsreen, they will still have to focus around that Picardo region where there is already one team that is going to be Duxon Esports. If they are taken care of, I think for Godsreen, a little bit of their troubles are going to subside because Picardo is going to be inside the circle at least for the 3rd and the 4th renditions.
But the fight against Duxon is not going to be an easy one. That's the only point of concern for Godsreen right now. There's another option. They can fall back, take the hill towards the northern side of Picardo, between Picardo and Power Grid, and play from there. It shall give them a little bit of a high ground advantage to work with, but it's not going to be easy as well. I mean, the middle game stages in a zone like this can be extremely chaotic. You have a lot of urban positions inside the zone. The cluster towards the southwestern side is definitely going to be a massive challenge for them. But Godsreen right now, they are quite close to 2 individuals from the side of Maru, Who Are You and Shine, hiding in that factory. And Godsreen still looking for those early picks for themselves. Will they find a few more? That is going to be a question. A lot of people will find asking.
We just saw the map feed, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I was discussing this with Mr. Sharma, Mr. Professor, and he was analyzing a particular screenshot of the map feed, right, where majority of the Indian teams were on the outskirts and the Korean teams were at the center of it, and it seems like a similar formation has started to happen. We just saw the map feed.
Yeah.
It's just Godsreen who is trying to play for the center, but every single other team is just trying to surround them from all directions.
It changes map to map. In the angle, Big Brothers is the team that plays the center along with the Korean teams. On Miramar, it is the side of Godsreen, as we just saw, and it is extremely, extremely based on where the circle will be. But we have to be careful of how this game plays out, just like the players of Godsreen. Scout OP on our screens. Fans waiting for this man to showcase the legend.
That is true. But speaking about the circle and the stuff that you guys were trying to analyze, one thing is for sure is that these type of things really do showcase the mentality switch up between those 2 different regions as well. While Korean region, they're trying to focus more on the tactical nature. Indian teams, they're trying to focus more on those elimination points. That's what is being showcased. A stark difference between the play styles from both of them. Before now, we've got the players of Blani Esports still on the edges, still on the outskirts. Just a little bit terrified to approach for that safe zone because they are not exactly sure where they're going to get camped out from, where they're going to get holed out from. So still, questions are there from both the sides.
Well, questions are definitely there. Okay, he's looking for information, but it's going to be very difficult for them to try and approach the fight. The entirety of X-Park right in front of him. The other players from the side of 2Z, although in the back lines. Not an easy situation for K to be in. He's just waiting for the opportunity, but the backstab is going to be there. The third party coming in from blind as Inmon is going to fall. X-Park trying to steal the point, but I don't believe it happens. I think Blani Esports, they're going to try and secure their own point for themselves and press this advantage against the players of 2Z.
Oh, Blani Esports making that push. Manya is going to be the one to lead the charge, but it's completely fine. Double Z, they've lost out on that one single guy, but Double Z, do they really look forward to recover inside this fight? That's the question. But Cisse hits the deck. Not looking too good from the far fray. It's going to be the players of X-Spark as well, raining down death and destruction. Blani Esports, even this team is in the run for now. Good shots. Ronnie chipped away, and he instantly backs away from that ridge. Team X Spark is one of those teams that is known to make these wise decisions inside the firefights, and that's what they're going to do once again. They do not want to go for the early collision.
Now, this is one of the tendencies of Team X Spark to try and push for the central parts of the circle in the mid-game, right? They start off from the edges and then they try and breach their way inside, and in doing so, they get multiple mid-rotation fights, get into multiple mid-rotation fights, and this time as well, they were intercepted by the lads from 2Z, and then Blind heard the gunshots, appeared in this particular fight, but thankfully, it was just 2Z who was just caught in the crossfire between these two teams. The Indian teams, X Spark and Blind, have to be extremely thankful that they haven't really chipped off damage of each other, and it seems like Team X Spark has also backed away. In fact, not backed away, but leapfrogged Blind Esports and Rocks Esports and are moving on their own merry way towards the center of the circle.
True that. TWM Gaming in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, a team that has been having such calculated approaches inside the game. And this time as well, TWM Gaming taking their sweet little time, analyzing the area that they're in. Surrounding awareness is something that you really do need a lot, especially on the map of Miramar, where you know the terrains are going to be so exposed. You need to have that visual information. You need to have that visual confirmation, and that's where TWM Gaming, if they do have a solid input on the intel that's happening around them, everything will be good. TWM Gaming, Lobster on our screen, a man inside BGS. This guy was just dominating the floor, but so far, Lobster isn't really able to find that groove. But TWM Gaming as a team, they're doing a good job. X Spark, Gladiator Esports, do not even exactly know what's going on with Gladiators at this point, because Gladiators been struggling throughout this entire momentum. And now the next circuit shift's going to be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to shift right on top of the Los Leones. You guys know I like urban shifts.
Yeah, you and Revenant Esports this time around, because they have control of the entirety of Los Leones and they're looking to make the moves. First of all, against the main rivals in the form of MTech Storm X, but let's see, can they hold their position, or are they going to be wiped out and their position stolen by the opposition? Towards the bottom right, bottom left of our screens, we see the players of Roxy Esports getting rattled as the truck just goes over ridges, trying to make sure he gets at least some information on the opposition. In the meanwhile, it feels like Eagle Owls have collided against the players of Duxton, although they're going to have to refocus in a few short moments with the Rocks closing in on the rear. And Rocks, though, we saw Big Brothers in the distance. A little bit of damage. Well, not really. It was just slamming into the wall. But on the other side, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Metal taking on the players of MTech. Clutch is going to be knocked and finished. And again, MTech taking a massive hit by the hands of Metal Esports. The opening has been found. Revenant Esports bringing in a sandwich. Well, making this fight a sandwich from the other side. The high ground advantage can also work out quite nicely for them.
Yeah, Double Z against the players of Blind Esports at this point. Considering Blind Esports, they've surrounded the players of Double Z. K gets caught. He gets caught lacking. Try to slip away from that spot, but this time his power's not going to let him go like that. Blind Esports, beautiful opening found against Double Z. And now K being taken out of the game as well. That's going to leave Double Z with just a solo man survivor.
Absolutely. Now Team Blind Esports, of course, will have to find a way to take down the rest of the team as well. But Chicken is actually surviving far away from this particular team. A northward rotation from Team 2Z. In fact, the scout from Team 2Z was in a completely different spot altogether, and K, of course, had to pay the price of being the solo man involved into this. But Blind Esports, where do they go from here now is the real question, because, of course, the western edges of the circle, you guys don't really have the information, but it's been completely occupied. Rocks Esports, DK, Big Brothers, all of the entry points are blocked, which leaves them with only one option. A longer rotation and an entry from the north, from the side of La Bendita might just be on the cards.
You're going to have to travel a lot, but at least it's going to be a safer route. And
True.
That can be a priority for Big Brothers, hoping to protect their numbers till the end of the game. But this split is extremely weird. You have two players on the edge, inside the edge of the circle, and the other two sticking towards the so-called unsafe area that's going to be engulfed in the blue. But on shots everywhere, few shots fired towards Big Brothers, but they have time to reset and move towards the other side of the ridge. Rocks Esports, though, it seems like are in a world of hurt, and it's going to be Eagle Owls finding the opening against Rocks.
True that. Big Brother Esports in front of us, and considering Damon's actually the one to get knocked out, this is not too good. The star player out of the game for the side of Rocks. Rattle as well, being pinned down behind that vehicle. Even he gets knocked out of the game. Safe. It's the one to capitalize. Big Brother Esports. Great way to start things off inside the fight. Rocks, if they're able to get rid of this early threat, this can prove out to be really good for the Indian teams. And right now, Rocks just trying to leave with those two players that are surviving.
Big Brothers, they definitely have a good formation outside in the northern part of the circle itself. Good control over the bit of circle, but it seems like they're not really going in for that aggression that they're known for, or what actually impressed their fans at the BGIS. Even Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, finally making that entry point inside the circle. They did not go in for a longer rotation. They just found the edge, and it seems like they're just going to hold it. A little nice little high ground, but it puts them very, very close to D plus Kia. And now look at this. The circle is going to force the issue onto an urban warfare. Majority of these teams will be moving in towards the Los Leones region.
I love it. Gladiator Esports in a really good spot. M-Tech as well in a really solid spot. The majority of the Los Leones area is currently being covered by the players of Revenue Esports because they've already got the high ground secured. They will have so much of that intel flowing in.
I think one of the biggest rewardees of this particular circuit shift is going to be TWM Gaming, because they do not have to care about their backlines, and in fact their entry into Los Leones will be completely masked by the fact that there are so many compounds. They will just be able to find and hold the best compound that they find.
They have bodyguards in the form of gladiators who are just right ahead of them, and in fact here it is, the fight between Duxon and Eagle Owls. Duxon finding yet another pick, almost running into the Molotov. QX needs to be a little bit wary of where he is going, but it's not even going to matter. Benny finding the trade before Eagle Owls can even come up with a game plan, and the Owls have taken a massive hit. The last two players still surviving in the game, but the Scar L6X spray from QX is going to pin them down inside that building. Now Duxon, what is going through their heads? Because even they are not in a comfortable position. They're down to their last two players as well. Do you think, Necro, they go for a push now?
True that. D plus Kia, Fabian, and Osal on the opposite side of this ridge. Rocks looking for to shut him down.
Oh my
Rocks
God,
being
once
found
again
on the board, and things are not looking too good. Forrest is the man in the back lines. And considering Forrest was the one to sort of shut the opponents down, Rocks now on the verge of getting eliminated. Otto being taken out too, and this is tough. Rocks eliminated from the game.
Absolutely. Now, D plus Kia, they have a really, really tough job in hand, of course. For them, I feel like this is the time when they actually have to try and think of creating a play, try and avoiding all the collision. That is exactly what they will do. On the other side, Big Brother Esports, they are starting to look to dominate the northern part of the circle itself, but their far nemesis is going to be God's Reign in the distance, and I think their presence has been sent. All the engines fighting will be giving away their positions.
That is true, but look on the sidelines. Big Brother Esports, do they really want to breach in through these points? That's the big question. There's a lot of hard cover available inside the city, but still, usually the circle plays a massive prank. It shifts away from the city at the last moment. So that's why teams are not looking for to breach in just yet. They're going to let the upcoming circle flow in, and that's where things can be cleared up a little bit more for them.
We are seeing the teams that have taken that urban position also just playing from the edge. They are on those outskirts, but Metal Esports up against the players of X-Pac. Now this is going to be an intense fight. Top Dog in the front lines, quite close to Dreams and Sarang has been brought extremely low, but Top Dog heals up.
Encore fights too. Team X Spark now getting dismantled out and over. And it's all down to Dreams. What can Team X Spark do? This is the fight for survival. Metal Esports up and over. They're picked up the pace inside the competition. The firepower looks pretty nice. The mechanical skill looks pretty nice. Even the utility utilization's on point. And now Picard going for the spray for the man in the back. He's also taking a lot of damage from the zone, going for the patch up. Even his helmet's damaged up. He needs to move in as quick as possible in the front. Kyoya is waiting with open arms to greet him. And Kyoya spots out Picard, but what a good return knockout. Pulls out the AK up for the close, but it's not going to matter. Even Picard hits the deck. Team X Spark on the verge of elimination.
Absolutely, Team X-Pac. they only have their last hope on Dreams itself, and it seems like Top Dog will try and take him down, but what a knock from Dreams. This man is technically so brilliant, and I think now he has only one or two arch nemesis. It's a 1v2 for Dreams to actually continue their dream run in this game. The shotgun of course,
nicely
it's
done.
going to be Encore who reigns supreme.
Encore bobbing and waving, not peeking out from that same angle over and over again. Instead, peeking him from the left, peeking him from the live, being unpredictable as hell. Knuckle as well, getting knocked out. NSR now up against the players of Blind Esports. This is not too good. NSR Red Force, they have managed to rip apart the competition like that. And look at this, XEY spraying down the competition just like that. Blind Esports, they've lost out on Knuckle. This is not too good. Blind Esports in a tough spot.
All right.
Let's see. Blind, as you mentioned, Necro is in a tough position. XEY looking for the climb. Knuckle, he's knocked out on the other side. Just one nade. It can be all over for the players of Blind. It's Revenant Esports that is, well, unknowingly providing NSR enough pressure that Blind can survive. But the nades are being lobbed on the players of Blind. So Revenant is just looking to secure the points for themselves. They see the players of Metal in the distance, but it's not even going to matter. But NSR, they're getting pushed by DK.
Yeah, Duxon, one last man to go. And he's trying his best to fight back, but it's not going to matter. The DBS slaps him down to the ground. Dizzy's going to be the man to put the end to that fairy tale of Duxon. NSR, one thing the coaches mentioned even this morning in the lobby was they're going to be going for the fights. They will be playing really aggressive, and that's what they're doing. They're taking fights left, right, and center. Big Brother Esports now as well, trying to take a fight against the players of Dizzy. Or trying to take a fight against the players of NSR. Metal Esports now are going to be the party crushers at this moment. Top Dog gets knocked out in the front lines. Big Brother Esports trying their best to hold off. Sarvith inside the smoke as well. Things are just happening so back and forth. It's tough to keep track of this. It's such a confusing fight. It's three teams fighting at the same time while Godsreen is pouring down utilities.
And that is exactly what Godsreen wants, right? They do not want to be involved in this fight directly, but also want to reap the benefits. And to be honest, it seems like this is like a perfect script for them. They just want to carry this forward. NSR from the back lines. It's Wings, and he's raised down everyone like going down the lawn. This is absolutely brilliant. But from the back lines, it's Blaze and Godsreen. They are going to find the most crucial knock off the day.
Godsreen are just catching these points. Wings being shut down as well. And Godsreen are going to officially eliminate NSR Red Force out of this game.
Absolutely. Godsreen have so much territory, Johnny, inside the circle. Just look at it.
I mean, this has to be their game now. This is the game that can help them close in against the players of D+ Kia. But it is still going to be a challenge. Gladiator is also controlling the southern side. Revenant Esports towards the southwest. TWM towards the eastern side. This circle now is controlled entirely by the Indian teams. The teams from Korea fighting for the entry. They're fighting amongst themselves towards the eastern side. And that is outside the safe zone.
Yeah. It seems like there is still one contender. There's still one contender from Korea itself, and that is going to be D+ Kia. It seems like MTech Stormix have them underneath their crosshairs. The entry point has been marked by Godsreen. And of course, TWM just gatekeeping these lads. This is the ideal situation.
Yeah.
Look at the Indian control of the final circle. Urban warfare, bring in the fight. That's the statement.
If TWM plays this right, it's going to be a day with destiny. They can capture so many of these points. Finally, the battle breaks out. TWM, they collide against the players of VMT. Shun knocked out as well. But Destiny, when he tried to cross on in inside the safe zone, even the damage was being outputted onto him. TWM eventually, they get eliminated from the game while they're trying to cross in through the smoke trails. And Godsreen's going to be the one to reap the benefits. 11 elimination points racked up. Godsreen, they're here to cover all the gap that was being created by D+ Kia. Nicely done.
Absolutely, and now there's just 3 teams and 11 players remaining. Gladiators and Revenant Esports, they're all going to hold back. Look at this. Once again, a 4v3 situation.
And Godsreen, the prime contenders for the win this time around. Everyone is hoping for their win. The crowd is on its feet, waiting to witness this final collision. Godsreen, Gladiators, and Revenant Esports fighting for the chicken dinner in game number 2.
But the circle is right on top of the players of Gladiator Esports.
Yeah.
The BGMI gods are favoring them. The circle on top of the compound. Gladiator Esports really looking comfy inside that one, and that's the only hard cover to play with. Godsreen needs to play like a team over here. They need to do the same thing that the players of DK did in the first game.
Exactly. Slow approach, take control first, create the numbers advantage, and then go for an all-in push. But will God's Reign be able to execute this? They are laying down the smokes, have blocked the vision from the side of Revenant, and now trying to build up the push towards the players of Gladiators. It's not going to be easy for them. Have a few vehicles to work with. Gladiators still looking quite solid for the endgame situation. But God's Reign have the momentum as well. The players of Revenant moving out. Are they going to be caught off guard? The answer is no. They managed to go for a start. But down against the players of Gladiators. And this is going to be the cue for God's Reign to move in. Shogun with the self-nade is going to get knocked out. Revenant Esports in a world of hurt.
Revenant Esports get ripped apart, but then God's Reign, they take the advantage of that fact, and they push in as well. Now slowly and steadily trying to close that up to the compound. This third party from God's Reign can actually work out perfectly fine. God's Reign now stopped in their tracks, but as they find that opening with the utility, another man from Revenant Esports gets knocked out. God's Reign, so many points. It's a feast for them as Blaze is now going to make the death march inside the building. He keeps on charging up. God's Reign, they take it up close and personal. And he's been eliminated. And that's it. God's Reign's going to be the one to take it. With that, there's a chance. You've also came back on the first spot in the overall standings.
Oh my God, God's Reign finally did that. This is absolutely brilliant. Look at the celebration, look at the joy, and look at how they actually made that happen. Blaze with 8 finishes, leading the charts. God's Reign. D plus Kia, they had a statement in the first game. God's Reign, they ripped right back in kind. That is Indian hospitality for you, ladies and gentlemen.
15 elimination points wrapped up. That's a nuke dropped on top of the battlegrounds.
Exactly, a 30-point game being brought in by God's Reign, and there it is, a proud mother of Blaze, I believe, in the crowd cheering for the son Steve, and definitely a worthy cheer as well. What an amazing fight, what a win from this team. The struggles, my goodness, this fight is going to go down to the wire. D plus Kia against God's Reign. This is going to be a historic battle between these teams now.
Oh my God, that was such a nice moment that we witnessed. A mother being so proud of a child, of her team, and of course them making the whole nation proud. I have had a roller coaster of emotions throughout this game. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, today is turning out to be like that. I mean, we have around, I don't know, I can't really count heads that fast, but I'm going to assume that's like 4,000 people or 4,000 plus, just to be on the safer side. And all of them were so proud. Last few moments of the game, every single person in this arena was on their feet, focused on the screen, waiting to see what was going to happen. And finally, when God's Reign got that chicken dinner, there was a massive roar in the crowd. But here are the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. The players from Rocks Esports a little disappointed. It was quite tough for them. But to be fair, I mean, there was nothing they could do in that situation. They were just caught completely off guard, right, Nitro?
Indeed, yeah, they indeed were. I mean, especially I like the final 3 moment too. When Revenant Esports made that push happen against Gladiators, God's Reign knew this is the exact opening they've been waiting for. They instantly capitalized with the third party. First of all, they did not go for a direct engagement. They did the same thing that DK did. They pushed in tandem, they used the utilities to find the openings, and then once they knew that, okay, now the damage is already been dealt, they pushed up close and personal with the DBSs.
I don't think my heart is going to be able to take all 5 games today. I mean,
Yeah,
3 matches I did.
not
Game number
mine.
1, game number 2, both the games down to the wire. Such a tough fight being put by every single individual that is there on the stage. It does not matter if you're a team from India. It does not matter if you're a team from Korea. Every single individual right now is playing for themselves, playing for their team, playing for their country as well. But the objective is simple. You have to be the one to win.
I mean, exactly. You definitely need to be the one to win. And speaking about Blind Esports too, right? I like the fact that now every single team over here inside the competition is not shying away from the fights. You see any team, they will try to take those fights. They will try to aim for those elimination points. And that's how things will keep on flowing up.
Well, talk about the flow. D plus Kia. Have to give them props. Even they haven't lost the flow. But still, I want to know what the difference in the overall rankings is going to be like. This game is getting more and more intense with every single time these teams are on our screens. And X-Pac and Metal, this fight was also very interesting. It was that one nade from Paradox that just destroyed the hopes and dreams of X-Pac ever winning this fight. X-Pac reacted quite nicely. They got the trades, paid in fact the players a medal in kind, but it just wasn't enough.
Indeed. I mean, especially looking at the highlights as well, you can clearly see this push was such a scrappy push from Metal Esports. And then from the back, it was just Godsreen reaping benefits off of this push.
Yeah.
Godsreen was just tossing in utilities, and they were getting those elimination points wrapped up, getting a couple of shots in as well. I feel so bad for TWM Gaming. They had a solid hold on top of the compound. They used that smoke trail as well to cross in, but I guess the smoke trail wasn't enough.
Even the rotation in the early stages of the match was so nice, having taken control of that eastern edge and moving into the zone from the eastern edge in stage 4 of the match. But still, in the end, ladies and gentlemen, the final few moments, things made easier for the side of God's Reign as Revenant went for a push on Gladiators, and God's Reign showed up for a very well-timed third party, putting additional pressure on Gladiators and making sure that it was God's Reign who were there to win the chicken dinner of this match. But that was 2 games. We have 3 more left.
Guys.
Listen, let me say one thing. Now this chicken dinner, you cannot even say that God's Reign needed this desperately. India needed this chicken dinner desperately because there was a big lead being made by D plus K in the overall standings, but now that lead is almost going to be nullified.
You need one more game like this and it can be, well, it can completely fade away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it will completely overturn. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about the MVP of this game. It is Blaze from Team Gosrain. 8 finishes. Man almost gets 1,000 points of damage all by himself.
An impressive performance. No wonder his mom is proud. The poster was there. And of course, I mean, Blaze has been incredible in this game. A key reason for this team's performance. But look at this. Revenant Esports Fierce is going to be there on the 2nd position in terms of the top 5 players. Seth from Big Brothers, Aquanox from God's Reign, and Apollo from Revenant. It's all Indian players.
Yeah.
Top 5.
But again, you've also got from Revenant, Fierce, Apollo, Seth, and everyone just coming in together. It just felt so nice. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, we've got to talk about how this game kind of shapes up things. We saw the faces of God's Reign yesterday, not yesterday, just a while ago, how they were kind of under pressure, but that pressure is going to subside. Why? Because they dropped a 30 bomb.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, look, 15 finish points, 15 positioning points, as you mentioned. A nuke dropped on top of the entire map, and then you move on forward towards Revenant Esports. One team that's currently being really sneaky, that is Revenant Esports. I mean, they're not doing too bad in the overall standings as well.
That is very true, Necro. I'm glad you brought that up, because I did not even realize when Revenant broke into the top 8 and then slowly and steadily they're just moving up and up and up and up, and you don't even see it happen. This is the old Revenant that we are used to witnessing, a team that plays under the radar. You never see them make flashy plays, and when you see them running into a fight and getting picked off, but they bring points every game.
I mean, another team from Korea that's actually slipping under the radar is MTech Stormex, still pinned down on that 3rd spot. They're getting those consistent point flow to sort of keep themselves in that spot, but Revenant Esports breaching inside top 4, and look at the points difference between God's Reign and D plus Kia.
16 points. 16 points separating these two teams right now with 3 games to go. And of course, D plus Kia having the advantage of those 2 extra chicken dinners that they have in comparison to God's Reign. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the 2nd page of the rankings, where we have on the 9th Big Brother Esports, followed by Medal on the 10th, and Red Force on the 11th. Duxon, a lot of expectations from Duxon, but they have been underperforming this time around. On the 12th position right now, we have 2Z on the 11th, and of course 3 more teams on the bottom 3 position. But there it is, Robin along with Blaze, the man of the match from the previous game. And of course, that gesture, it can only mean one thing. India number 1.
India number 1.
India will be on the top. Just give us some more time to work around, and we'll make sure that India will be on the top as well. And then you've got their competitors, D plus K. I just love the fact that even though this is such a tough competition, even though both these teams are in such a dicey position, but both of them seem so calm and composed. They're not letting that pressure get to them.
You can see only one player from either teams is feeling the pressure. On the side of God's Reign, it's Robin, and one player from D plus Kia. But they have made some fans, man. DK, they have made some, and I don't mean to say some. I mean they made a lot of fans.
It's
That
not
is
just
true.
DK as well. Even Rocks, right? I
Yeah.
feel like Rocks and DK are going to be the two teams who have had a lot of fans for themselves.
You mean Tamon from Rocks. Not Rocks as a whole, Tamon especially. This man, even at the start of the day, you saw the IRL highlights. This man entered once again with a bang. He was like a snake in this map of Sanok. He was proning down, moving around, and then peeks out and then shoots. I guess that might just be a hint of what he's going to be doing in the upcoming map.
Can be.
I mean, we've seen his shenanigans up against X-Pac, especially on top of Everest. So might just be something else as well on his mind. But so far, we haven't really seen the Korean teams performing today. It's just been D plus Kia, whose performance in the first game has definitely boosted up their morale and boosted up their performance. But now I'm expecting a little bit more competition from the Korean teams, because it seems like the Indian teams are like a handful for them. They're just falling apart right now.
A handful. Wow. I mean, that's one way to say that. But you know what? Speaking about handful stuff, one thing that's for sure is Gladiator Esports. I guess they're desperate to make that climb in the overall standings. I guess they're here to make that statement, or they're here to prove that statement wrong that IC made. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Indian teams on the first half of the board. And I guess Gladiator Esports knew that, okay, we're the only one currently on the latter half of the board not doing that great, so we need to make that climb at least on the first half of the board.
I kind of forgot, what is the situation right now? How many do we have in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
It is quite evenly split. I mean, it's quite evenly split between the two regions. But ladies and gentlemen, what is not even is the audience. Yeah, the emotions in the audience. I mean, we all know.
Wait, what? Is his shirt glowing?
India for the fun. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Is his shirt glowing?
Yes, it is.
It is.
India for the win. There
How
are
is that
DWM
possible?
supporters in the arena as well.
Just put some light underneath your shirt, I guess.
No, it's just different material, guys.
Yeah, I guess.
Reflective
Radium?
material.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you call it, right? Radium.
No, radium is different.
Radium is, I think, radioactive. It's not reflective.
Oh,
Anyway, just look at the crowd today. I think, is it sold out? I think it is sold out.
It is. So I found out yesterday from the fans in the arena that the finals, the tickets for the finals were sold out a long time ago. But there are tickets outside the gate as well in the venue, ladies and gentlemen. And it does happen that every now and then they open the gates, let a few people in, and again the process repeats. So every now and then there will be an opportunity for people to come in.
We'll find capacity for you.
But I would still say, do not stand outside in the sun. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
And it's better if you just go back home and watch the broadcast from your phones, live devices as well, because you're definitely missing out on being over here. But it's something that you can also watch from your comfort of your home too.
That
right?
thing says "Dil se godlike."
Well, that
means
team's not
godlike
even
from
over
the
here.
heart. Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine. Let our cameraman focus. Let our cameraman focus. He is sort of lost. Scout,
Brother Scout,
bye. Something like that.
Yes, I think that was it. What else do we got?
What else do we have?
I can't read it. He keeps shaking that sign, man.
Yeah. I feel like we need to stop Salty sometimes. He gets a little bit too wild.
Salty is a wild man, though.
He is.
Bro, I mean, I'm not sure if he saw that Red Bull incident.
I did. I was
You
just
did?
standing right next to the stage.
Man showered with Red Bull.
Yeah.
Poured it on top of his head.
Yeah, not just my head. My trouser is gone, it seems
You
like.
didn't do anything to your side of the desk. You were in Necro's side of the desk.
That's true. Look at my
You did
trousers.
do that.
I literally have marks on my trousers because of his Red Bull shenanigans.
It's fine, man. It's
Did
fine.
you see the smiles on the faces of the players of God's Reign? It seems like they have plans building up, or already built up for the map of Sanok, the upcoming game.
Back to back, maybe, just like how Deep Leskia did yesterday. That can be a great way to pave the path and also put on the pressure against the players of Deep Leskia.
Oh, for sure, and especially considering it's the last 3 games of this BGMI India Korea Invitational. If that happens, the energy after that in the last 2 games, it's going to be incredible to witness. But all of that is just speculation. What if that happens? But right now, Deep Leskia, we know, in a situation like this, they haven't lost the lead since they've gotten it even once.
Now, we know one thing. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanok.
Yeah.
Aggression has to be the way to go. Asserting dominance for a certain position has to be the way to go.
Yeah.
Speaking about asserting dominance, Deep Leskia isn't really one of those teams that likes to assert dominance. Instead, they play on proactivity. So one thing is for sure, Deep Leskia will try to be as quick as possible on the wheels, secure a good spot inside the circle, and then maybe let the other teams fight out for a good spot in the circle.
I have an analogy, right? We know. Oh my God! Wait, we'll actually talk about that a little later. Look at this, Roxy Sports. How entertaining are they every single time? I mean, every time the camera is on them, they're like, "All right, fine, boys, we're gonna give you something."
Yeah, they're very entertaining, and I think every single time Timon just stands up, the audience just start cheering for him.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
all right, we like this guy.
the man is athletic, bro.
Yeah.
He's not just athletic; he's also pretty good at the game as well. What was that team that she was pointing at? Anyway, guys.
Man, that guy got pictures printed on the poster. Wow.
The man, the myth, the legend.
God's Reign for the win. God's Reign for the win. It's kind of split between God's Reign and Team X Park right now. But the sort of analogy I was talking about, right?
Team X Park is first.
True.
But just from the bottom.
Hey, Necro. Sometimes you've got to let me finish, my man. I know you love me. But listen to me also sometimes.
Yeah. Did I just steal your words?
Yeah.
Oh. That's the thing, right? Considering we both are Gen Zs, we're both are like brothers. At this point, we've spent so much time with each other that now even our thinking, our mentality is sort of the same.
Yeah.
Do you think you can 2v2 one of the duos on stage, though?
Oh, that'd be sick, though. Imagine.
In real life? Yeah.
No, I think it's going to be a beatdown either way, but...
Not in the game, man. I mean, of course.
In the game, it's going to be worse.
In the game,
it's going to be worse. But
Of
you know what? It
course.
would be fun. Imagine Salty and Necro versus Timon and Pumbaa.
Bro,
Yeah,
we
you
could
guys
do
are
that
not
in
winning
real
that.
cricket, though. I'm not really sure if I'm even going to volunteer to compete in
speaking about
BGMI.
cricket,
It
we've
makes
literally
no
got
sense.
We've literally got the Neston behind us. We can make it happen.
Oh, technically speaking, yeah, but then it's still fine, man. But imagine this: if we 2v2 in BGMI, I think we are getting destroyed.
Yeah,
Of course.
you guys, of course, getting destroyed. But taking the light away from you guys and bringing it back on the
Yeah.
players. And, of course, the matchup that is about to happen. On Sanok, we notice a lot of changes. Drops are being switched willy-nilly just because of how small the map is, and you can be a little bit more adaptive on this map. Do you guys expect that to happen in the next game?
Dude, I was about to raise a point, right?
Yeah.
Teams are starting to drop to wherever it's comfortable. They're starting to take fights right from the get-go itself. Now, Miramar was different. I think Sanok is going to bring that same nature and just amplify that once again. Considering how DK have been playing so far, at playing outside the circle and trying to make that late rotation, I think the water bodies, the rivers which kind of dissect the map on Sanok, that is going to play a very crucial role in the detrimental. Because imagine this, right? If DK, they cannot make that decision early on and they have to make that last ditch rotation, I think they will be in some under heavy fire.
I'm a believer of Sanok brings in the variety.
Yeah.
True.
And usually when there's a map of Sanok, the meta sort of shifts. Now, what do I mean by meta? Right now, the meta is like the top teams dominating.
Yeah.
First game, D plus get chicken dinner. Second game, God's Reign chicken dinner. Now, third game of the Sanok, a random team can be the winner. You never know who is going to be the winner from the 16 teams that's going to be playing, because we know the circle plays a massive role in the map of Sanok. Whichever team the circle is going to be favoring, that team will be in a really comfortable spot. But then the rest of the teams, they get screwed massively.
That is true indeed. I mean, it is going to be a tough challenge if you are trying to take the fights extremely late in the game, especially with one team controlling a good position. And the hardships can definitely give a challenge, especially on the eastern side of the map. We have seen zones position in Query and Bhan, where you have only one compound in the center of the final few zones, and whoever controls that compound can end up winning the game. Situations in Camp Alpha can turn out totally differently, though. We know that one team that has dominated that island for a long time, even in this tournament, Blind Esports.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blind Esports is one of those teams. Right now, they're in a really tricky spot to say anything about them. They're sort of doing good in the overall standings, considering day 2 was the where they made the comeback. But right now, the start to the day 3 hasn't really been that great. Blind Esports, they're trying their best to rely on the mechanics, which what they're good for. They know their firepower is something they can rely all the time on, but that's really not enough. You need to click in well as a team as well.
Yeah, that is quite true. What's your take on this, Salty?
I think Blind Esports, especially after yesterday's comeback, they're feeling better. They're feeling healthier inside the maps. They're feeling more comfortable, more confident in their rotations as well. And that has been like the key detrimental factor to their performance. And now that they have found it, I think this team can still push, if not for the #1 position, at least for the #3 position as well. Because Blind Esports know how to get a huge chunk of points from a very small amount of games. They know how to drop these 30 bombs, especially with Ronnie being back in form, especially with Nakul being back in form. Espoir always was in his phenomenal best. I feel like this team definitely can take it all the way.
At the start of the day as well, we noticed the points teams were able to get for themselves every single day, and we saw the massive improvement that was there in Blind Esports on day number 2. If that trend goes on, game number 1 was quite brilliant for Blind as well. Game number 2, a little bit shaky, but still there is opportunity. 3 more matches left. Even if they win one of them, that should bring them in the contention. Maybe not for the trophy, but for the podium at least.
Exactly.
You know what? Let me suit up properly.
Let's.
Now, you guys might say, why am I getting ready? Because the upcoming map as well is going to be loaded up on our screen soon enough, Salty, because it seems like all the players are ready in the lobby. Now, this is where I ask you guys for your predictions. Upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok. As I mentioned, Sanhok's supposed to bring in that variety. Which team do you guys think? And also give me an in-depth explanation of why do you think so that team's going to win.
Johnny goes first.
Let me try and ask Maisie over there. Oh, he's not on the Hindi desk right now. He's on a break.
Where
I would
is
have asked
Maisie?
him, and I would have known at least that one name that I can count out. Salty, what about you? Which team are you
No,
picking?
I just said Johnny goes first.
All right, I'm going to go with it's Sanhok. Based on the current situation, I'm going to go with Blind Esports, actually. We've talked about them quite a lot. It's either going to be Blind or Gladiators.
What do you think of Blind Esports, like on the map of Sanhok?
Because last few days we have seen a lot of Western circles, and in a Western circle, I do believe Blind tends to do well.
And one fun fact about Blind Esports, now usually they like to drop on top of the top left island, but yesterday Sanhok, they changed that drop location.
And it backfired on them so badly because the
did.
zone was right on the edge of that Camp Alpha Island. Imagine if that game, Blind had gone for their standard drop. They could have won this game. You know this as well. We've seen this for the last 3 months. We've been watching Blind Esports. Every single time there's a Western Circle, Northwestern Zone on Sanhok, this team dominates.
Absolutely.
What about you, man?
Man, I'm going to go with my heart. I want God's Rain to win. It's not a prediction. It's a requirement at this
What
point.
do you mean, not a prediction? I'm asking you for your prediction, my friend.
See, one more thing. Right now, I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone also realizes we have gone for those Indian picks. But if you were to pick a team from the Korean side who can win the game, who do you think? D plus Kia?
Oh, okay. D plus Kia can be a really safe option to go with.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with MTech. I think so they're a pretty solid pick. Right now in the top 3, actually. On the 4th spot is Revenant Esports. Salty, you can try to pick them.
I mean, I've always actually gone for Revenant Esports in majority of my predictions, but considering you just mentioned about Korean teams, I think MTech Stormex, if not MTech, then maybe the lads from Eagle Owls actually have a good chance. We've seen them take control of the central circles, and if the circle does end up at the center of this map of Sanhok, there might be a potential chance.
There's another team that I would hope they take the win, just because of how entertaining it can be. After they win, Roxy Sports hoping to see their performance as well. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, the game is about to begin. It's going to be an exciting start to this map of Sanhok, and an important one as well. And here we go, the map loaded up. Here comes the flight path on our screen in the next few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the game of Sanhok, match number 3 of day number 3 of BGMI India Korea Invitational. And it seems like we have started our journey, and it does start from the side of Hathin towards Kampong. This is going to be extremely exciting because this flight path, in the map of Sanhok, we don't really consider the flight path. We know that it's going to be small enough, but certain regions are still very far away, especially I'm talking about the further frontiers of the Camp Charlie Island. I'm talking about Tambang, I'm talking about Nakham and Sami. These regions might just be isolated. Speaking of drop locations, Johnny, no sign of Blind Esports.
Yeah, Blind yesterday dropped towards boot camp, and I think that is their game plan again. Or are they going to shoot for Painan? Yes, they are going for the city of Painan. I guess the influence of the new coach Mayavi has brought in a lot of changes for the side of Blind, but as soon as the game begins, a fight breaks out. X-Pac taking on the players of Maru and wiping the floor with them. Trades coming in from either side. The players of Maru extremely low. Sarung is going to be caught off guard and dropped as well by Shine. X-Pac down to their last man. Scout left with a sliver of HP. No heals available. Is this the end for this squad? At least in this game. And yes, it's gonna be last few shots as he was jumping through the window. And Maru Gaming end up winning that fight, all at the cost of just one player from their side.
Exactly, it's not even that clean to be honest. It's not even that problematic to be honest. It was pretty clean from the side of Maru Gaming, just losing out on one player. But now look at this. It seems like Double Z have actually been under fire. Now CJ has been taking down Blind Esports, dropping to the side of Point, and it seems like they've taken a collision against Double Z. And this power was trying to overextend, and he's been punished because of it.
I'll bring this up again and again. The man promised to build the most aggressive lineup in India ever. And now Blind Esports again charging with the aggression. S-Power is going to be taken down. Ronnie, Nakul and Manya still present. 2Z find themselves in a 3v3 with a 2-1 split that they have to work with. One player from the side of 2Z is on that Pine Arm Bridge. 2 players in the city. In the meanwhile, Blind, all 3 players in the city.
I'm not really sure how much of an information will be passed on from that Pine Arm City, from the Pine Arm Bridge, in fact. But it seems like even K is kind of looking to try and get some unorthodox information from there itself. But Johnny, of course, it seems like Blind Esports, they've lost interest in this particular fight. They're not moving closer to Team 2Z. In fact, they're actually moving away from the village of Pine Arm, trying to get themselves a rotation and trying to get themselves back on track in this circle, because the first circle has appeared, ladies and gentlemen. And when the map appears, I'm going to tell you exactly why is Blind looking to get their good positioning.
Well, they're going to look for a superior position. They have the superior numbers, but it's not going to be easy. Early stages towards the Western zone, and again, I believe, since we were talking about Blind, they're going to have the regret of not dropping on the Camp Alpha Island. If they can win this fight against 2Z and control the city of Pine Arm all to themselves, then it's going to be all good and dandy for them. On the other side of the map, we did see a little bit of a collision between Revenant Esports and Duxon. Even trades from either side. Revenant, I believe, in a tough position, though.
Exactly, Revenant Esports in a really tough position. But then speaking about the circle as well, look at it. It has a mysterious aura. You never know where it's going to be shifting towards.
Mystery? Well, I mean, Revenant Esports will always go for the heal battle. No? They are in the southern split trying to get themselves first in kits.
What are you saying?
Speaking about mystery, I just forgot what I was about to say. I think so even that's a mystery.
Wow.
Yeah, we're not talking to Necro again, Salty.
Wow, Necro. You can just have your seat.
For now, though, Chicken definitely looking forward to make a couple of players take a backseat inside the game. Double Z in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. They've got the high ground advantage against the players of Blind, and Blind being trapped in that spot. I'm not exactly sure what type of shenanigans Blind was looking for to pull off, but one thing is for sure, this type of an instant switch in the drop spot is something that's catching them off guard.
Maru Gaming, though, we saw their name on the feed. And after the early collision against the players of Xpark, it seems like Metal Esports is now giving them a little bit of trouble. Shine knocked out, Top Dog and Kyoya. Look at them going for a swim along their merry way. They're going to make it to the shoreline, but the third party on Maru is going to be absolutely brutal for them to deal with. God's Rain chiming in for the sandwich.
Absolutely. Now, God's Rain, as a matter of fact, they have such a lovely position holding the shorelines of the Camp Alpha Island, and it seems like Team Maru Gaming are just going to walk in front of them. They are like fishes, and they are the fishermen, and it's not just them. Even Metal Esports is joining the party. Maru Gaming in the middle of a crossfire, and there's no way to actually get out of it.
Yeah, nowhere to go. Even the man in the water lines gets dealt with, and now Maru Gaming, they've only got that one man who's going for the resurrections. As soon as the res is going to come through, it's going to be a 2v4 scenario. Top Dog single-handedly is manhandling the players of Maru Gaming. And even now, Kyoya backs him up with the cavalry. UMP-45 and M416. A solid loadout with also 2 frag grenades to back him up. He can now try and toss that nade. And that's what happens. The trajectory seems pretty good. Tosses that nade. Might just find the connection. Was pretty close, but unfortunately for Kyoya, the players in the front already patched themselves up. And now Maru Gaming back on feet with pretty good HP.
They've baited the shots, the players of Metal from the side of Maru. They have the information of where they are. And the second night from Kyoya on point. The man knocked out the Shy down to half HP.
Exactly. Shy. He knows he's getting approached by the foe. Kyoya is pushed up close and personal. What's going on with Shy? He was not aware of that push, did not hear the footsteps. And Kyoya takes the advantage of that fact. Maru Gaming, they had 4 elimination points wrapped up. Team X Sparks' revenge is being taken by Metal Esports.
Revenge certainly is being taken, but it seems like God's Reign and Metal Esports will have a huge responsibility on their shoulders. They are on the central frontiers of the circle itself, and everybody is going to rotate from the mainland, from this territory itself, which means that they are going to be finding a lot of these fishes into the sea. But it seems like for now, both God's Reign as well as Metal, they have faced each other, and they're not shying away from this fight. They want to take this on. In fact, want to take this squad head on. For now, of course, a little bit of an information exchange, and that means Team God's Reign, they are going to fall back. No early collisions once again. Even Metal Esports not really overextending. But there's one more team on this particular island, on the Camp Alpha Island. That's going to be EM Tech's StormX, right? Their presence actually makes it a little worse for God's Reign as well as Metal Esports. But I want to find out if there can be the surprise package, because I'm not really sure if God's Reign and Metal are aware of their positioning.
Exactly.
Yeah. I do agree with that. I think the information might not necessarily be there, and especially considering Metal, this 4-man push can backfire at any time if God's Reign get information of how Metal is approaching the zone. On our screens, D plus Kia, this has been their standard strat. Take control of ruins, hold close to the shoreline.
Of course, as I mentioned, D plus Kia, they rely massively on that proactivity, and that's what they're doing. Once again, quick on their feet, secure a good spot inside the circle, look pretty good, and yeah, that's all you need to do. Just go with the flow from then on.
Going with the flow. That's going to be the name of the game for this team. It has been, in fact, all this time around, but the only thing that can put them in a precarious spot is going to be too much pressure from the other teams that are going to be moving towards that Camp Alpha position. It's still the first initial stages of this game, ladies and gentlemen. After those 2 early eliminations, all these teams find the breathing room that they need, the breathing room to reassess their position, the zone, everything that can possibly happen to them while they try to move inside the circle. But look at this. TWM. A lot of hopes from TWM. At the start of the day, they were in a position from where they could have won it all. But having a slow start onto the map of Erangel and, of course, on Miramar as well, has pushed their plans of winning the trophy back a little bit. A small setback, but if they can bring themselves back into the action, it's going to be a different story. But Eagle Owl's on our screens, Necro.
Yeah.
I love this boat skin, man.
It is pretty
So
cool,
cute.
right?
Yeah.
It's got a little bit of fan in the back as well, sort of like a submarine feel that gives you. But for now, what a beautiful spray that was. Sivu finds MJ. And a drive-by that was quite good, but Eagle Owls, they do realize that they have screwed themselves up by giving their position away for Revenue Esports. It's going to be free point up for grabs, and that's what Revenue Esports wants to pull off. MJ, he realizes that he's been knocked out, but still that's not going to be the point of concern at all now. Instead, the table's going to be flipped against the players of Eagle Owls.
Revenant Esports, they're going to look to capitalize on this moment. Eagle Owls literally have to climb up a cliff before they can even think about taking the fight. Revenant Esports, that was a self-bait, by the way. You see one player, all 4 players do secure the knock, but the finish was not even an option on the board for them with how Revenant Esports had set it all up. But you know what? Both these teams, their rotation is going to be delayed. They are towards the southernmost point of this entire map of Sanok in the city of Bantai. Revenant Esports, they're looking for this finish. Oh no! Had he not ADS'd, he would have gotten it.
The shark in the water is spotted, but the knockout's already there, so all's good in the hood. Nothing's messed up just yet for Revenue Esports. Now looking forward to capitalize for the upcoming elimination points as well, considering now Revenue Esports, even they've got their own fish amongst the enemy lines.
Yeah.
he can try and scout out and give the live point location away off the players of Eagle Owl. But there's an in-water resurrection coming into play. Eagle Owl's being trapped in this spot. It's next to impossible to get out from, but they also need to patch themselves up. Will this entire stuff be enough for the players of Eagle Owls to get out of this tricky spot? For now, it seems like it's going to be a no. Sensei finds the knockout. Elimination follows up. And now another player from the side of Eagle Owls, Nova, looking forward to make some shenanigans, looking forward to make some moves on the board. Nate tossed out. So close to Nova. No one knocked out. Confirmation flows up instantly.
2 players down, 2 more remaining. Revenant Esports looking for a squad wipe on the lads of Eagle Owls, and based on how they have set it all up, it's not going to be too difficult for them to finish the thing that they've started now. Sensei, an incredible job, an incredible position being held actually, and this setup from Revenant can even be the final nail in the coffin for Eagle Owls for the final day, but Sevu Jr., they've managed to make their way up this cliff. Sensei on one and 3 players from the side of Revenant on the other. There's nowhere left to go, Necro.
Indeed, nowhere to go. Eagle Owls in a really comfortable spot as well. So many possibilities, so many questions at the same time. What do you exactly rely on? Even the circle shifting right on top of the top left island, where EMT right now is in the prime spot. Godsreen right next to them. Big Brothers as well is right behind them. Top 3 teams inside the circle who've got the biggest chance to win.
Godsreen. Definitely one that the fans are hoping to see win this chicken dinner in this match as well. Again, I mean, Camp Alpha Circle, and you want to see whatever Blind Esports will put on the board. How, in fact, will they try to secure this match in their favor? They have a pretty decent position to work with as well towards that western shoreline of the Ruins Island. Gladiators on a screens damage taken by the players of TWM.
Indeed. Eagle Owls in the front being trapped in that entire ridge. Spots one man out in the open, but no, instead an instant slap back from Apollo. Slaps down that player. Eagle Owls trying their best. Pulls out the shotgun. Sifu is being the playmaker for the side of Eagle Owls. Can he make another play this time? No, he can. Shuts down MJ as well, who was looking for to approach the fight. But then from the back lines, Revenant Esports, they're trying their best to provide that cover fire. Sensei as well from the front is now going to try to close on Fierce. Has the high ground advantage. Will he try to abuse this?
It's going to be too difficult. I mean, they have the sandwich set up, but the players of Revenant are bleeding out slowly and steadily. And Eagle Owls, look at that. They managed to bring the fight to a 2v2 now. From being in an advantageous position, Revenant Esports have dropped that advantage, given an even fight to the opposition. Sabu taking a lot of shots through the smoke, but he's looking for the finish, and from the backline it's going to be Fierce finding the opening now. It's Junior remaining a 1v2 for Eagle Owls.
Indeed, Junior still over there in the backlines. Revenant Esports, this can be a spring back they needed inside the fight. Unfortunately, Sensei, he let that resurrection go, and while he tried to take the shots, he lost out on his teammate. This is tough. Apollo is supposed to be the playmaker for Revenant Esports, but now that Apollo's not inside the game, Sensei needs to take matter in his own hands. Stevie is pulled down. What a great slap that was. Slaps down Sensei. IGL out of the contention, out of the picture. Now it's down to Fierce, a man who needs to take a fearless approach inside the fight. Can Fierce make it happen? It's a 1v2 scenario. Junior going for the resurrection, a wise option and a wise decision.
The nade looks good, the utility looks good, but will Fierce be able to convert? That's going to be a question. Revenant Esports on the wrong end of their stick. 1v2 now, Eagle Owls with the advantage. Seivu and Junior, nades lobbed, trying to see if they can catch Fierce off guard, and he's going to be forced off of Sensei. The damage from the nade is going to be immense. The DBS not even an option. Junior wins the fight. 4 eliminations for Eagle Owls, a 2v4 pulled out.
The fight just kept on swinging back and forth. For a moment, we thought Eagle Owls is going to win. Then Revenant Esports, they catch the players of Eagle Owl off guard. But then later on, we think Revenant Esports can once again win because they had the positional advantage. But then in the end, it's Eagle Owl to close things off. Beautifully done. Tables being flipped against Revenant Esports.
Absolutely.
That's not how it was supposed to go.
But man, oh man, this game is turning out to be such a blockbuster. We still have that massive water body which splits these 2 islands. In fact, not just 2 islands, 3 islands, and all of their hopes and dreams are waiting on the on the decisions of the BGMI gods. Where do they land the circle? And finally, I think it's going to be the Camp Charlie Island. Majority of the teams who are there are going to be at a massive advantage. But look at this, Justin, the man who actually takes the form of a snake right now. These reptiles can cause a lot of harm, Necro. We know that, and TWM have no idea that this team is holding on to this position.
But that snake has a name, and his name is Justin. And that snake has also been a gladiator in the past. He's here to claim the arena. TWM Gaming in front of us. A team that has been looking so tactically good inside the games. Day 2, TWM popped off in a really good way. Day 3, struggles are clearly visible. Big Brother Esports, this could have been so bad. Rishi slips away at the nick of time, but then Hyun from the top. Utility tossed up, not exactly on the mark. Uzumaki still in the back lines as well. Rishi being chipped up so low. Another nade tails in. Rishi barely surviving on the silver of HP. Almost could have been slipped away to his death. But Hyun right now, considering he's got the high ground to play with, he's just raining down terror against the players of Big Brother Esports.
Absolutely, and now we'll have to find out how does Rishi react to this situation. Of course, so much responsibility on his shoulders. Very, very far off away from SAF, of course, and EMTX, StormX, even they are not really making a move. I like this from EMTX StormX because they are prioritizing their backlines first because they know BB was not cleared completely. But look at the finish feed. It seems like Justin has actually made his position and his snake move work. And now with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the circle shift. And once again, it's moving closer towards Gladiator. Towards God's reign, pardon me for that. Rocks Esports in such a massive advantage right now. Even Metal Esports, their rotations have been spot on. And finally, it seems like it might just be able to pay off. But they still need to cross over from that big water body that we were talking about.
This circle is just so weird. So weird. But remember one thing I said? Sanok brings in that variety. And I think so we're about to see that variety. Rocks right now is in the prime spot. They're looking really good. The compound they have got the hold of, it seems like it's going to be tough to take it away. But as I say that, Tucson, they're here to prove me wrong. They're here to make my statement wrong. Sipion and DK looking forward to pushing together. And QK, unfortunately for him, still not able to find that comfortable footing inside the compound just yet. Rattle and his teammate, they're trying their best to hold the enemies off at bay, but this sounds a little bit too tough. While the players of Eagle Owl as well in the elimination feed, they're getting picked off. Pumba could have had the opportunity to shut down the player in the front. The door's blowed off. Tosses in that nade as well.
Nice.
Cooked to perfection. Zip out, take it down so low. And DK looking for to move away. 2 nades sail in, but QK moves away at the nick of time.
Well, they managed to keep themselves safe. The nades from Rocks were a little bit short and they positioned themselves quite nicely. But Rocks now backing off, moving towards the shoreline.
Yeah, exactly, right? And they know exactly where to control the circle from, and that is exactly where they're moving. For God's Reign as well as Metal, I think job is going to be so tough, but this is the instant replay, ladies and gentlemen. We saw Justin in the prime spot, and now he has done so much damage. TWM were on the receiving lines, but now look at this. Team NSR and it's Red Force, it's Porter and TZ who are leading the charge, and this time it is going to be Duxon. Will they be able to hold on to the pressure? This does not look nice. Sporta with the shotgun itself. He's done so much damage. He's fought 2 knocks and he's moving forward to actually go in for the finish. And it's Red Force clearing out all the angles.
Sporta playing the blood sport. And that's why Red Force right now, out of nowhere, they're in the really good spot. But still, Rocks is going to be a potential threat against the players of NSR. Metal Esports as well on the opposite side of the water lines. For them to cross on over, it's going to be a tough and daunting task, but they do not really need to do that just yet. Godsreen can be a potential big threat for them, but look at this split the players of Godsreen have too on the map. It's a 2-2 split.
Well, it's going to be tough for the players to cross over to the either sides. Well, all of them need to reunite on the ruins part of this map. That position is being blocked by the players of Rocks. Metal Esports on a screen. The fight against Big Brothers ensues. Rishi goes down, but before that, Encore was the man to fall.
Yeah, I mean, for Big Brothers. I think Rishi was taken down, but Saif is still in the back lines trying to go in for a heel battle. You can see it from the map feed itself. Medley Esports is still holding on to that northwestern frontier of the circle itself. It's going to be tough, but the split from God's Reign is so beautiful. Robin and Ninja might actually come in later on, but Aquinox, as well as it seems like Blaze, is coming along with him. Rocks might just be blindsided, and that is exactly what I'm waiting for.
Might be a lot of ifs and buts at this point. D plus Kia, Nolbu, a man who is a one-man army. Before D plus Kia, they've got all the players alive, and look at how D plus Kia is playing too, right? 3 players inside the circle, Nolblue outside the circle because they know his mechanical prowess is insane. So Nolblue can single-handedly spoil a lot of sport for a lot of these teams currently in the outskirts. Looking forward to breach it.
Nolbu still waiting for an opening. Sees K run up the hill. Trying to line up the shot, but K just vanishing behind the tree. Spots Chicken, spray fired. It does connect, but Nolbu still no opening for him. On the other side, 2Z distracted by the players of Blind. And now K is going to be the first man knocked out. Chicken slip away FHP, but still reacts. Nolbu traded out from the players side of D plus Kia.
Well, TK, Forest, Favian, everyone, we talked about it. D plus Kia will be looking to make that late entry, and it seems like they are being helped. Forest, he has found 2Z, once again, just clearing up different corners, and now they're in the prime spot, will be able to gatekeep the lads from Double Z and Blind coming in together.
Exactly, Blind Esports from the back now, especially Ronnie closing in, as he's lost out on his comrade, which is not goal. 4 elimination points have been wrapped up from him, so he's pretty much done his job. Now it's time for Ronnie to chime in. And as we all know, the next circle shift once again hits the deck. Godsreed in a solid spot, but still, Rox is the one holding the best one possible.
Yeah.
And D plus Kia as well now start trying to move in like a wave. They're trying to push in tandem like a well-knit unit they are. And if they make this wave happen, things can be really good. A nade to close things out on Blind Esports. Ronnie bites the dust.
He was the last player surviving for his team. He tried to make it across the broken wall, but Sporter was there to stop him in his tracks. And now God's Reign, they managed to cross the shoreline. Look at this, they have the opening. Otto, he's being picked apart by a Blaze. It's a little bit of a chip with the utility being lobbed in inside that house. Otto still managed to protect himself. God's Reign, they need the position, they need the shoreline if they want to survive. 2 players have crossed, the other 2 still on the Camp Alpha Island. Can God's Reign bring themselves back into this game? D plus Kia finds Robin, the instant knock and finish.
God's Reign, 2 players, Equinox and Blaze, playing together like a 2-man squad. And that's why this duo is actually spoiling a lot of things for a lot of the teams right now. Blaze tosses in that nade in the back lines. Tizzy can be a possible contender against the players of God's Reign. Ninja John loses out on his life. Nolblue from the back is now going to be the man to knock on the doors of God's Reign. God's Reign, a big blunder from their side. Even Aquinox loses out on his life. This is not looking too good. At least God's Reign needs to aim for the placement point. They need to have a consistent finish because D plus Kia, they're slowly and steadily closing it. D plus Kia, they're here to rip apart the competition. They're here to once again build that lead in the overall standings. Porta 2 now up against the players of Rocks, and it seems like NSR, they might just play the entire spoiler against the players of Rocks. Pumba is here to get things back under control.
Absolutely, 7 teams and 13 players still left, and look at how confident and dominant Team D plus Clear actually looks. Nades being tossed in as well. Rocks still holding on to their position. They will be the front line of defense for God's Reign if D plus Kia do decide to converge upon them. Of course, we do know that there's wings in the back lines, but he would not have that much of an impact. D plus Kia, they know exactly what they have to do. Just clear their back lines and try and keep pressing forward. But what if Rocks stops them dead in their tracks? Because we just witnessed Necro. Pumbaa is in the form of his life with the shotguns. He individually took down NSR. I'm pretty sure against D plus K as well, he can do something brilliant. And I think that is something which God's Reign are going to be hoping for, because their position is not bad. It's pretty good. And it's on the back lines. It's on goal. He actually found 1 knock, but he has been finished off.
Exactly, and All Blue has been knocked out, but still D plus Kia, they should be able to back up on their feet without any issues. Hoxie going for the match strat, ladies and gentlemen. Not a lot of first aids left, considering he's running out of them slowly and steadily as the time keeps him passing by. Godsreen now, they're taking a back seat inside the fights. They're going to let these two teams duke it out against each other, but instead, no, that's not the case. Aquinox gets caught. Now it's all down to Blaze. He needs to play for the placement. He needs to play like a sneaky assassin. Needs to go for the elimination points in the end. And Blaze, he's actually going for the match strat too. Utility toss.
Nice!
Pumba found. D plus Kia marching into the victory. But as long as Godsreen's going to be consistent in the overall standings, this should not let the lead sort of just take the game away from them. No Blue pushes in. Waltz inside the house. Shotgun battle comes in. Otto's trying his best inside the closet room, but even he gets engulfed. And now Godsreen is going to be another team they would need to face up against. It's all down to Blaze. Peeks out, takes out the TBS, gets the knockout, wanted to go for the confirmation, but unfortunately, it's not going to flow up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be D plus Kia who take the chicken dinner even on the third game of the day.
What is happening, Necro? What on earth is happening on this day 3 of BGMI India KR Invitational? D plus Kia, chicken in the first game. D plus Kia, chicken in the third game. Even Godsreen, as a matter of fact, got the chicken in the second game as well. This was the position where they got third position as well. This tournament is coming to a closure of a lifetime.
I was about to pull out my hair with how this game is going and how the day is turning out. In fact, as Salty mentioned, Game 1, D plus Kia with a win. Game number 2, Godsreen bringing themselves back up, and now D plus Kia moving up ever so slightly, but not by as much of a margin as they thought they would, because Godsreen was also there in the top 3. It's the difference in the number of eliminations that is definitely going to give the advantage, the upper hand to D plus Kia. Plus, in addition to that, it is going to be the difference that was already there in the overall rankings before this match began, but still 2 games to go. A win is going to be needed for Godsreen in the next game of weekend if they want to stand a chance to lift the trophy.
Exactly. I think this win only does one thing, that is put the ball in the court of Godsreen and challenge them to the fact that they need another victory, not just a victory, but also with a lot of eliminations.
But even Godsreen, considering they had a decent amount of placement points to back themselves up, which was only 2, decent amount of elimination points, that's what I mean. 2 elimination points wrapped up and 12 points in total. That's only 14 points out of that Sandhog game. That's tough.
Well, it is definitely going to be tough, but not as tough as it was for Rox Esports, because Rox, they were in the center of the circle for so long. This is exactly where they dropped, and they just moved a little bit north, were holding those corner strikes for so long, but still no chicken. Instead, they end up finishing 4th in the game.
I think it's not because of Rox's incompetence. It's just D plus Kia and their brilliance. You saw how they infiltrated the compound, right? They're so well knit together. I have never seen a team who actually performs so well together. Every single player is just in sync, and the nades flowing in, that's also in sync. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to have a look at the highlights, and this was a big moment in the day itself. Team X-Pac and Maru Gaming going head to head.
This is fun though. I mean, Maru Gaming, the only thing they're going to be upset about is going to be the fact that, well, even yesterday on boot camp, they did not have a great start. It was a little bit of a challenge in the early stages. But today it was X-Pac. Yesterday it was Blind. Today it was X-Pac who showed up to cause a nuisance from them. Medal later on in the game was able to put them out of their misery. Godsreen had a pretty fun time, but it's just, as we mentioned, the number of finishes separating the team, in addition with the difference that was already there in the overall ranking, that is going to keep them a little bit behind against the competition. This fight, this was intense. Eagle Out versus Revenant. Back and forth, and Revenant just rode the fight. Don't want to say it, but that is what happened.
I mean, especially Eagle Owls getting caught out in the open like that in the water lines. They had nowhere to go. I generally thought Eagle Owls could not even stand a chance to win this entire fight as well, but then out of nowhere, they just pulled things back at the last moment.
Well, talk about last moments. We are going to move to the last few moments of the game shortly. Gladiators having a fun time. Were able to clean up the players of Eagle Out. This was one of my favorite fights, another one of my favorite fights of the match. Duxton taking on the players of NSR. And of course, Sport and Necro, as you like to call it, the blood sport player.
Yeah, he
in this
was
match.
literally playing that blood sport over there, because you realize NSR, they breached in a compound full of teams.
Why blood sport? Why not a spoil sport?
That's not a spoil sport. Sporta is known to make flashy plays like that.
That is true.
And he
That is
likes
true.
to play the blood sport in general. So, yeah, breaching inside a compound full of teams and still coming out on top in the majority of the fights, that is definitely quite impressive that NSR has pulled off.
Well, NSR were already incredible. At this moment, I thought maybe Rox was going to lob a little bit of utility on the players of D plus Kia, put them in a little bit more pressurable situation. But D plus Kia were just phenomenal in recovering from the fight, and they made sure Rox paid for their mistake. They paid for the fact that when D plus Kia was down, Rox did nothing.
Exactly. I mean, look at this final few moments too. So, unfortunately, I'm still not able to figure out, did Blaze get the second spot? Or did he get the third spot?
I think he was third.
Game?
He was third.
Oh, man, that blows. That means that's only 12
10 points. Yeah, 12 points in total.
Oh, that's going to be a big hit. D plus Kia, they had a banger of a game in that previous one.
Yeah, I believe they were sitting at somewhere around 11 finishes plus the chicken dinner. That is, how much is that? 26 points on the board from this game.
Needs to be
What was the
right
difference?
now.
26 points plus
16
16 points was the difference before this game.
16 points was the difference, and now there was a difference of about 14 points once again, which means
Keeps on
a
maintaining.
total of 30 points once again. We are back to ground
Where we
zero,
started, yeah.
where we started. This day just gets more and more intense as it passes by, isn't it?
But now, remember our controversial strategy that we spoke about?
It did not work out, man.
What strategy is that? You guys didn't tell me anything.
We were scheming of trying to get D plus Kia down early, right, in the first. So Necro came
Hey,
up
you
with
don't
this
do the
ingenious idea of somebody going in and fighting against D plus Kia early, meanwhile God's Rain going all
Why
the way.
don't you just predict D plus Kia in the next game?
Oh, that is true.
All right, fine. When I leave the desk, before IC joins me, I'm going to set my prediction up and then curse them with my caster's curse. But let's just talk about the MVP. Once again, Kyoya, this man has been delivering day in and day out. MVP in the first game, MVP in the third game. What did Kyoya have for breakfast?
I don't know, man, but Metal Esports, they've definitely stepped up their game on the day 3, because this is not the Metal Esports that we've been seeing on day 1 and day 2. But now to nowhere, Metal Esports is looking really good as we do move on forward towards the top 5 leaders. We've got No Blue as well from the side of D plus Kia with 4 finishes wrapped up, Justin with 4, Knuckle with 4, and then Fabian with 3.
Well, it was an incredible run from all of these players. Noblu especially, the way we saw him third-partying teams. 2Z was caught completely off guard, and Noblu was able to find incredible openings, allowing for the push of D plus Kia in those final rotations. That was an important fight, and Blind was also involved in that one, by the way. Gladiators, I have to say, I'm waiting for the old Gladiators run that we are used to, but it seems like there are moments of brilliance from this team, but they don't ever transition into completion to the end of the game.
Justin's position was so nice. Justin actually played a part in taking down the scavengers, taking down all the isolated players who were caught in, who were trying to come in from the blue. And I think he has been doing that for quite a while right now, being the lone survivor for Gladiators in certain games. He has been, helping, cleaning out the fort before the final frontiers of the teams actually go in for a fight. But now, Gladiators, they're definitely not in the picture. Who is in the third spot on the overall standings?
I mean, MTech was there before this match. I think MTech and TWM are still going to hold their position. Maybe a fall, but not that drastic.
And you want to know the crazy part? We know our cruel production. They're not going to show the overall standings
what?
anymore.
Yes.
The overall standings are
What
going
are
to
you
be
saying,
kept to
Salty? It's
suspense,
not gonna
Salty.
happen.
And the suspense is going to keep on building up. We have got no clue what the point difference is going to be. We've got no clue what the top 3 teams are going to be. I know, Salty, it doesn't feel too good, even for me.
Dude, I'm getting anxious, all right? I'm getting very, very anxious right now because I've never seen a tournament this close. For sure, BGIS was also a similar...
Pretty close, yeah.
It was
pretty
a similar
close.
experience, but I'm not really sure, man. I'm very young, but it still takes a toll on my heart.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a toll on everyone's heart, their emotions, and it is definitely tough just waiting for that last game, waiting to see the rankings, waiting to figure out, has your team won? But we're going to calculate the rankings. We're going to try and keep up and try and see if we get it right. Like right now, we know for a fact D plus Kia, they're going to be 30 points ahead of God's Rain. God's Rain need to have a big game. They dropped a 30 bomb, by the way, in game number 2 on Miramar. If they drop a 30 bomb, God's Rain, in Weekendy, the advantage is completely gone.
Advantage is completely gone, but guys, I'm feeling extremely anxious right now. I'll have to go back and ask them who is at the top. They might not show us in the production, but I'm going to go up and I'm going to ask them. So my prediction for the next game is going to be D plus Kia, but I'm going to be heading off and let this vacancy be filled. Let this vacancy be filled by IC Baby. I'm heading. I'm sorry. Man, I'll have to ask. I'll come back with the information.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
But it's salty. Well, he's leaving on an evil note. Just predicted D plus Kia and bounced. What are we going to do about him, Necro?
I mean, he said that he's going to go backstage, get the points, I guess.
Do you
and
trust
I guess
him?
we might just have some exclusive information. I don't trust him. I'm pretty sure he's going to go amongst the crowd. He's going to be probably making a lot of videos, and that's all he's going to do. He's not going to come back with the info.
Yeah, but we have, ladies and gentlemen, IC, who's going to be back on the panel with us. A little bit of a break for IC. Enjoyed the action. Did you enjoy the previous game? I mean, did you have fun watching the action in the last 2 matches? I mean, Miramar got extremely intense. Godrain made an incredible comeback, but now D plus Kia, they find themselves in a comfortable spot on the first position.
Number 1? Oh, D plus Kia. Wow, that is a pretty interesting score. That's what I've noticed as well. And guess what?
Yeah.
The Korean casters, they were very happy about this apparently.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, it is a team from their region, so they are going to be happy about it. We are happy whenever
I'm
God's
not gonna
Rain does
lie.
that.
How's it like being the only 3, English dancer representing from India, being a little bit biased here,
Yeah, it's fun.
What's the feeling like, man?
It's fun.
Wow.
What are you, why are you calling us biased? You are on our side as well, yeah.
Shots at us.
You're on our side as well.
The best part about IC is
No,
that he's
no,
got
no.
moves.
I'm just a messenger. I'm
No.
just, asking from the Korean talents here. They gave me this input. What do you guys think? 2 more maps left.
That is a lie. IC is secretly Indian. What's his name, Necro?
His name is Terrence Kumar.
Yeah.
No,
That's what his name is.
not true. But yes, I could be Terrence Kumar for today. But of course, when it comes to the match here, I'm extremely excited to see here. And thank you guys for still tuning in the English broadcast. But so far, now to give you guys a little bit of updates on how close this race is for the number 1 spot between D plus Kia and God's Rain was that number 1, first map, boom, D plus Kia. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Second place, God's Rain pulled one of the biggest record thus far, which is getting the chicken dinner and scoring enough finish points with 30 points. So technically, if I give you a rough estimation, right, okay, the rough estimation between God's Rain as well as D plus Kia right now, it's about 20 to 30 points. So technically, if God's Rain wins the chicken dinner and also closes out in the final one, they will be able to take the number 1 spot.
That is true. I mean, look, God's Rain right now, from what we were trying to make a rough calculation of things, is that God's Rain is probably 30-point shot from actually making it to the first spot.
It is exactly 30 points.
So yeah, exactly 30 points away from making it to the first spot. Now the upcoming game needs to be a victory for God's Rain to even stand a chance to eye out at the first spot, or else it'll be a clear victory, a clean-cut victory for D plus Kia.
Even looking at the players of D plus Kia, you can see every single win. They have had to face a tough fight in order to grab it. Rocks, today is not just a good day for Rocks. I mean, there have been a massive struggle for their side. God's Rain, this was the match of Miramar where they dropped the 30 bomb in the overall rankings. An impressive win. We talked about Blaze's mother present in the arena cheering for her son, getting the crowd to cheer for her son as well. And definitely Blaze did deserve that MVP in game number 2.
There's so much support coming from his family members as well. I do recall this when Blaze's mother was also at BGIS Grand Finals and hoping that God's Rain will be able to taste that victory, taste the championship title. And guess what? They're so close, yet so far, but nothing is impossible. Like I said, anything can happen, especially when it comes down to these 2 very, very important maps for both Korea as well as India. And like I said as well, 2 nations, 1 passion, and that is the passion to secure the chicken dinner.
Exactly. Speaking about securing the chicken dinner, look at this. Rocks moments right here, ladies and gentlemen. Timon definitely seems a little bit disappointed considering the previous game, Timon and his team just had the best spot they could ask for. They had the hard cover to play with. They also had the circle right on top of them, but then NSR comes in and plays the spoil sport, especially Sporta. This guy was breaching inside a compound that was filled with a lot of teams and was still winning the fights.
Well, that's the thing, right? Best player coming from Korea Sporta, even though he may be mechanically skilled, but it is, after all, a team game. So working around rotations here, understanding how to play it is going to be very, very important, because I spoke to NSR before. They said they were anxious, they were a little bit nervous, not used to the setting, but all in all, it is all fun and games, because this is a competition for a reason. This grand stage is all about the clash of the titans, a battle of mental and also physical. So when it comes to this match as well, I'm extremely excited to see whether or not will D plus KL be able to continue the journey, or will God's Rain finally send God's Wrath on towards D plus KL.
This time D plus KL have a different fight. We talked about their presence inside of the game, but again, superstition, ladies and gentlemen. Salty's pick for this game is D plus KL. Icy, what's your prediction?
I feel that it might be God's Rain. I hope it is.
See, I told you guys.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to flip the switch of also the climate and of also the feelings. Ladies and gentlemen, this game can be the decider of who is going to be taking the victory, who is going to be the champion of this India versus Korea Invitational. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Icy Lands begin right now.
Yep, speaking of the icy lands here, it seems like it is going to be a centered circle coming in from the east side to the west side, so a pretty balanced one all around, so nothing super major yet. We are not going to be expecting teams going to be, going for late drops here, so it is pretty balanced throughout all of them in general. So I feel that this is going to be important, because all the Korean teams kind of struggle in the map of Vikendi, and when it came down to Vikendi, prioritizing center zone is going to be important. And today's trend has been a little bit different, because it seems like a lot of them are trying to stall the people who are on the edge. They are trying to cut rotation as much as possible and eliminate the competition in order to make more room in the circle.
Yeah, making the space, getting some map control is always going to be important. And as you said, it is definitely going to be a challenge every single time, but it is going to be quite interesting to see how the teams take this challenge on. Wakendi, one of the slowest maps in the game. As mentioned before, controlling the center, always a priority on this map. If you are close to the center, you will be safe up until the extreme late stages of the match. If you're away from the center, moving around in this game, it becomes extremely tricky. There's so much cover for teams to work with. They can hide in the middle of nowhere, and you will never see the assault coming upon you.
Now, this is interesting, because I do see God's Raid as well as D plus KL all the way towards the west side. It seems like both the top contenders this round is going to have a little bit of trouble if the circle shifts towards the center. I highly doubt it's going to shift to the west, because as of now, it hasn't reviewed yet, and nope. Obi says, you know what, we are going to prank you. We are going to keep the element of surprise for you guys for now. But of course, now, let's talk a little bit more on Doksan X Esports. They were the teams we kind of talk about during day one as well as day two. They were one of the potential up-and-coming top contenders. And it seems like they had a good run in day one. But ever since then, it has been a downhill trend for Doksan.
Well, let's see. Doksan, the struggle, as you mentioned, has been there for this team. And it's not coming to an end anytime soon. Well, it will come to an end in the next two games. Eagle Owls on our screens. Eagle Owls, let's talk about them. Day one, they had a rough start, right, to their entire journey. But then by the end of day one, they did recover. Day number two was absolutely phenomenal for Eagle Owls.
Yeah.
They were the best team in day number two, basically. But then day three, first three matches, not too good.
Yeah, of course, when it comes down to the final two moments here, you gotta put in your heart and soul. If you are gonna be representing a country, pride is on the line. Everything is at stake. The trophy, the prize pool, the stakes, the clips, everything here, especially the fans, and most importantly, the fans. You guys watching at home, thank you for your constant support on the English broadcast, as well as all the fans who's on the screen. But at the same time, what happened? Somebody having a little bit of an issue there.
Yeah, fell to his death. Or maybe drowned in the water. Confused what just exactly happened with Osal, but he's probably going to be resurrected back up on his feet, so that's not an issue for the side of D plus Kia. Things should be back up on track good enough. But speaking about things being back on track, Metal Esports definitely on day three. It seems like their vehicle is back on track, that's for sure.
Osal pretty much drowned here, and it seems like there might be a little bit of an issue here. where we apparently I have some interesting news to share with you, because for some reason, right? For some reason, whenever I see Baby 1-2 cast, there will always be something like a second life, a second win.
I see, my friend. It is okay. We have established that there is something wrong with the English desk. We keep cursing team. You bring the tech issues. We all have superpowers.
Tech issues. I mean, this rehost is something that's really gonna stop us from hyping things up in this game of Weekendy. But you know what? Now it's just need to wait for the action a little bit more.
I mean, it's just Weekendy. What were you going to hype up? There was no action for the first 22 minutes of the game.
Osal getting drowned in the water.
Osal drowned in the water.
Yeah, does that count as action?
No, technically there was inaction.
Yeah, true.
But you know what? Speaking about all that stuff now, this gives a little bit more time to talk about what the possibilities can be on the map of Weekendy. And speaking about Weekendy map, Indian teams have always been dominant. That's for sure. Even yesterday, Blind Esports was the one to sort of flip things around for themselves. They got themselves in a really good spot in the overall standings. So this can be a good lifeline for God's Reign.
No, it feels like in today's game, everybody is trying to play very, very passive in the sense where they do want to play for placement as much as possible. And what I mean by placement as well, they are trying to deny two things. One, finishes. Two, trying to steal away some placement points just because they're surviving and tanking zone. So it's all about everyone trying to mess up this overall strategies and ways to secure points. And because of this, it caused a very, very big discrepancy between all the players, where they need to actually figure out what is going on. Because why are these people doing things like staying inside the zone for 3-4 circles, committing to a fight? Why are these people suddenly deciding to early rotate? Why are these people suddenly going on a manhunt? So all this passive nature has started to creep in because they were so afraid of making moves, and because of that, it caused them to kind of just delay and change the dynamic of the game.
Yeah, it's desperation for the points in the last few matches. It's desperation forcing decisions that teams that were taking fights aggressively in the last 2 days are just denying opportunities against each other. Except the teams at the top. I mean, Eagle Owls versus Revenant from the previous match. Eagle Owls in the first 2 games as well. It seems like they are the only ones who are proactively looking for fights. Doesn't really matter if they have the advantage in a particular situation or not. They do not really shy away. But on the other side, again, I mean, the fight for the top spot, we keep talking about D plus Kia. We keep talking about God's Reign. What about the two teams that were also there in the top 4 before the game of Sanok? MTech and TWM. TWM also, ICF pointed out, Weekendy is their game. It's their map.
Exactly. This is something that TWM is known for as well. And speaking of TWM, they do have this tendency to actually do something. But I smell something here, because it seems like on the stage you can see everyone, the amount of anticipation, the fans just cannot wait to watch this monumentous moment here. In this case, Weekendy, the map that does favor the majority of Indian teams. And this is something that maybe is the right time. You can see God's Rangers are still trying to come up with a very, very interesting plan to actually figure out what's going to be happening next.
Speaking about plans, I mean, at this point, for teams like Team X-Park, no matter what type of plan they're trying to bring up, it's just not working out. X-Park definitely needs to sort of, at this point, just go for some plays that would give them a little bit of more knowing, I guess. If you know what I'm trying to say, is just try and take the fights. It doesn't matter what you're doing at this point inside the lobby.
I think that is exactly what X-Park is going to be up to in the next 2 games. Too far behind to actually change anything.
Well, that's the thing, right? X-Park, they are here for the clips and of course for the international experience, right? Most important thing in the career of esports here is getting the necessary experience to become a little bit better over time. And of course, now, there is another team that we haven't really talked too much here on the desk. And that's going to be Revenant Esports. I got the luxury to actually talk to the manager of Revenant Esports backstage as well. I asked him, what do you think is going to be happening here? What is your predictions? And Revenant said that the reason why they're aiming MTech so hard is that they want to actually make it towards a podium finish, which is the top 3. So Revenant, they have started really slow on day 1, but they somehow found their way into the first half, and then now they're somewhere into its top 5 as well.
Even Necro pointed this out before the previous match, that Revenant Esports has been flying under the radar this entire time. But that is their thing. If you don't notice them, you will get in. But look at this, Rox Esports on the big screen, and the moment of heartbreak that was there after the previous game. The fans trying to make sure that Timon, he still has a smile on his face. One thing I have to say, a huge shout out to the fans in the arena as well. They've showed a lot of love to the Korean teams and their players. It's understandable. There's going to be a little bit of bias towards the Indian teams, but every single time a Korean team plays well, they are very excited to just see them perform, and they are in awe of their skills as well.
Hey, that's why you got to be watching on English desk, right? We are the most neutral of neutrals. We are the middleman between both India and Korea. We are here just to witness who is going to be the greatest among these two nations. The best part about this is, after all, two nations, one passion. We are sharing love, and that is the most important thing. Love is undeniably the most powerful thing in the world.
True. And, well,
what makes the world go around? Love, baby. Love. Spread
There's
love,
a lot
not
of love
hate.
in the world. Enough for everyone.
Why are you being sarcastic? Like, why are you looking at me like that? You know, why are you skeptical, man?
I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you said you were speaking about love, and look at his eye, look at his gaze, the way he's looking at you.
I feel very, very uncomfortable when you look at me like that. You know, if it was, you know,
You've been with us for almost 2 months. Why
probably if there was an opposite sex and I would look at you, and probably I would be okay with it. But don't do this to me, my brother. Don't do this to me. we don't want to steal our moments here. Let's talk about the players here, because up on screen you can see it is, of course, Team X Park. Oh no, what happened to Scout? Huh?
Revenue Esports. I mean, Sensei having a little bit of
Oh wait,
chatter.
that's Sensei. Sorry, oops.
Yeah.
They're just laughing.
Okay.
They're having some fun.
Having a little bit of chatter with the admins in the back that are currently standing right next to them. I guess probably trying to figure out when the upcoming game is going to be booting up. But one thing that I know for sure is that the players are definitely locked in and loaded. And soon enough, the upcoming game is going to be starting up. Look at that smile on Sensei's face. Handsome young man.
Yeah, all of them. Look at that. Look at Apollo, MJ. Vice Fierce cut out. Show Fierce as well. The entire team.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, Sensei. Look at him. He's so confident. Oh. Okay, he stood up, and then, okay, you can see the crowd chanting as well. If you guys can hear on the mic, it is an absolute blast here to actually listen to your support. And of course, now with that background music, it seems like we are about to begin here, and we are a moment away from actually heading into the map of Vikendi again.
Exactly. The fans, they're just waiting for the upcoming game to start. And considering we've got the fans just waving their banners that they've got in their hands, some incredible stuff being written on top of those, some creative stuff as well.
Oh,
wow.
Support for M-Tech Storm X in the crowd as well.
Nice.
Nice. We do have fans coming from India as well, actually supporting Korean teams, and I like this passion here. We are all about equality. We support whoever you guys want to support, and most importantly, we do not spread hate. That is why we are here to witness the best of the best.
And you know, before game one, I was actually in the crowd speaking to the fans in the front lines, trying to understand which team are they rooting for. And it is, even in the crowd, it is an even split between God's Reign and Deep Laskia. We are in New Delhi, the capital city of India, and still the crowd, the skills that are put on display has turned the heart of fans. And now people are just rooting for both these teams to play at their best of their abilities, no matter who wins. It's just going to be good games of BGMI one after the other in the next 2 matches.
Agreed, and you can see the comments here. They are supporting the teams and also the tournament incentive bowl. But at the same time, I've heard the kill, ladies and gentlemen. Here, without further ado, guess what? It is the plane. It is the sound of the plane, and we're ready to take off.
We're about to boot up the map of Vikendi once again, ladies and gentlemen. The icy lands are about to begin once again as the gladiators, they step their foot on the map.
Well, all of the gladiators are ready, and before the map, we will have a look at the flight path as well. One brilliant thing about Wakindi is the fact that you get to see the circle a little bit quicker than the other maps. On this circle, on this map, it just takes 90 seconds for the from the start of the flight path to the formation of the first zone itself. But this flight path is quite contrary to the other ones. It starts from the northwestern side, goes towards the southeastern side on Hot Springs.
Captain, this is your captain speaking, and apparently the weather forecast that we are going to be seeing something very, very stormy. In this case, in the map of Vikendi, in the very, very cold weather of 4 degrees Celsius, apparently there is some misconception that the circle is going to be favoring D plus Kia, but at the same time, it might actually be a very well-centered one where potentially God's Rain will be able to capitalize on punishing them. That is the weather forecast, and of course, the captain, IC, speaking. Thank you very much.
I was just adding the static for effect. But anyways, bring ourselves back to this matchup, and D plus Kia again towards Dobro Mesto on that northwestern part of the map. They have 2Z dropping towards Vihar and Movatra. Dino Park, one of my favorite locations in the game. It turns out, ever since we've started doing Weekendy again, Dino Park has just been abandoned by everyone. The entire world has gone against that drop.
Hey, that's the thing, right? We are here to have fun, but at the same time here, nobody is going to be having fun in this tournament here. But at the same time, we do see a little collision here because Eagle Owls all the way down south, and apparently we smell some neighbors, and that is going to be Team X Park. Interesting.
I told you Team X Park should try to go for these random fights, and that's what they're here to pull off. Nova, UMP-45 in his hands, going for those sprays with just iron sights. Going to be a little tough, but once again, it's not going to be next to impossible. If he finds a clear line of sight, that should be a deal sealer.
Yep, speaking of deal seals here, seems like based on what I'm seeing, Eagle Owls
might
be a little bit of a predicament here, but the circle, okay.
I see, remember the good old days when we used to have water circles on Weekendy? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to relive the history of this map.
Oh boy, water circle. I don't know, man. Like, this is traumatizing because we saw this in BGIS, and at the same time, it wasn't really on the north side, it was all the way to far east. But
yeah,
for a first circle, at least 40% has been taken out of the equation, so we are going to be expecting very, very early fights right from the get-go rather than waiting out like, what, circle 4, circle 5?
Exactly. I mean, Zone 3 is when the fights will begin in this game, and it's going to get more and more intense as we go by. Zone 6 to Zone 7, it might take a well, it might get turned down a little bit because by then a lot of teams will lose a lot of bodies, but still, this is going to be an intense game of Weekendy. Now, everyone is thinking about that northern shoreline control.
To be honest, I don't know how to play this circle because if you think about this here, considering that it is this early, usually in the maps of Weekendy, we do like to take things slow, loot up a little bit more before, stock up some utilities, stock up vehicles before pushing forward. But considering that how little space you are going to get in this zone here, getting those vantage points, especially strategic compounds, is going to be a priority for all these teams, right? So if you go to those places, as well as the shoreline, means that if you reach there first, great, you have priority.
Yeah.
But resources-wise, you are going to be very, very lacking considering how out of the way it is for some of these teams, because teams like D plus Kia, they are okay. Dobro Mesto, to their very, very easy. You know, easy rotations, a lot of things they can do. But when it comes to teams like Eagle Owls and Team X Park, that is going to be very, very difficult.
It's definitely going to be tough for them. Let's see how it goes.
Godsreen instantly trying to be really quick with the rotation. And you know it's the map of Weekendy, considering there's going to be no hard shift, at least for the first 3 stages. All you need to do is try and close on up as close as possible to that centric side. But speak about closing things up, Big Brother Esports, Seth gets knocked out. Not a good start, but Rishi from the back lines is trying his best to provide that color fire. Maru Gaming, they go for the confirmation. Save taken out of the game. The damage has already been dealt. Save has been taken out of the game. This is a tough outing for the players of Big Brother Esports. Now the situation's down to a 3v3 scenario, but the resurrection from the players of Maru Gaming is being stuck. DBS's, they keep on striking in, as even Maru Gaming, they'll lose out on another man, but Rishi, he's trying his best to pull things back.
Yep, at the same time as well, Rishi going to be dodging all those nades here. He did hear Daho cooking up the nades once again, but another one comes in. It is going to be a nice slice that's coming in for Rishi as well, but now he is going to try and play a little bit more aggressive here. Rishi knows Daho exactly as well, but here comes the trades on QBS. Training half HP, but now they know they've got the tag. But again, Rishi with the clutch. Now 1v1, but the Shy will be able to shut him down. It is going to be a 2-man stack coming from Maru, and they are going to go for the full finish on Big Brothers, leaving only 1 member left alive from the side of Big Brothers.
That man is nowhere close to this position. He's going to have to fall back, play for survival on this map of Weekendy. There it is, Uzumaki. Oh, this is just going to be brutal. He's driving quite close to the players of Metal, and if Metal Esports decide to take him out, it's going to be the end for the journey of Big Brothers in this game.
Indeed, Metal Esports, they do spot that rotation out, but still taking shots against that is sort of just going to be waste of ammunition at this point. So it's okay to let that rotation flow in because the pace on the vehicles is a little bit too much.
Yep, speaking of pacing here, let's take a look at what the zones have installed very, very soon here. Because Mellow Esports, they have been known to set up very, very interesting ambushes to actually cut rotations here. And pay attention to the minimap, right? They are in an intersection where teams are going to be most likely using these roads. But depending on how Vikendi is in the overall in terms of terrain scale, it is not necessary to always use roads to actually traverse. So that's something that I think from their vicinity, they're banging the fact that people would not think like that, and then possibly get a couple of freebies here and there. But like I said, it's going to be very, very difficult here. But of course, now let's analyze this play coming in from BB as well as Maru.
I mean, Sarvat had a brilliant opportunity to create an opening for the side of Big Brothers. It was just the double guessing from the side of Big Brother Esports. A little bit underconfident in their own play. Maru, again, being given the opportunity to reset. This is what I've realized. The difference between the teams from India and Korea is during those 4v4s, the Korean teams, they don't back away from the pressure. The Indian teams definitely have a much slower approach in that 4v4 fight, because of which there's always opportunity for the opposition to go for a reset. And once you are able to bring your numbers back, it doesn't really matter. You're back to square one. You will have the opportunity to recover in that fight. And of course, simultaneously, Big Brother's losing 2 players. It was just done.
Yeah, speaking of the players here, it feels like Big Brothers, they had a very decent chance, but this time, this is not helpful at all, because they did not expect a clash against Maru. And this is what I'm talking about, right? There is a reason why at the start of the day, people were just completely dodging Maru, because their strategy for Maru is to drop early and clash head to head with anyone they see to try and punish and slow down people's rotation. That's something that Maru is known for, which is their early aggression. They are one of the very few teams from Korea who's been actively on the hunt, and even then, they don't really secure themselves in the survivability, but their playstyles is just that they are not afraid to be aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, just being aggressive, though, isn't really going to cut it, right? You need to be able to sort of back that aggression up with a lot of elimination points, with a better team play in the fights as well. The problem with Maru Gaming is their stance when they try to take over a compound. Their playing stance is something that just does not provide them cover fire from each other.
Yeah, speaking of cover fire here, though, seems like now from the side of God's Reign, they have to be very, very careful on their next approach. Do they prioritize on farming finishes, or do they prioritize placement? Because as of now, they need another chicken dinner if they decide if they want to try and contest D plus Kia. Because as on the right side, Maru now currently having 3 confirmed finish points, so that means they are going to be the top on the standings thus far.
Top of the rankings. For this game at least, 3 points secured, 3 finishes, but oh! What is this? Duxon under fire by the players of NS Red Force.
And XZY is supposed to be like the good man who can spray down teams without any issues, but this time definitely not been able to eject that man out of the vehicle. It's completely fine though, NS Red Force. It's not something that's going to sting them in the future lines, as long as you're going to find yourself in a better spot in the upcoming moments. And NS Red Force right now, they're in a complete extreme southern end of the map.
Yep, at the same time here, seeing how Duxan is struggling, they are sharing one vehicle. They need to kind of stock it up, but like I said as well, because of how disgustingly annoying this circle is, space to rotate in is going to cost them eventually. So getting as many as possible to try and hunker down and survive to the next phase is going to be very, very important. In this case, MTech, they have a very decent spot here. Yeon going to be scouting for a team. He's holding very, very unorthodox angles, but that's the thing, right? They do set up ambushes on top of the mountain terrain, and this is good because no one expects you to be sneaking up rather early as well.
Especially if you look at the radar, Rocks already engaging against the players of Metal. MTech will have information of a threat, in fact 2 threats on the other side of this hill. That is why Eon is just sticking to his position. Shin on the flank is going to be able to spot an auto, and this is going to be a sandwich on the players of Rocks Esports. They're going to be in a world of hurt. There's the opening. MTech was looking for an easy knock, converted into a finish.
MTech, I mean, they will get the confirmation flowing up without any issues. So Rocks, once again, not a good start, but you can see on the elimination feed, Gladiator Esports 2 now starting to strike on the deck.
That's how you know they have experience, right? MTech, they're right in the middle, and of course, these 2 mountains is not exactly a very noticeable spot, but it does give you a little bit of setups here if anyone decides to push up, because the moment you push up, it's so hard to disengage because of the decline of the terrain. You are pincered between 2 different angles here. There's not really a lot of space to hide here, so in this case, they will lose out on this, but on the screen here, Justin getting a nice pick onto his Horu from Maru, so that's going to be 1 finish point on the hands of Gladiator Esports.
Maru Gaming always just in such an unorthodox approach. As I mentioned, the problem is their stances in the fight, and they always get caught off guard. There's just no way these guys are able to provide each other that cover fire.
Yeah.
They do not have each other's backs inside the fights, and that's a big issue for them.
And at this point, considering Maru is extremely low in the rankings, I think their approach is quite similar to X-Pac, just playing for flashy moments, making sure they have a few clips when they leave.
Yep, speaking of clips here, Shogun. Playing a bit slow, Gladiators as well. It's going to be stalking around here. They know Maru is somewhere around, but they don't have the exact location. And of course, they are in no rush to commit to anything here. But now, he does spot out some of the Maru members here. They are going to be under his shack, but that is going to be dead for that side. But now let's talk about what's on screen. That's going to be NS Red Force fighting against Eagle Owls.
Exactly, Eagle Owls. Sivu was chipped up so low with Exivai's nade. But considering even Tizzy's in the back lines, look at what NSR's trying to do. It's a little bit of pincer that NSR's trying to execute, while the players of Eagle Owl are going to be right in the center. XCY keeps on tossing those utilities, hoping to find some connection, but that's not the case. Instead, it's just an exchange. Even the Wall of Death is chipping out the damage, so that's something to be added on. But a beautiful nade from Sporta finally finds the connection. Sivu goes down. Now the situation's taken down to a 3v3 in this spot.
Yep, speaking of which here, Sporta looking to try and finish this up. Sai Wu going to be getting him up here. Sporta goes for an 8. It seems like it is going to be a little bit off here, a little bit too far off. So NS Red Force, they are going to try and pursue this. It seems like they will be able to get Sai Wu. The rest of Eagle Owls are going to back out instead.
Exactly. Eagle Owls still slowly and steadily creeping and crawling closer to the opposition. Junior tosses that nade towards Tizzy. Was so close. Could have found the connection almost. But no, instead, Junior still just holds on to that pin. Finally tosses it once again. But Tizzy's done a fantastic job in moving away at the nick of time. Unfortunately for Eagle Owl, Seivu was lost out a while ago. But now he needs to be resurrected. But it's a little bit too late. Eagle Owls, they lose out on that man number.
Now look at the radar. NSR, they have a nice little spread to work with. The players of Eagle Owls stuck in a very awkward position. 2 players in the back line, but the ridge is going to prevent them from having a line of fire. In the meanwhile, Junior can't go anywhere. The moment he gets up, he's going down.
This is so smart coming from NSR, right?
Yeah.
The moment they got the hit as well, they forced so many reactions here. Look at this. Junior has got it used up his entire nade, but he finally finds it, and that's huge for him.
Eagle Owls once again beautiful starting to this fight. Junior tosses another nade and finds it as well. Junior with a nice two-piece to kick things off inside the fight. Now the only potential threat that could stop him from winning this fight has to be Sporta. Molotov was front, but even far away from that mark. Junior slips away from that spot. This is not too good. Position now compromised. Eagle Owls, they need to be quick on their feet. NSR being forced out of that comfort spot. NSR, they want to make the wise decision of backing away from this fight.
Sporta is on the run, Nova on the hunt. He has the high ground advantage to work with as he pushes for the clip. Sporta in the distance can go down, especially considering Nova has the M4 to work with. But Sporta, he does not want to back away completely. Nova on the left, and the other 2 players from the side of Eagle Owls, Dancy, along with Junior, coming in from the right.
The man, the myth, the legend, Sporta, can he make this work? Because as of now, he's got the QBS. He's got a 6x on it, which is kind of interesting, but I want to see how he actually plays it, because now he's left all by himself. His teammates abandoned his way through. He goes for a jump pump. Now Nova looking for a shot here. Cooks up a nade once again. He doesn't get a pump on Dynasty. He does hit one. He gets on the knock as well. But instead, here comes the counter trade, and he will eventually fall. And that's going to be Eagle Owls winning, coming up top with this trade-off.
Sporta turns his back at the wrong time, and that gives an advantage to Nova to capitalize on. Eagle Owls, they nullify the threat that was there in the front. But even at Eagle Owls, instead, they lost out on Dancy, but it's not going to be an issue at all. He should be back upon his feet. But NSR, they've wasted a lot of times of Eagle Owl. Considering it's the map of Vikendi, though, still, it's not going to be that big of an issue.
If only they had 4 players instead of 3 NSR. Things
Well,
would have been different.
What if, could have, should have. In this case, they will finally fall. And oh, what is this?
Yeah, you can turn into a companion if you are picked off in the game.
That's kind of cute.
Yeah,
I like
it
it.
is
But of course, NSR, they will lose down towards the last man here. And Eagle Owls, they will settle with just like, hey, you know what? I'm losing Saibu, not the end of the world. But Of course, you know what's on the wall right now is that they are a little bit late to the zone. Even this is going to be the third zone, again shifting up north. That means there is a lot of mileage they need to actually cover before making it to the next phase. And as we get inside the circle, we have EMTX, we have Metal, we have Gladiator smack in the middle of all, trying to secure all this. Meanwhile, God's Reign all the way to the west side, and they might actually have a run-in with DK though.
Yeah.
Remember this, D plus Kia usually likes to play from the center in the other maps, but only on the map of Vikendi, they play from edge to edge. And once again, we're seeing the same approach being taken from D plus Kia. DWM as well pulled off the same thing yesterday, but it actually worked out in a phenomenal fashion for them. But I think so. Being in the center of the circle at this point in time will give you the most amount of advantage. Speaking about advantage, X-Park, the advantages have been taken away from them in the first 2 days itself.
You know, this was an initial very smart play, right
Yeah.
on screen. Like NSR, they came in, they committed as well. They forced Junior to use like what, 6, 7, 8 nades, and as soon as that actually happens, you know, Junior said, you know what, they backed off. They're just baiting me out. And then, you know, as soon as he made NSR think that he's out of utilities, boom, got 2 knocks and just counterplayed as well. So there was a little bit of a big brain moment here because no one expects you to have like 10 nades right from the get-go.
But look at this. Unknowingly, God's Reign have just walked into the players of TWM. Samsy's trying to run back, fall back, trying to get himself to safety, but Robin, he's pushing forward. The backpack was visible. Robin knows exactly where this man from TWM is. Shots connected, HP depleted, and now God's Reign, they're going to line up the push. But TWM from the back as well, they're trying to force God's Reign into an awkward position where the entirety of the team is going to be stuck in one building. Securing easy finish for TWM. Is the plan going to work? Well, we're going to find out in the next few moments.
The question still remains, God's Reign now in the enemy territory. They have decided to flood in, but this is the flood that needs to be stopped by TWM if they want to keep the journey going inside the game before God's Reign. If they even want to have a shot to win this entire tournament, this game's going to be so important. God's Reign cannot afford to let this advantage go away from them.
Yeah, this is a very important fight for God's Reign as well. The confidence coming from God's Reign just rolling in over as well, and now they know what's up. They immediately smoke up, and they will try and respect this and back out. Now, a lot of utilities being expended, but God's Reign, again, they are very in need of this compound. They need to stock up, reset, and then figure out what's the next game plan, because the circle, they are right at the edge of the western side as well. So TWM, very similar approaches here, and my surprise, they are going to disengage.
Indeed. That's a good thing for God's Reign, though. Considering, as I mentioned, they're in the contention for that first spot. This fight was so crucial.
Yeah.
And now that they're going to decide to back out, God's Reign can have a big sigh of relief.
Well, anything can happen here. They're still re-smoking for it now. Meanwhile, Lobster trying to cut off any kind of exit strategy coming from God's Reign. But like I said, is this the wisest of choice to fight right now? 24 seconds left before the zone comes in. Both teams are very aware of what's happening as well. Sam's looking to reposition. He is going to back out instead.
But look at the radar. There's one man from the side of TWM trying to find the back of God's Reign. It's going to be Destiny. If he sees these plays, it's all over for God's Reign, not just in this game, but it can be the end of their journey on the overall ranking. The fight for the title as well. Oh no, Blaze spotted out in the spray from Destiny. He's gonna be, well, it's not enough. Blaze survives.
Tough calls, really tough calls. Destiny could have almost slipped in that knockout as well. But now the utility is being tossed from Destiny. Not really able to find those connections just yet.
The fatigue starting to kick in as well, but here comes the Ninja Jot. Actually opens up to knocks Lindsay, but Lobster was able to trade off Blaze, so it is going to be a 3v3 situation, and now Ninja Jot forced to come into the fight as well. Lobster running for their lives here as he pushes forward. Do they want to force the fight here? Seems like Robin gonna be able to pick up Blaze, whereas TWM still thinking committed this fight, and Ninja Jot
welcomes that player with a DBS slap to his face, but then Ninja Jot himself gets traded out. Now a fight between Equinox and Sands, where Equinox needs to hold his ground. It's a 2v2 scenario. TWM as well, it seems like they're starting to crumble down to their knees, but Ninja Jot and Blaze be taken out from God's Reign. This is something that they cannot afford to let loose on. Destiny from the outskirts having the advantage, playing around the rock. God's Reign inside the compound, getting the resurrections onto the fallen players. TWM, they need to be quick with their decision making. If they want to back out, they should back out right now.
Yeah, seems like they are going to make the play here. Samsy leaving to try and stall them out as well. God's Reign needs to go in for the full reset. They need all four of them in order to survive this. Equinox holding the angle here, but here comes the double pick out, and Zamzi gets picked off, and God's Training will survive. Ninzi now forced to commit to this fight. Do they want to force this fight again? Blaze will bleed out once again. They want to try and reset his way through. Now, from the sides as well, you can see Aquanox going for the Blaze as well, and he gets the knock. Aquanox!
God's Reign ripping through the players of TWM like it's not even an issue, like it's a hot knife through butter, and even Destiny gets eaten alive. TWM devoured, and they bite the dust. God's Reign, this is the fight they needed to win, and they have won it as well. But the damage has already been dealt. God's Reign needs to be quick.
What incredible research from God's Reign in the middle of fights, and props to Robin for making sure that his team did not lose a single man. TWM overcommitting in the heat of the moment, not making the right decisions, going for a push when they were 2 men down, and making it very easy for God's Reign to wrap things up. Aquanox also, I mean, the way he reacted, the trades coming in was absolutely crucial for God's Reign to win.
With that win coming in as well, that is opportunity presented in itself. They have gotten so much resources if they want to play the healing game. However, now with the circle shifting all the way down towards Cosmo there, it is going to be a very, very long rotation for God's Reign.
4 points done, 26 more to go to cut down the difference. Again, D plus Kia. And D plus Kia on the other side, still surviving in this match at the southeastern edge of the zone. This was just phenomenal. Ninja Jord, Robin especially, was the MVP of that fight.
Agreed, and when they got this reset as well, Ninja Jordan's Blaze's communication was just so spot on and just making sure that TWM was getting punished here. And I did not expect TWM to put up such a difficult fight, and eventually it came down to Destiny, but like I said, the numbers advantage from God's Reign and understanding how important it was because of the fact that they had compound advantage. And of course, now, speaking of the fights here, down into this middle, Gladiator Esports already in the center of the zone on the south side. I do see Duxan in the favor as well, but D plus Kia, again, they are going to try and push forward here. And look at this, the terrains, they have to cross the frozen lakes, and if they go down, the entirety of Gladiator Esports is going to completely spray them down.
Yeah, if they go down, they go down.
Well, speaking of down,
Think about going down. Rocks gets caught out in the open, and Fabian, for him, it's going to be a feast. Rocks getting eliminated within a couple of seconds. Even No Blue was the one to chime inside the action.
oh boy, that was an unfortunate moment coming from Rocks as well. They had their vehicle parked right in front of Fabian, but they had their entire car exposed to both Gladiators as well, because both Gladiators and as well as DK just completely shut them down. And of course, if Rocks decided to commit to DK, maybe, just maybe, Gladiator would have known that, hey, maybe this is a team they want to shut him down.
Exactly, Brother Esports as well. That's tight slap to Uzumaki's face.
Exactly.
To shove him 6 feet under. MTech Stormex is another one of those teams that can be possibly in that contention of the first spot. They're currently in the top 4 in the overall standing, so this team cannot be taken late. Metal Esports against Double Z and MTech. This is such a pickly position to be in.
It is quite tricky to be in, but still, Metal Esports, I have to say, if I was stuck in a situation like this, I would rather be where Metal Esports are. You have that massive boulder to work with. Teams on the high ground will fight the teams on top of that frozen lake, and Metal Esports, since they are in the safest spot inside the circle, they can just wait and watch how the action unfolds. But now, MTech Storm X focusing on the players of Metal 2Z, already stuck inside that blue zone. CZ is going to be the last man surviving for the team, fighting for survival. But as MTech moves out, Metal Esports, they pepper them with those bullets. But can they secure the finish?
Now, speaking of securing the finish here, seems like MTech, they are in a little bit of trouble for themselves, and they are still going to be a little bit far from the next phase zone. And guess what? They don't really have the vehicles to do it as well. The smoking vehicles is not going to be able to help them rotate in. Seems like they are going to try and tank this out, though.
Oh, Yon! So many shots taken against the man in the front lines. Double Z, Chicken as well. It's in the back. And MTech's Yon, he has been the playmaker for this team for a really long time, especially on day 2. He had some incredible highlights, but now, speaking about MTech and their position, it's not that good. They're out in the open on the icy land. But speak of that, Mara Gaming too, unfortunately. Revenue Esports, now they're on the pounce. They're on the prowl. They're charging up against them. And Mara Gaming, this might just be it for them.
DBS, just the choice of the people in this case. Now the comes spray, Revenant Fierce. A clutch comes in. That's going to be 4 finishes for Maru Gaming as they get eliminated in 10th place. And now Revenant will have to go for a reset here. They have the 3-man advantage. They will clear up the east side as they try to rotate the zone. Meadow here still stuck into this ditch on the northwest corner. But they are going to try and make an attempt here. Meanwhile, D plus Kia again. They are so aggressively annoying, finding opportunities. Here comes the spray.
Oh, what a spray that was!
What?
He ejects one man out of that vehicle, but eventually Metal Esports, they just get completely eliminated from the game. What? They ejected out of a moving vehicle, and because of that, they got knocked out. What a big blunder from them. D plus Kia. Enough pressure being inflicted against those players to make those panic decisions.
Yeah, the panic decision was to eject out of the car before it stopped completely, and Top Dog, the last player of the side of Metal, got finished off. But look at this. We are moving into the top 7 when we have still a lot of the contenders surviving, namely D plus Kia is still in this match, EM Tech Stormex is still in this fight, and of course the people who play in stealth, Revenant Esports, doing a phenomenal job in this match.
Agreed. TX now going to be gatekeeping the east side as well. Duxan still in the vicinity, and as you can see, Blind Esports as well on the north, and they are looking to try to make an elimination surprise here. Blind Esports, Manya, the legend himself, he is going to be playing a little bit aggressive here. We've seen this switch up coming from Blind Esports, and finally we will get to see it to its fruition here, because now applying a lot of pressure to TS, they have the observer tower. That is annoying. A nade! What a nade!
They're not so blind after all. That one single nade finds a 2-piece. X-Spark down and dusted from the game. And Blind Esports now, they know somewhere down the line there must be someone back in the blue, and that's why they're looking for the scout. That's why they're trying to find that man out, and it's in the name of Yon as well. If that man finds the element of surprise in the late game situation, it's going to be such a daunting task for them. Duxton against the players of Revenant Esports, Apollo in the outskirts, now trying to get up close and personal against this fight. QK in the front lines, QK versus Apollo, a good swing from QK, but it's not going to matter. Apollo peeks out and stops that swing in tracks.
What a clutch coming in from the Apollo here. He knows he was at disadvantage, but now he's going to what? Apollo! They jumped out! That should not be possible!
Disgusting! That is disgusting from Apollo! A jump shot, mid-air, shut down, later on, quickly reflexes on the top. On the disadvantage, but still Apollo chooses violence.
Apollo has literally done it. And now Revenant going to be dominating on the east side here. Fierce going to be knocked out. Apollo, last man standing. Meanwhile, Blind Esports, 4 men alive. And they will finish off Fierce. Now, they know he is there. 20 seconds left. Apollo will be on the later edge, but Blind Esports in prime position to hold everything here. But in case you are wondering what was happening as well, this is going to be the recap plays of Apollo's greatest moment ever.
I mean, the most important thing in a gunfight is movement. This man wasn't moving when he got the first knock. He was crouched, aimed the shot. The pre-aim was brilliant because he knew the opponent was going to peek from behind the car. The incredible moment was the jump shot and then the reset to just stay focused on the last individual, all time focusing on the footsteps that were available to him.
All I'm going to say is brilliant crosshair placement.
Yeah.
Brilliant, even when he made that jump.
Yeah.
Agreed. And while this is happening as well, look at this. Apollo, he's got 12 first aid kits, so he's got a lot of time to actually scroll his way through as well, considering the amount of bodies that was raided with him as well. However, Blind Esports, they really want to clear him out here. They are going to try to apply pressure with the nades. Doesn't clip it though. Seems a little bit far off. The smokes comes in, provides him a little bit of cover, but Apollo again, right at the edge. But of course, Justin on the finish feed as well. They do get the knock onto his D plus Kia though.
D plus Kia inside the top 5 situation, actually in the top 4 at this point. The consistency just never fades away from this team, and Fabian's going to go for the Met strat outside in the blue. It's going to deal out quite a lot of damage, but depends on how many first aid this man's got his hands on. 2, and what? Soon enough, the first aid's going to run out, so all the Indian team needs to do is stall for as long as possible.
Stalling is the way to go. Gladiator, they do have the compounds down towards the south, but little did they know, they have to push towards Blind as well. Fabian on his last life, he's going for pre-fires here, but he knows he will have to give himself up. So that is it. Denying points coming from D plus Kia. Top 3 now, all Indian teams.
Yeah, but D plus Kia, they've done a phenomenal job even in this matchup. And now we'll definitely have a big advantage going into the last game. But now Revenant Esports, Apollo, one last job left. The last first aid in his backpack as well. After that, if he sees anyone, it's going to be done. But no! Just a sliver of damage from the nade, and the blue zone combined takes him out. It is going to be the blue, though, that gets the finish. We're down to the top two teams, the final 4v4 between Gladiators and Blind Esports, two of the best teams in the country.
Blind Esports with all the advantages, even with the high ground, even with the circle, every single thing. It seems like that's favoring the players of Blind Esports. They've got the wind in the sails.
And it all comes down to who takes this chicken, because now Blind Esports, they may have the advantage in his favor, but of course separating them is going to be two very, very weird nukes here off the mountain. Gladiators still pushing up here, and of course high ground advantage still in favor of Blind. Manya checking out all the potential sneaky entry points, and they are going to slowly push Gladiators to the east side here. Not cool. Does see what's happening, but Ronnie actually getting scouted out. That's going to be the opening for Gladiator.
Ronnie knocked out Blind Esports. Now this fight finally escalates. Gladiator Esports, they found the opening that they needed for this. Can be the potential opening in general to breach inside the circle. But Gladiator Esports, they need to traverse through open grounds. This is where S-Power Knuckle can actually try to capitalize. Mani is going for the resurrection in the back lines. And Gladiator Esports pushing in as together like a team. Knuckle forms an off angle. TBS was pulled out, but the strike wasn't there. It's all down to S-Power on the right side. Can Gladiator Esports stop S-Power from wrecking havoc? They have managed to reunite against each other. Blind Esports right now in the advantageous spot. Gladiator Esports slowly and steadily looking for to steal it away. Does now. It seems like it's going to start to settle, but as I say that, Destro head was spotted. Ronnie once again prones back. At this point, it's just a little bit of peekaboo back and forth from both the sides. Now S-Power, he's going to try to pull some shenanigans.
Oh, it's going to be the reset coming in here. You can see the pressure coming in as well. Justin will get the full finish on Ronnie. And now two men left alive, and they are going to get rushed.
The push happens. Gladiator Esports, they're marching on against the players of Blind Esports, and it's the march of death as well. It's not going to matter. Gladiator Esports, with their 4v4 fight-winning prowess, they come out on top in that one. Blind Esports, they struggled in that situation.
And this is the Gladiators Esports that everyone wanted to see from day one, game one. But it is going to be the map of Quick India on the last day when we get to see them in action. An incredible fight. There's a saying in Hindi, Aish.
Yeah, what's it?
It goes as bhaka bhaka ke maar.
What does that mean?
It means to beat someone down after making them run a long mile. And that is what Gladiators did with Blind Esports in this one. They were chasing them in that final fight with nothing but DBSs all four plays. That was a scary fight, to be honest, if you are Blind Esports.
Well, that's the thing, right? When they are at their weakest, go for the finish, and in this case they do have that in them as well. Gladiators Esports here finally showing themselves why they were the best team coming from India finally. But is it too late for Gladiator? That's my question. That is my question. Is it too late?
There's another team that we have to talk about. In fact, two teams. D plus Kia were not stopping in any single game. 2 games taken in the other 2 games they've managed to make it into the top 4. And Revenant Esports. Revenant is on fire today in terms of consistency and consistently being high enough in terms of position in every match.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, we are seeing a lot of rise here, a lot of retaliation coming from the Korean teams in this second final map. And I generally am really surprised of how close and how tight both teams are competing here in terms, and what I mean by teams is both India as well as Korea just showcasing you why they are the best of the best here for BGMI.
It just seems like on day 3, every single team is trying to put on their aim game other than X-Spark. They have been struggling from the start of the day, but now even Gladiator Esports is looking forward to sort of make that comeback inside the top 8, right? All we need is Indian teams in the top 8. That's all we want. But you know what? Speaking about that stuff as well, another team, you mentioned about the consistency, slipping under the radar. M-Tech is another one of those teams.
True.
Once again, breaching inside that top 5.
Yeah, but it was an incredible moment for M-Tech as well. We saw them struggle during the mid-game stages in terms of position. I was worried about them when they were on that eastern edge of stage 3 and we saw a massive cluster of teams form towards them. But they did a simple thing. They kept their heads down, played with a lot of patience, waited for the right opportunity, and every now and then they got a few finishes. M-Tech did get a total, well, their total tally is actually going to look quite good in this game.
Well, speaking of tallying here, I feel that we might have a little bit of prediction here when it comes towards the final match, because mathematically, it is possible for God's Reign to still be champion. Mathematically, it is still very possible, though.
Indeed, it is. I mean, God's Reign, even though they did slip out, all they need is a nuclear game. Another nuclear game, Johnny. That's all they need.
I think they're going to need 20-25 finishes in the last game and the chicken dinner if they want to win.
Like I said, mathematically still
it's
very,
possible,
very
yeah.
possible. Sometimes hope is a very, very beautiful thing, and you have to maintain your hopes and faith and prayers in order to keep things alive. In this case, in case you guys are wondering here what's happening here in Vikendi, these are the highlights on how the journey began for all of this team.
See, Salty's powers worked in this match. D plus Kia did not get the win. Can we make him say D plus Kia will win the trophy? Where's Salty? Someone please bring him back.
Unfortunately, Salty's not over here, not even close to us. But speaking about a couple of these weird fights that we witnessed, right? Eagle Owl versus NSR. This has to be one of the most awkward fights that we've witnessed, especially one of the men from the Eagle Owls, even though he had the advantage. Somehow he screwed things up over there. But then TWM versus God's Reign as well. This fight is sort of that stopped the momentum of God's Reign in this game.
Yeah, that's really annoying, right? Like, I felt like God's Reign, if they actually held on a little bit faster, or they realized that this was a not necessary fight, they might have been able to out-rotate D plus Kia, because based on the maps themselves, technically, D plus Kia would have ran into his God's Reign, but because both of them kind of dodged their way through, and because God's Reign got stalled off, D plus Kia was able to sneak past God's Reign defense, and then hit towards the finish as well. But of course, you know, God's Reign, the finish attempt, 11 plays, that means that is not a lot of points to work with.
If there was a play of the match, then the next play from Apollo would be it. I mean, the way he was able to take that fight against the opposing team was absolutely incredible. A few mistakes here and there from the side of Revenant as well, but overall, I mean, it's quite nice to see the Revenant, the way Revenant Esports has decided to play. This is the moment I was talking about. Here comes the first, the second, a jump shot mid-air, and the third was just absolutely beautiful crosshair plays.
What?
The small little flick over there. Or was it the spread of the
That
pellets?
wasn't even a flick, man. That was just, you know, banging
Pellet
on the
spread.
fact that when you jump, your hit rate accuracy just gets sides off and just bangs in there. That was a very, very interesting way of taking the shot there. But of course, Justin dropping down, taking 2 down was the opening that they need to close out the game. So congratulations to Gladiator Esports to take that chicken dinner, though.
Did they do the same jump twice? One for the 2 knocks and the other for the finishes on those 2 knocks?
Yeah.
That is just BM from Gladiators. Wow.
I mean, Gladiators being Gladiator Esports, making those flashy plays. That's what we've been knowing them for since the BGS itself. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to find out who's going to be the MVP of that previous game. So let's move forward and take a look at that. Has to be Apollo from Revenant Esports. I mean, he pulled off a star play in the previous game, so he deserves to be here.
As I said, of course, I mean, after that play, he has to be the MVP. And of course, doing the heavy lifting for his team. 467 damage dished out, 5 finishes converted. But we're going to move forward to the top 5 leaders of this game. It's going to be Apollo, followed by Nolbu from the side of D plus Kia. We have Justin from Gladiator Esports, Shine from Maru Gaming, and of course, Ronnie on the 5th from Line Esports.
Well, speaking of the top 5 leaders here, it is going to be a very interesting one to see, because I want to see who's going to be the MVP by the end of the day. Because if I do recall, it's not just the championship trophy that is going to be on the line. There is the best MVP as well as the highest frag rate, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, the top elimination leader is also going to be given away. So once again, MVP is something that needs to be prioritized. And if it's going to be Ninja Jod, then that's like an icing on top of the cake, right? Considering now at this point we can just call him the official BGMI MVP.
Hey, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
Like I said, final match of today is going to be El Clasico in Erangel. Anything can happen, because we saw a miracle yesterday where a majority of teams were from Korea in the first half. Guess what? In one map, boom, we had so many Indian teams in the first half. But now, in this final moment, we have to pray and hope that we are able to see more Indian teams on the top side. And of course, I'm sorry, man, English is, well, yeah, I've joined the club, man. I've joined the club. I've joined the club. Now, because I fear for my life, because I'm right in the middle. I may be the middleman between both Hindi as well as the Korean streams. But right now, I'm literally in the middle between an Indian and an Indian English talent. Amazing talents thus far.
Oh, man.
So I have to choose my words very, very wisely. So, yeah, that's why. I'm sorry, boys. You know, sorry, Koryu fans.
People are
Annyeonghaseyo,
scared of us,
saranghayo, but
feels nice.
yeah.
What?
People being scared of us feels nice.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, this is something that I've never even expected. I see being scared of it. But you know what? These fans, they are quite scared of the results as well, Johnny, because we all know D plus Kiat right now is pretty much just leading the pack in the overall standings too. But no matter what happens, right, no matter how well or bad X-Park does, there's always going to be so many banners of X-Park.
Hey, Scout, man, wherever he goes, a wave of supporters and fans will follow. And that has been a thing for years now. But, of course, what?
Hey man, friends.
What
Friends
are you
are
just
always going to do the most random thing. You can't even think of what your boys are going to do to you.
Man just ripped apart his own card and then just
Showered
showered it
it,
on
yeah.
top of his friend. Wow.
Champagne shower. Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
That's a beauty right there.
Yeah,
Two
no,
beauties.
that's what you call beauty and a beast. Beauty in the audience and beasts on the stage performing.
Hey, you know what? You know what's a beauty? That's a sight. That's a very, very fruitful sight.
What is that guy shooting though?
Well, he's actually. You know what? Let's not get
Hey,
into
Sparrow is
details.
there.
Oh, Sparrow.
Yeah, now he's
Hey.
I mean, everyone in the audience. Miss you, Jonathan. Of course, the GOAT. But now speaking about...
You know who's the MVP for this past 1 minute of our casting session on the English desk?
Who?
The cameraman.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Absolutely phenomenal. I mean,
Guys, can we get a chat in the chat here? Cameraman MVP.
OP. Yeah.
Cameraman OP. And because why? If you spam that, I'm pretty sure it will deliver the message for the cameraman to be a little bit more incentive to give us a very flavorful sight. And guess what? I think there's one on the right, but he can't seem to find the angle though.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm sorry.
Showing the parents of Godsreen. I think so. It's Blaze's
Blaze,
parents,
yeah.
right? Yeah. They were so proud when Godsreen won that second chicken dinner. It was just an absolute beautiful sight to watch. Watching your parents cheer for you inside the competition, it must feel good as a son.
Yeah, definitely, and especially when people are cheering their names so loudly. Throats have given out, but still people, the audience in the arena going after God's Reign. I wonder what these two are talking about, probably discussing what the action is faring out to be like. Another legend on the screen over there.
Look at the amount of people discussing and planning here, and we've got the VIPs as well in play. And of course now, we do have the fans here showing their message here on screen. Let it loose, let it rain. What? I don't understand. What's going on?
It's
What are you
messages
writing?
to everyone.
Okay.
People who are there, part of the tournament, the teams, but not just them. It's messages for just the people of the community from the Indian gaming scene.
Oh, we've got
alright,
TWM
TWM
again,
in the house.
Nice.
Nice. You know what I see?
Yeah.
Yeah, TWM fans, great. Guess what? Cameraman OP, guys.
And trust me, TWM deserves every bit of recognition that they have. It's not just the fans from their own region of the country, but they've earned a lot of fans from other regions as well. This team has been absolutely incredible. Up until 2 months ago, no one had heard of the name TWM, Third World Mafia, apart from the teams that were very intensively involved with the competitive scene of BGMI. But now every single person that watches BGMI in India knows who TWM is.
Exactly. TWM is one of those teams that came in from BGIS and took our hearts with a storm.
And of course, when it comes down to TWM, I know you've been hyping up a lot of TWM, but in my mind, there's only one thing that actually stood out. Cameraman OP.
True that. That is true.
Nice.
Showed us a lot of beautiful moments in the crowd, that's for sure.
What? What do you mean? Like, is it weird for me to start, praising and appreciating our producers, our
Absolutely not.
man behind the scene who's been making so much work and taking so much effort to give you guys the best content and of course the viewing experience here at the venue.
The production has been amazing, man.
Right.
I mean, I love how the set is designed, the massive
me too.
LEDs that are there, the way the audience is able to interact every single time there's a moment happening on the screen. Everyone, as I was saying, I mean, a few moments ago we were looking at the crowd and it was at its peak. It was like 4,000 plus people in the arena and everyone was able to follow what was happening, all thanks to the production.
Agreed. And most importantly as well is that this might be our last time in front of the screen.
True that.
Yeah, this is.
This might be our last time in front of the screen to actually show you guys how much we love you guys and, you know, appreciate you guys to stay throughout the entire stream here to support your BGMI viewing experience here. And of course, to those who do not understand BGMI, we hope you guys have been understanding and following through our entire journey.
Now that you've been saying that you love so many people, I think
Yeah.
so it's your time to say that in Hindi to the Indian audience. You need to say that मैं तुम लोगों से बहुत प्यार करता हूँ.
मैं
तुम लोगों से बहुत प्यार करता हूँ. Yes, you just said I love you guys a lot.
Yes, I love you guys a lot. Thank you very much.
And then
you
we
know,
also need to say it for the Korean fans as well. If there are any people watching the English broadcast, saranghae to all of you.
because without you guys, without both the countries, we would not have this very, very historic moment here in India. First time ever. And of course, we love you too. Thank you, production. We love you too. Thank you.
We love you too.
Thank you, because you know they have been working their butts off to give you guys the viewing experience here, the funny contents, you know, the things that's happening in Korea.
Yeah.
And we most importantly here, the sponsors as well. Of course, every single sponsor has been making it happen. But now the final moments here. Oh, is that who I think it is? Gatak!
Gatak is here. See, even Icy recognizes him from back in the days, and he's still here. The crowd is definitely going insane when the man walks in the arena. But I also know that the intensity now, it's going to be different. There's going to be a different vibe in this arena. We are about to step into the last map of this BGMI India Korea Invitational.
It is going to be potentially the last map as well. And of course, for these guys who are still watching here, cannot wait. Who is going to be the champion of the BGMI India Korea Invitationals? It is my pleasure to tell you the map is about to start. And guess what? Captain, this is your captain speaking. We are about to take off. You guys are cleared for clearance on the airport, on the airfield. The tracks are cleared. Sounds good, everything's good. Report in, because I've heard news that we are almost ready to go.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The last game of the finals begins right now. This will be the decider of who is going to be the champion as the circuit, as the life cycle completes. So we're back on the map of Varangal once again.
El Clasico, the final map of the BGMI India Korea Invitationals on its way. And of course, now D Plus Kia, one of the favorites in contention now to take the crown, take the championship, take the trophy, take them all, and represent and win for Korea. They are going to be one of the best as of yet. And as you can see, now based on the flight path, it seems like MTech taking a very early exit? They're not going Nova?
This is going to be a nice little switch up. I think MTech were expecting Gladiators to take an early exit as well, but a strategy right out of their book. MTech towards the Stalba Kameshki Hill are going to face an early, or might face an early fight against God's Rain, depending on how the circle pans out. But we do have medal also dropping towards the eastern side of the map. Yeah, Lipovka is going to be the city where they are going to head, but they are going to face a little bit of a challenge by the players of NSR, I believe, quite close to them.
True that. Even Eagle Owls is now going to be ejecting towards the Primor side and Ferropier side. The same thing can be said towards TWM as well. My eyes are searching for Team X Park, because from what I knew, that Team X Park will try to pull some shenanigans off inside the last game. So that's what I'm going to be waiting for.
Yeah, speaking of shenanigans here, D Plus Kia are actually right in the middle. Okay, they have been in apartments for a very, very long time as well. But guess what? I have a very, very interesting thing to share with you, right? When it comes to having IC Baby 1-2 back on the desk, there is a very, very important recurring trend. I'm sorry to say, guys, please do not hate me. I'm just the middleman, guys. I'm just the middleman, all right?
That's the problem. You need to pick a side right now.
I want to tell you guys that there is a potential change when it comes to, you know, when me being on the desk, okay? If you guys have been following me here, you guys know what's happening. You know, I know I'm fumbling around, you know, giving you guys so many excuses and potentially remarks here. But for now, you know what? Let's talk about the game right now.
Yeah, well,
Oh, no.
VSS in the hands, and it's a complete mowdown. Not a lot of bullets in the magazine, so of course that's going to be an issue of the VSS, but still, the damage output's going to be on the point. Duxon against the players of Gladiator Esports. Such an awkward engagement in general, considering Duxon down a man, do not really have the man advantage anymore. Gladiator Esports, same thing can be said for them too.
But still, numbers are even between the teams. Shogun on the flank can definitely be the game changer. And the nade from Justin, kicking things off. Zipian on his knees. And with that, the players of Duxon are going to be down to their last two players. The shotgun in the hands of Delta can be the game changer over here.
Delta PG with the shotgun in the hand. As you mentioned, Benny from the back now is going to be looking for the approach stand. But what a beautiful shot that was with the double barrel to his face. Puts him to sleep. And Delta PG once again looking for to pull things back.
Yep, Delta now going to be looking. Let's see if they have a little bit more, because just like that, Doksan, they just lose 3 right from the get-go. They only take Destro down, but that means your watch has ended, Destro, and that will be it for you. Meanwhile, Hoxie just final 30 bullets. Oscar trying to do the impossible shot, and for Doksan Esports' chances of getting a podium or anything higher rests solely and entirely on him being the one punch man.
Well, he might not have gotten the finishes, but Hoxie was a nuisance in the last few moments, just blowing the rear left tire of Gladiators. But no matter what happens, as we mentioned and as IC mentioned, if IC is there, there's going to be a tech issue, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head for Rios in this match.
Hey, you know what? I lied. I told you guys, it was our last time, going to be seeing us on the screen here. Yeah. I know you guys. You can see Necro is crying already. He's so emotional right now because he has been an amazing journey. For you guys, especially the fans as well who's been watching us. No, I don't want to eat a sandwich.
Wait, no, what?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm embarrassed to.
He loves you, I see.
I know you love me, but I'm not gonna eat a sandwich. why would I eat a sandwich on gas, man?
Are you waiting for chicken?
Yeah. I want to eat the chicken. Why would I eat a sandwich, bro?
This is a chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
That's not a chicken sandwich.
See, if it's dinner time, technically that's a chicken dinner.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to hand you over the chicken dinner.
Well, I feel something is up because like I said, I'm the neutral guy. I am the middleman between Hindi desk as well as Korea desk, right? So when it comes to the middleman between both sides, who's, for your information, that side I'm pointing is literally the Hindi cast, and that side I'm pointing is the Korean cast. So reason why I'm the middleman is because right now, this two amazing Indian casters right beside me is pinching me in between, and somehow, is Indian team winning? I plead the fifth. I'm not going to say anything more.
I have one question though, and I think this is going to be a simpler one, right? The audience has been introduced to Opa IC.
Okay.
What is your persona on the Hindi desk called?
That is not me. That is Opa IC, a different person. Two different person. You mistake me. It's not me. I am his IC baby 1 2.
Can we have Opa IC on the desk?
Where's the glasses? Bring out
I
the glasses.
don't know where Opa IC is.
Yeah. Oh no, guys.
But
no Opa IC. Oh no, this will be the Papa IC.
Wait, give me a second.
Oh wait,
I
IC
smell
is going
something.
away now.
Oh, I guess IC now is not going to be the Opa IC anymore. He will be the Papa IC. Because he's got the glasses back on. He's back.
Opa IC is with us. Opa IC, how are you doing?
I'm sorry. My cousin, Opa IC, is currently a little bit busy. He just sent me. I am actually Born IC. And of course, when it comes to Born IC, I have a very, very secret mission to success. And that is to save the world. And of course, to save the world and of course, make sure there is peace and harmony. And apparently, there has been a little bit of a controversy going on here between both India and Korea. And I want to save the world and make peace between these two nations. Like I said as well, 2 nations, 1 passion.
Yeah.
For the chicken dinner. Whoever wins between either countries, we love both countries, and most importantly, we are here to support BGMI. Do not remember that, because if I see some, what's the word called? Bak chodis
Okay.
They have to be a little bit careful because I'm on the hunt to find
Well,
all these Bakchodis people.
We are all gonna have to be careful, buddy. But it is gonna be quite interesting to see how this action unfolds. Are you trying to save any one of the teams? Are you rooting for any one team?
Well, when it comes to saving people, right?
Yeah.
Saving people requires a lot of responsibility and a lot of effort. Right now, I do not see any effort being made. And that is from you guys. You guys, even though you guys are here, why are you guys not saving your teams?
We have owned this from the start. We are nuisances in the game ourselves. I mean, we are
Actually,
not
you know
nice
what?
people.
The more in trouble, the better.
The more in trouble, the better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We enjoy
Content.
we enjoy chaos, man.
Don't you like
Okay.
entertainment content?
Entertainment content is at its finest, and most importantly, as James, Aishibon. Aishibon. Do I not look like Aishibon? This is, to be honest, this suit is the exact replica of when Daniel Craig was the James Bond movie.
Wow.
This is the exact same replica.
Is it bulletproof though?
Yeah.
Let's test it. I see standing in front. Got him.
Do you know why I'm showing my back?
Why?
Like I said, it is bulletproof. You know, the cameras are shooting in front of me. This is to block it all.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the camera
Don't lie. You
shooting.
just want to look at the crowd.
Yeah, I just want to look at the crowd for no reason, and
He's
they
trying to
will not be
spot
able
out
to
the
recognize here.
beauties over here.
Of course, you know, Cameron OP. You know, cameraman, you gotta be a little bit more OP now because we need your help. And apparently, when it comes to cameramans, trust me, are they OP or not? Trust me, it goes a long way. And it is very important to know that there is a special term when it comes to relying on cameramans, right?
Yeah.
It is to give us the pleasure to taste a brand new candy, and that is called eye candies.
Well, but Icyborn, thank you so much for joining us. I believe there's a man sitting on a chair, just swaddling a cat waiting for you. He wants to speak with you. Can we have Icy Baby back?
Oh, very well. I will meet him. Give me a second.
Alrighty. I think Icy Baby is going to be back. Icy Born going on his mission. I hope it's a successful one. What do you think, Necro? Is it going to be a successful mission?
I mean, I see him talking to that guy right now, and I
Oh
think
no!
they're also
It's a
having-
fight breaking out
they're
between
hitting
them.
each other.
Oh my
no,
God!
this is
Oh, no.
tough.
Icy Baby,
they're in a
come here
drama.
fast. Come
Icy,
here
come here
fast.
fast. Run
It's
away,
not a
run
safe
away,
position
don't
to be
stay
in.
there.
Oh wow. We're so happy you're okay, man. Things are getting rough over there.
My goodness, man. Like, I don't know what Icy Bond is thinking about, man. Like, he was there to save the people here. He went there and made sure the Hindi desk was doing the right thing. And that is delivering the message that we are here to spread love and not hate. And of course, he also fought with Icy Baby saying that, hey, stop being a Bak Chodi and force Icy Baby, which is me, to stop messing around to all the way to the Korean side and say, hey, Koreans, don't hate India. We all love each other. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it is an incredible moment. I mean, every single time we have the teams on our screens, and especially, I mean, as we have been mentioning, that one man from the one team that everyone loves is D plus Kia, one player from the Korean side that every single viewer from India who's even tuning in to the broadcast online, and I think I'm like pretty sure about this, everyone is in love with Timon.
Of course. I mean, that man just has a unique personality. It's a personality that you can spot that guy even from far away because just how active he is, how much energy that guy has. And I think so. Timon, we know what this man is capable of.
Wait, I hear the music getting louder and louder and louder in the arena for a second. And I think it can only mean one thing. In a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen, we will jump into the action, the last match, the last map of this BGMI India Korea Invitational.
Well,
the last match of Erangel will be upon us soon.
Titans. Oh, the tale of Titans, ladies and gentlemen, here. Korea's finest as well as India's best colliding on the grandest of stage of all.
Yeah.
One final match as we are about to head into the map of Erangel to figure out who will close out the game and secure the trophy, the chicken dinner for BGMI.
Exactly. Well, soon enough, we are going to be gliding in, as IC mentioned, but look at the faces of the players for one last time. Just look at them. Have a glance. Every single player has a game face. A lot of these teams stood a chance to win it, but now it's only between the first and the second spot. If Godsreen wins this game, there's a possibility they can get the chicken dinner.
And I know, I mean, it's difficult for us to interact with the audience in the arena, but you guys, lovely viewers sitting at home, for one last time, let's have India, Korea, OP. As we jump into this last game of Erangel, it is on our screens. The plane is upon us, the flight path starting all the way from the northwestern side of the map, Zarki, and it's going to end in a place we all love, the military base.
Well, speaking of military base here, Gladiators are going to be heading down towards that vicinity. But God's Reign is something that I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they rise up to the challenge.
Yeah.
Because as of now, my friend, as of now, there is something that I want to see. And that is if anyone is going to be able to stop a D plus Kia.
What is happening now? Medal taking an early exit, X-Park taking an early exit towards God's Reign, towards the Georgia Pole City. God's Reign have dropped early, Rocks have dropped early, TWM, 4 teams dropping and exiting the plane early, playing from that northwestern side of the map. This is such a rare sight to witness on Erangel.
Yeah, speaking of witnessing in an Erangel, right? Like, I want to see how the zone is going to be happening here because as of now, it seems pretty standard so far. The 2Z going to be down towards Pochinki-ish. You know, so actually Big Brother is going to be the Pochinki. D plus K are going to be heading down to the school. And surprise, surprise, nobody is going to be contesting them. Meanwhile, down towards Georgia Bowl, we do see active attempts coming from TWM as well as Rock. So that is going to be an interesting factor here because TWM is on the hunt right now.
Well, the hunt is on, but is it going to be a successful one? The shotgun in the hands of Sams as he goes for the push. Otto has one decision that he can make automatically, and that is to try and protect himself. Destiny and Sams united in this house. The fight for the control of the Georgia Pole City, not something either of these teams are new to, but Otto, if he lines up this nade, Sams is going to be in trouble, and along with him, the players of TWM as well. But no, he falls back right in the nick of time. Now Otto is out of throwables, and this could mean trouble. But on the other side, we have NSR against the players of Maru Gaming. The Dow and the Shy moving in tandem. Tizzy knocked out. It's going to be an easy finish to convert for Maru.
Yep, speaking of it as well, Daho now looking in a little bit of awkward position. Maru Gaming known to be very, very aggressive right from get-go. Now they picked up on against NSR, and considering this huts here, there's no way out unless you guys get out with vehicles. And with Cine having the moves in the gun, now needs to pop the head. And guess what? They finish off TZ. That's going to be NSR with 1 man down for the count.
Yeah, NSR 3v4 right in their faces. Who are you on the flank? Shine on the first floor, Dow in the back lines. They have a brilliant opportunity and a brilliant position to work with, but the Shy has the UMP as well. Maru Gaming the numbers advantage. If they play their cards right, there's no way they lose this fight.
Anyways, speaking of fights here, it is going to be a stalemate between both these teams. They are going to try to go for it. And at the same time, pay attention to this here because I don't know what Maru is going to be attempting as well because they don't really have a lot of resources here. They both shared compounds, and Revenant Esports is actually going to be driving by them as they look for a couple of people to actually punish. But like you said as well, first blood from the side of Maru. And it is going to be very, very difficult to play this. But for now, seeing how this is going here, it is going to be just stalking each other from across the land. And even then, NSR, they don't really have a lot of utilities here. XZY has the weaponries, has 1 nade. It's got to make it count, and Maru is just not making any reactions as well.
And also down on the man disadvantage. So NSR in a really bad spot at this point. As you mentioned, just stalking each other, playing it as safe as possible. But I'm not really a huge fan of these early game stalemates because you're just limiting yourself from that true potential of getting loot as quick as possible and then keeping yourself in a better spot inside the circle.
Well, speaking of the circle, this is going to be very, very interesting because as of now, again, guess what's happening here? MTech, they are going to be taking a page off Revenant from the start of the day. And guess what? They do scout out members coming from Blind Esports, and they are going to go for sprays here. DPs are Eon. Red Dot, no problemo. He's got a lot of 7.62s. He was able to do significant amount of damage on those vehicles, but aside from that, he's made it very apparent whoever that comes down south from Novo is going to get punished, and Revenant Esports still in no position yet. But Yeon, hard drops down, takes a lot of damage, doesn't have the first aid. It seems like he will reposition as he tries to back off.
Indeed, Yeon has been chipped down really low, and EMT, considering Yeon being so low, it's not really that big of a deal. They've got all the 4 players up and alive, no issues over there. NSR in front of us with all the 3 players in that same building, so you can't pretty much say that NSR currently is in a big trap, and they do not even have the suitable amount of weaponry to get them out of that tricky trap.
Agreed. But, of course, when it comes to this kind of plays here, Maru Gaming now in a very, very interesting position, because even though they haven't been able to get a lot of position here, they have been a very, very weird team. Because if you think about it here, they have been very, very aggressive. And yeah, seeing how this is happening here, Daho now going to be looking a little bit of a push coming in. Yeah, of course, no, when it comes to playing the game itself here, I feel like right now Maru Gaming is in the situation where they can just back off, but I don't know why they just don't want to let NSR off the hook. It's weird.
Indeed. I mean, Daho especially moving in from the back end. We know with how things were like, there should be a little bit of a discomfort moment for them. Maru Gaming on the top, doing a fantastic job in surrounding the foe in that way. Some fantastic stuff indeed. And Daho just in a good spot in general. Red Force, tricky stuff for them lined up.
Yeah. And it's been a tricky journey for them throughout this entire BGMI India Korea Invitational, but let's see. It's not going to be easy. Maru Gaming moving forward. In the center of the map, in fact, quite close to the players of Big Brothers, we see them on the radar. Necro, are you expecting this fight to happen, or will one of them back off? It's the early stage of the game. And Maru is sandwiched, by the way.
Indeed. Sign is in the back lines with only one elimination point wrapped up. He does have those 2 smoke grenades, though, Johnny.
Yep.
I can sort of back him up. XZY in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking about this player, it's supposed to be like the long-range spray god, but when you just do not really have the weapon that you need to go for those sprays and commitments, you can't really do much. But at this point, both these teams are just wasting their time. They're not doing anything else. They're just limiting themselves.
I mean, it is definitely a struggle for both of these sides, and even the delay in moving forward can be quite detrimental for them, but let's see. The Dow spotted out. Wings gets up, goes for the spray, and there's the knock.
Patience finally paying off. Wings finds the opening. That's it. Maru Gaming, now things have been equalized once again. XEY2 strikes down Sign. Not looking too good. Maru Gaming, as I mentioned, whenever we see them on the board, they're always on the receiving lines. For a moment, we thought NS Redfus can be the one to crumble under the pressure, but no, instead they break free through this deadlock.
Finally, a form of advantage for the side of NSR, but can they convert it into a push? XZ on the flank, who are you? He's keeping his eye on that squad. I was making sure the opponent does not get away scot-free. He's able to deny any further damage for his team. On the other side of the map, though, we did notice it in the Fate TWM taking a fight against Rocks, and they have found a brilliant opening to work with, but will they be able to secure the squad wipe now? That is the real question over there.
Indeed. Lindsay, man inside the building now, ejects out. He's got a DBS in the hand to back him up, and DBS can be the table turner, can be that X factor that's needed to win the fight. But no, that's not the case. Instead, Ninze gets devoured. Otto was the casualty, but not that big of a deal anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a big deal because now TWM's advantage is completely gone. It's been neutralized by the players of Rocks, and in fact, Rocks stands there with an advantage as Destiny was also knocked out. TWM, they're down in numbers, and the fight for the control of the Georgia Pole City has moved over to the containers instead, with Rocks Esports now in an advantageous position.
Well, the aggression coming from Rox is just, phenomenal, right? We've seen how well they are as a fighter.
Yeah.
Timon has proved himself to be one of the top contenders when it comes to 1v1 fights, or maybe even a team fight as well. So Rox, they did not shy away from taking fights. In this case, TWM as well has been very, very aggressive, right? In Vikendi, they took this fight against God's Reign, and they fell short. But the problem is that it also affected God's Reign in the overall standings. Meanwhile, TWM, they have high ground. They do see Rox making an attempt here, but it seems like have they left the vicinity, because little did they know, Destiny is pretty much in a very, very awkward situation, and he is slowly bleeding out.
Indeed. Rox in a little bit of a disadvantage, you can't say for now, considering Lobster's got the high ground and also so much intel that's constantly flowing in. Otto being knocked out and confirmed from the game. This can be a big stinger for Rox, but both these teams in this same vicinity are on the same page.
Yeah, speaking of being in the same page, right? Rox currently going for a little bit of smokes here. They are going to try and back off because they do not want to get potentially flanked here. They will try and secure the buggy. They're not exactly sure where the last two members of TWM is, but they are not taking chances. Rox going to be stealing away those vehicles to try and scout on ahead. Timon, he is known to be the scout from side of Rox. He is making a lot of movements and noise, so he's giving the impression that Rox might have left. So they are trying to bait TWM in a situation where, hey, they have left, but guess what? It wasn't a fake. It is an actual thing. They are completely backed off. Lobster thinking if they want to commit, but looks like it's not going to happen.
It's definitely going to be a challenge, but Rox climbing up the hill, taking control of Reverse instead, prioritizing their position inside of the game rather than just securing those finish points. The early fight, Maru against NSR.
He got that knockout with a revolver.
Oh, wow.
Did you notice that?
Well,
he knocked the player out with a revolver shot to his chest. Impressive.
Yeah.
Indeed, it is. Of course, it is early aggression, right? That's the thing about Maru. They love punishing people here. And eventually, when you play so much early game, eventually you will find an opportunity to actually abuse whatever guns, right? Like whatever guns you have, just to deal with it, right? It's not like every single time you play this game, you are going to guarantee finding yourself a DBS every single time as first drop. So obviously, you are got to take into consideration about timings. But speaking of which here, NSR.
Finally, now the battle breaks out. The war horns are now being blown. And as Red Force taking the fight up close and personal, they're going to get a couple of confirmation flowing up. The situation is down to a 3v2 scenario. Sign, even he gets taken out of the game. The Shy is going to be the last man up and alive inside the building. That too on the upper floor, but he's definitely going to try to create a little bit of choke point between those stairs, and that's what he's trying to pull off. Flashbangs out as well. Like the fact that Korean teams are also utilizing the flashbangs in these up close quarter fights. That might just give him the advantage and the edge in that.
Well, here comes the nade here to try and flush him off. Shy hasn't moved a single muscle. Does have the Uzi versus UMP. It seems like who's going to come on top. UMP, hip fire is great, but Uzi's fire rate is a little bit faster. And fortunately for him, he does not have a habit. So Wings going for a pre-fire here, expecting going for the headshots. And of course, Shy, he doesn't want to pick this. He knows he is going to lose our trade because any bullet on the head means he is down for the count.
Well, the last man for his side in the last game for Maru Gaming. A huge shout out to this entire team. They have been extremely entertaining to witness. We had a lot of expectations from Shine, Who Are You, The Shy, Dao. And while the expectations might not have been met, this team has definitely made a name for themselves in the hearts of the BGMI fans in the country. The last man goes down, and that was it for Maru Gaming and their journey in this country.
How did Wings get all the way up from there? From the flank? How? How did he get up? Like, the only entry point that I know was through the stairs right in the middle, which he already checked his way through. But how did Wings go for a flank and come in with a pump shotgun behind him? That was a very interesting angle.
From the back balcony.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Could be.
That's the only other way I think it can happen.
Huh. Interesting. Did not expect that at all. But, of course, let's talk about the circle here. As of now, you can see in the middle, Big Brothers is in the middle. X-Park as well. 2Zack already in the middle control as well. Revenant Esports going to be playing the southern approach along the shoreline. Oh. And, of course, MTech, they are going to be playing on the east side. Blind Esports outside the zone on the boat, huh? How
Not even outside the zone. What are they doing to the southern side of the map? Blind Esports has never done this before. Necro, I mean, we've been watching this team for a long time. Do you remember a single moment where Blind was on the military island and the circle wasn't there?
Yep, at the same time, I want to see how this happened here. Wings was... Oh, okay, Wings pushed up. Oh, there was surprise from XZ. Why? That's why. Okay.
Distraction being created from that man. Because that's why he was not really able to capitalize in time. So good suppressing fire from that man. And speaking about suppressing stuff, we've got God's Reign at this point in time in a decent spot towards Potato Hill. All they need to do is play it as safe as possible. Do not really go for these early engagements, but they definitely do need a lot of elimination points in order to stand a chance to win this championship.
Yep, speaking of championship here, Aquanox, the playmaker for the team here, God's Reign, has been doing really, really well. And of course, up on screen as well, we do see Revenant as well, looking to eye for that top 3 finish at least. A podium finish is going to be the objective coming from Revenant Esports. Can they get it here? Because we haven't seen the scores for a while. And of course, Revenant, they're trying their best here to hold down for the team. I eventually want to see who is going to be the champion by the end of today.
Well, let's see. We're going to find the answer to that question in the next 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Not a lot of time remains before the champions of BGMI India Korea Invitational are crowned. Revenant Esports still with the high ground advantage. Metal Esports moving in from the rear. It looks like EM Tech might just be in trouble, especially Eon, the last player. Not the last player, we're the only player who's stuck in an awkward position. The other 3 players are quite comfortable just playing from the southern shoreline of Farm.
And speaking of Farm here, it seems like, based on what I'm seeing here, oh, okay.
Almost cool enough.
Yeah, almost, you know. Like, it feels like a James Bond movie scene.
Yeah. Had he kept moving in the buggy and he was on top and all of a sudden got
a
in.
John Wick scene. I think John Wick is the rig. Yeah. But of course, now seeing how this is happening here, they are going to try and set up a couple of plays here. MTech also looking for the top 3 finish podium. Whereas the rest of the teams, they are also trying to fight to get onto the front half of the match. So Korea versus India, who is it going to be? Who's going to be the ones that triumph here? Because TWM, they have been playing this late game rotation since the beginning of time. We see them hit or miss, but today, Circle not going to be on towards Mount Everest. So that means they will be playing the late approach and they don't really want to force a fight. And that's something of an issue.
Well, it can be an issue, but right now there are a lot of issues for TWM Gaming. We saw them take that early loss in the fight for the control of Georgopol and now surviving in this game with just 2 players. As we were talking about them before this match, TWM have had an incredible journey, not just in this tournament, but their journey began all the way in BGIS 3 months ago. And from then till now, this team has just improved and improved and improved and improved. Their first international tournament, and they've managed to stick inside the top 5.
Yeah, speaking of the top 5 here, it seems like with this Circle coming in, 30 seconds left, it is going to dictate a lot of things as well. On screen, we do see the monster trucks, means they are anticipating potentially mountain terrain fights and the ruins here. But sorry, not really the ruins, Pochinki in particular. So maybe having those high advantage push up towards the open fields is going to be great. So keeping the monster truck is going to be a little bit available here. But I guess buggies are going to be great if it is going to be on the open field. So right now, seeing the zone closing in, down towards 4 seconds left. Pucar already anticipating it to be an open field, wheat field here, but no, it shifts towards Pochinki. It is going to be the hillside battle.
This is going to be a tough shift, especially for the players of Gladiator Esports too, considering even Eagle Owls now will need to move in from the right to the left. As soon as the circle shift happens, it's like a massive wave of vehicles just trying to close in as close as possible to the center spot.
Speaking of center spot right now, we do see a little bit of gunshots as well. D+ guess taking some suppressed fires, and guess what? They're rotating from north, and guess what? There's just not really a lot of people in the north side right now.
Yeah.
We do see a couple of trailers here, which is God's Reign, who's on top of that very, very interesting map here, which is on the mountain terrain.
Yeah.
Besides from that, that's a great vantage point to zone out people from north, but aside from that, everyone is centered towards the south side and the west side.
The Potato Hill is actually a brilliant position, as you mentioned. I mean, God's Reign, they're controlling that, and it's just open areas towards the north, towards the left, towards the east, west, and the southern side as well. You have so much vision advantage. You see the opposition coming towards you, but on the other side, we have Kia starting things off. They have secured the opening knock against their main competition. God's Reign losing a player.
Oh, this is going to be the game-winning fight for D+ Kiev. They do end up winning that, but as soon as they find out that the opponents are going to be in the name of God's Reign, things will be charged up, and that's what's happening. Fabian wanting to close on up, going for the scouting info, and as soon as he gets the enough amount of intel exactly on what type of moves are being made on top of the Potato Hill, maybe the pounds can be made by D plus Kia.
I don't know where Nobu finds his confidence to spray that far and know that he will guarantee that knock. Nobu just popping off here, because right now, as soon as they realize it's God's Reign, they might consider just pushing forward. But of course, all things considered here, it is going to be very difficult, because now, like I said as well, pushing up high ground towards the terrain is going to be very difficult here. Buggy is great for sneaking it through smokes, but having vision on top is going to be very difficult. You can see Forrest is trying to push up, but like I said as well, not a lot they can do about this.
Yeah, not a lot that can be done. There, God's Reign still trying to go for a revive on Robin. Blaze moving in inside the wall of smoke. Aquanox with the cover fire, just suppressing fire, in fact, just causing a little bit of panic in the heads of D plus Kia, and it has worked out quite nicely for the side of God's Reign. They do manage to bring their man back into the action, and D plus Kia still trying to understand what God's Reign is up to. Fabian on the flank can change everything, but it's going to be Forrest kicking things off.
Indeed, Forrest, as you mentioned, him kicking things off now really does change a lot in this scenario. The players of D plus Kia still not really making that move that desperately, instead waiting for the right moment to strike, waiting for the patience. And playing the patience can actually pay them off quite nicely.
Yeah.
They want to get as much control as possible around this hill. But God's Reign, they're trying their best to hold the players of D plus Kia off at bay.
Yep, they're making so much noise, and every single team pretty much knows that God's Reign is on top of them. But what surprises me is that I'm surprised Rox did not try to sneak up behind it and force a fight. But I guess considering that they one man down, they just don't really want to risk it this early in the circle. So for now, D plus Kia, they're in an awkward position here. Do they still want to come into this fight? Because think about this as well. It's only the third circle. Besides God's Reign as information, everyone else has been very silent towards D plus Kia. So staying for too long means that they might be picked off eventually.
Well, eventually they might just go down, because in a few short moments there is going to be the other teams closing in for this Potato Hill position as well. Everyone's going to try and contest that high ground advantage, especially teams from the Indian side who have been playing from the northern part of the map. But here we have Gladiators closing in on the players of MTech Storm X. And MTech is going to have a high ground advantage, but on the feet, look at that. X-Park versus TWM, a 2v4 situation in which TWM has found the opening, but it's going to be a shift of the circle towards the eastern side of the map. God's Reign and D plus Kia still in contention against each other.
Indeed. Team X-Park under heavy fire from Lobster. Lobster all the way out from the blue is actually just raining down hellfire, unloading magazines in that direction. But Team X-Park, they are hugging the blue. They need to make it inside the circle. The later you're going to breach in, the more screwed up you will be. Delta PG rams his vehicle onto that compound. Manya tosses that nade. A little bit of a tough outing for both these teams, but now Manya is being trapped inside the house, pulls out the AKM for the close, goes for the random sprays, and Blind Esports is going to be the one to sort of shook away their opponents nicely.
They just choked the players from the side of Gladiators inside that house and have figured out a way to turn things around. From a 4v4, things changed very quickly. The fight became a 2v4 situation, and the remaining two players of Gladiators had no other option but to back off completely.
Blind Esports, they understood the task.
Yeah.
Take the compound, protect it, because this is the compound that is pretty much only one on the east side of this circle. And guess what? Besides there's just nothing else on the map. It's going to be a lot of bumpy roads here. So having those mountain terrains, nooks and crannies to protect as many as your resources here is going to be very, very important. And look how easily Blind Esports was able to hold on. However, on screen now, 14 teams left. God's Reign. We do see Aquanax going for a little bit quick prize here to try and chip away and zone them out, because as of now, every single team is just annoyed by the fact that God's Reign is applying so much pressure afar.
Well,
and it is a big problem for the rest of the teams who's trying to play safe right now.
Exactly. Pressure is always going to be a problem for all these teams, especially as soon as the game goes on and on and on. If you are outside the zone in the mid-game stages, you're going to have a lot running through your heads, just like the players of Rox. God's Reign still have a little bit of an edge in this fight if it eventually breaks out, but MTech, they have Eagle Owls in the back. They have the two individuals from side of Gladiators pinned down, one knocked out, and just lobbing a lot of utility on Justin. I wonder how long will he be able to survive with Revenant closing in. MJ pushing in towards Justin with the DBS. Justin reacts and does find the opening for his team.
Oh, Justin, nicely done. Gets the man down as well, but Revenue Esports, that split is something that might just help them take away from this fight. Justin being the solo man survivor from the side of Gladiator Esports. At this point, this team's pretty much given up, and Gladiator Esports, they themselves know that this is not their tournament anymore. Eptic from the back as well, just knocking on the doors, going for the third party. Justin still playing in that ridge, but look at the elimination feed. D plus Kia, they're getting fed.
Yeah, speaking of being fed right now, Clutch is going to be having a little bit high ground here. He scouts out Revenant Esports, goes for a couple of sprays, and again, Revenant fighting for the top 3 finish. They are inching bit by bit, but the zone, they are right at the edge, and they're getting zoned off as well. Gladiator going to be trapped in between these two people. Meanwhile, Team X-Spark going to be going head-to-head against D plus Kia. They're losing a couple of members, and Fabian getting sprayed down.
Oh, D plus Kia, they crossed the compound this time. Not exactly the compound, more like the party, because Team X-Spark, they were looking quite comfortable at that spot, but D plus Kia said, no, I'm here to push you out of your comfort zone, and that's what's happening. Osal striking down the players. Dreams still in the front, just moving around. This is getting a little bit too uncomfortable for the players of Team X-Spark. Dreams almost getting caught with that spray. Osal is able to find some blind hit markers through the smoke. One more man to go, and that's it. Within a flash, Team X-Spark has been wiped off.
What a brilliant job by Osal and the rest of the team. Their approach to this fight just worked out quite phenomenally. 2 players on the high ground providing the information, and Osal with his sprays and consistently just landing and connecting the shots on the players of X-Spark did not give them a single opportunity to reset.
Agreed. Meanwhile, God's Reign also taking some heat as well. Circle, no one is going to be favoring here. God's Reign, they have to come down, but guess what? They've lost Robin, and on top of it all, beside them is going to be Duxan, and Duxan, they realize this is God's Reign. They are going to try and push up as well.
Oh, God's Reign Equinox now being chipped away a little bit. CZ also knocking out his own teammate with the Molotov. Tough outing. Duxan underneath that hill. Godsreen having the high ground advantage, considering it's going to be an uphill battle. Godsreen, they must feel quite confident in this fight. Benny closes on up with the buggy, wants to give the advantage to his team, and also scout out a couple of players from the side of Godsreen. Now the positions have been updated. Duxan knows exactly how Godsreen are positioned, but this nade can be a table turner, but no, unfortunately, it's going to be an overshoot.
Agreed. Speaking of overshoots right now, God's Reign, Robin, down towards the 20% mark here. Ninja Jaw still deciding whether to want to heal him up. The Beanie now still doesn't know whether or not if he wants to continue the push, but God's Reign, they're so afraid. They will rather sacrifice Robin than rather fall into the trap of Duxan and Beanie. It makes a lot of sense. Look at him. He's got 2 more first aids, and he's going to try and catch off God's Reign's members again.
It's not going to be easy. God's Reign on the other side of the ridge. 2v. For the numbers.
Ninja Jaw! There we go from the top. This man's gonna rain down Hellfire, and even somewhere else on the map, D plus gets picked up. Forrest gets picked up from the back lines. It's gonna be TWM, that an intentional help, sort of just helping out the players of Godsreen in this final few moments. Osal and Nobu are the only 2 players from D plus Kia. Now they need to carry the flag on forward for Godsreen. These can be the potential opening they're looking for, but Duxan now knocking on the doors as well. No, the spoiler has been played. Godsreen, they might just not stand a chance to win the championship.
Exactly. Beanie just showed up out of nowhere and has changed everything for the side of God's Reign. Duxan Esports in the last game just proving the kryptonite to the run of this team. Equinox, the last player surviving. We talked about this. God's Reign, they needed those finishes, and now only 1 player is left from their side. Beanie in the front lines is actually waiting for him as well. Is he actually going to get this? Is he going to get the squad wipe on God's Reign?
Well, he's got the final first aid, and of course, 7 teams left, including himself 8 teams. Doesn't get the finish as well. He goes for the spray, but no! He's gonna get traded off, and that's gonna be Tuzak that takes him down. God's Reig's journey is over in this final map.
Godsreen, what a big blunder that was. While they try to move away from the high ground, they were so exposed in those terrains, and they have been screwed over officially. This is a big blunder from them.
Well, and now it might just all be over. Top 6 teams remaining. 2Z though in this game are on fire. 11 finishes for this team. Absolutely phenomenal. But just the last 2 players left in the final few moments of the match. 6 teams, 14 players still alive. Stage 6 transitioning to 7.
And of course, only 1 Indian team left. That's going to be Blind Esports. The rest is all Korean. And they know this is going to be a Korean domination in this final map. And of course, now Beanie, he's actually got naded. He was just messing around, and CZ just nades him off the splitterines. He knows it's over.
CZ, beautiful stuff, a three-pointer, what a precision with the utility. That frag grenade finds the connection, and somehow D plus K still alive for the two-man squad. They are gonna keep on moving in, marching in towards the championship. They know they're so close to that, lifting up that trophy.
South going for a jiggle plays as well. CZ finds out EMTX here. And now EMT, they've got one knocked in. CZ looking to try a price sprawl this here. Guess what? 2 Zek, they've got 2 finishes.
Oh, CZ, he just never stops, huh? He's got the high ground a little bit, so he can have a better visual against the players of EMT, but the nade from a man finds him. CZ gets knocked out. This is where EMT, now they have got a really big fighting chance. Top 4 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which even one of those is Blind Esports, and this is where the push is gonna happen. D plus Skill looking forward. They have a little bit of itch on their hands. They want to make this push happen. That's the first man's found. No blue sends a shotgun and a slap to the face and digs his grave.
But now down to the top 3 we go. D plus Kia surviving in this match with the last 2 players. We have the side of EM Tech Storm X with all 4, and of course the only Indian side that is going to be blind, but EMT starting things off. D plus Kia, Osol is going to be knocked out. One is still left, and that's the wipe right there. The final 4v4 in the India-Korea Invitational is between EM Tech Storm X from Korea and Blind Esports from India.
Even Stevens is what I would like to call this, a 4v4 battle between an Indian and a Korean team. Manyan returns back the favor, clutch knocked out, beautiful find, and now this is where EMT, they will need to try and pull some shenanigans if they do want to make it back. A beautiful knockout from Yon as well. Esports is getting dismantled, they're getting picked up single-handedly. One more man to go in the back line to the name of Knuckle, and the only cover that he's got is the tree, and he will be marched down as well. Knuckle taken out of the game. EMT Storm X is going to be the one to finally get that chicken dinner secured.
What a play coming from Yeon. The red dot power is just absolutely monstrosely. And guess what? The Korean casters are celebrating with excitement.
Yeah.
As this will pretty much be the last match, the finale of all the matches played here for the BGMI India Korea Invitationals.
The players from EM Tech Storm X, they've tried their level best to make this happen, and finally they have a game in which they were able to clutch out this in an incredible manner as well. Especially Eon was absolutely incredible. 6 eliminations on just 1 player. This was a big game for him.
This was indeed a very, very important game here and a big game.
Yeah.
However, the question here is, who's number 1? Who's number 2? Who's number 3? Who's number 4? Who's number 5? Who's number 6? Who's number 7? Who's number 8? That's going to be very, very important here before we announce the results here. Here, in case you guys are wondering here, these are the moments of what happened to all the teams in Rio throughout the entire journey of the game.
Exactly. We've got the IRL highlights in front of us. Godsreen, when the game started, they looked like their morals were pretty high. They were going to be looking forward to win this entire tournament, but unfortunately that's not the case. MTech Storm X is the one who came out of nowhere, got that chicken dinner. One thing I got to say for sure, MTech's patience inside this entire tournament has really been nice.
Man, the celebrations on their stage are just absolutely phenomenal, and of course the celebration right behind us on the Korean desk after this game was also quite exciting to witness. But that final fight, Blind versus EM Tech, what do you guys think went wrong? Blind, they had a better position. I mean, they were spread out, they were able to bait out so many shots.
Yeah, speaking of shots here, right? I feel like Blind Esports really had one of the biggest improvements they had since BGIS.
Oh, yeah, true.
And what really surprised me was that day 1 was a little bit slow start, but day 2, day 3, they have been consistently trying to find opportunities after opportunities. But of course, all things considered here, you know, we have to talk about the official stuff here. And of course, this is going to be the official match highlights of how things happened as well in a very unexpected way in the final map in the Nergyo, where we see Korean teams going head to head. We do see also TWM looking for their individual fights against ROX. And you know ROX has been the aggressors as well themselves as one of the strongest fighters, but eventually they also fell short.
Yeah, I mean, and it is going to be, well, it's not going to be an issue though for a lot of these teams, considering it was the last game. They're going to regret their decision in the falls in the previous matches they might have played. God's Reign though, a lot of hopes, a lot of dreams, just pinned on this one team, and out of nowhere it was just that one player that was left behind from the opposition who just changed everything for God's Reign.
Indeed. I mean, look at this entire fight as well. We knew Revenue Esports was so screwed up, but Justin, him being able to survive for a couple of more seconds, considering it was like the final glimmer of hope for his team.
But one finish.
I mean, yeah, at least he got a little bit of limelight at that moment, right?
Yeah. But still, I mean, no matter what happened, this was a fun game. I mean, this was one of the best final games you could have wanted. We had a close competition between D Plus Kia and God's Reign, the two top contenders for the trophy right now. EM Tech, Storm X, they have been consistent as well, and I wonder, are they going to be second now, or are they still going to be third in the rankings?
I know. Who's going to be number one, who's going to be number two, that's going to be very, very important. But MTech, they have been fighting for their podium finish. That is something they have been holding and eyeing for as well.
One thing is sure, I mean, though, and Opa IC needs to know this as well. I mean, because as the discussion was happening for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, I think it's going to be a nice little mix of both the Korean and the Indian teams, and I wonder what Opa IC has to say about that. Like, it's going to be a mixture all across the board.
You know, when it comes to all this, potentially,
by the way, Opa IC
a little bit of an interesting factor here is that in the highlights itself, it is very, very different to talk about this as well, because I don't really know what to say, because Opa IC's job is mainly, you know, not studying the game or talking about this here. His main job is to talk to the Koreans and the Indians and communicate between each other, because, you know, obviously I will be the most unbiased person out there.
Well,
and guess what? I was just passing along the message, and guess what? It was a heated match. They were all riled up, and guess what? Korean teams really stepped up their game again in day number 3.
They really did. But at this point, I think if it was just about passing a message to the Korean desk and the fans, it's just going to be like, we love you guys. I mean, it was just phenomenal getting to know the players, getting to know the casters as well. I've been a big fan of Park Dong-jin since 2019. I've been following him. Yeah. And
he's handsome, I know.
No, it was just a very surreal moment.
You're not a fan of me now, lah. Opa, you like Park Opak.
Yeah, Opa
and
Park,
not
OP.
Opa Icy. All right, okay. Well
Icy
done.
Baby is someone I'm a fan of. Opa Icy is scary.
that's-
Icy Bond is even more scary. Is he still fighting? Yeah.
Yeah, he's still fighting over there.
I think so. He's now calmed down a little bit. But you know what? Speaking about calming stuff down, man, my heart is still beating so fast.
All is well, Necro.
All is well.
Exactly.
All
It's
is well.
just- It's beating so fast. Everything that was going on today was high intense action. We saw everything from the downfall of a couple of teams to the rise of the teams in between. So many memories have been created inside this tournament.
You know what? Like you said, all is well. 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 All things considered here now, to give you guys a little bit insights here on how things were having a little fun here. The final day here. Here's a little bit of glimpse of highlights on what has happened throughout the entirety of the day thus far, as we started off the journey with, of course, Real Cricket 2022.
And it has been the case in every single title that whoever was the confident one that they were going to go walk away with the win has lost. Starting of the day, it was Jayash taking on Anurag in Real Cricket 22, as you mentioned, and Jayash walking away with an impressive win. So impressive that Salty was just jumping up and down, man. He shook up the entire stage. Where is he? Where's the man himself?
Salty was just really excited to see cricket, but then this was the moment that we all were waiting for, Johnny. This is where the main tournament started, and the trophy that you see in front of you will be lifted after a while.
Exactly here. You know, every team kind of walked into the stage here with so much expectation, so much dreams, so much things happening as well. They tried their best, they gave their all, they poured their hearts and soul for their country.
Yeah.
And eventually there will only be one winner. And you can, I must say, every single players up on stage, they have their own stories to tell. And as much as we try to tell all their stories, eventually winning is all it takes. And most importantly, representing your country is a very, very glorious thing, a patriotic moment for all these players up on stage.
Yeah, it is definitely a historic moment as well, a patriotic moment for both these countries, as you mentioned, for all of the players, all the 64 players that are present on stage and their colleagues that are waiting for them to step down. We had one of the biggest faces from Indian sports, Yuzvendra Chahal, dropping in the arena, gracing us with his presence. And of course, he enjoys BGMI so much that he's told us that a few times he did get in trouble because he was playing the game too much instead of practicing, but he focuses on cricket as well. Following that up, I mean, after we're done with real cricket and Road to Valor, we moved on to main event, BGMI.
Exactly. I mean, the game started in quite an interesting fashion. High octane action all throughout the day. The impressions, the overall expressions from the players as well was quite nice. As usual, even the crowd was over there. The stadium was packed to the brim. Everything was just looking so nice. But then this is where things sort of really took a big shift, especially in the game of Miramar.
Yeah, and speaking of Miramar as well, we saw a lot of a chase, right? Like, first game, you know, no one expected D plus Kia to actually take the chicken dinner. And, you know, it inspired God's Raid to kind of take it in the second game. It was a race between both God's Raid. As you can see, the mom of Blaze, the mother of Blaze, also supporting here. So excited to see, hey, can you do this? And guess what? He did exactly that. And of course, as the chase continues here, there's so much factors that taking into consideration, right? Stamina, mental fatigue, external factors, luck, zone, everything has to be aligned together in order to win the game. And somehow, the stars may not align for India today.
Yeah, I mean, the stars did not align, but it was still quite an exhilarating journey for the last 3 days. I mean, no matter what words we just use to describe all of these moments, they're going to fall short of the emotions that have been felt by every single person that has been a part of this journey. A lot of respect for every single player that was here. A lot of respect for every single one in the audience who showed up. And of course, you guys tuning from the comfort of your homes as well. Thank you so much for joining us as this entire story unfolded. But this is one question everyone is asking. Who's at top?
Who's the top three? Who is going to be the top three is going to be very, very important, because, I don't know, it feels like there's just so much uncertainty.
Yeah.
Our production kind of, you know, stopped giving us the numbers ever since map 4. So the volume coming in here, what I do know is that the potential champion is going to be D plus Kia, 80%, 90%.
Yeah.
That is going to be D plus Kia. But who's number 2? Who's number 3? Is it going to be MTech? Or is it going to be God's Raid? Or is it going to be
Revenue Esports, which was on the
Esports
top
as well?
Let's ask our partner in crime, ladies and gentlemen, a fourth man who has been with us this entire journey. Salty, you're here with us. Who do you think is going to be first? I mean, first is going to be an easy one, but who do you think is going to be second on the leaderboard and third?
It's going to be very difficult, but I think EM Tech, I think they have sort of made it in the last moment, but
wow.
I think so. It's going to be like this, right? Oh, by the way, hi guys, what's up? I'm back. But yeah, the same thing happens, right? I think it's going to be D plus Kia, EM Tech, and then God's Raid.
Yeah.
I see our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 did not really come true, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Did not happen. Did not happen.
Oh
Icy's
no!
calling
Oh no!
Opa Icy.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh,
Salty,
no.
you've summoned Opa Icy now. What have you done?
It's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, not Korea. It's okay. This is what the Korea talent tell me.
Oh.
Number 1 Korea means what? Korea number 1, baby.
Well. I mean, it is an incredible journey, and well,
wow.
All right, yeah.
Oh.
We don't really.
But you know what's number 1? India number 1 too.
Yes.
Yeah, the people.
Because
you know,
everything is pretty
unity
nice.
for the
And even
last
the
3
Korean
days, to be
talents are
honest,
actually waving their flag. So yeah, we've got a little bit of
you know, it's
good
funny,
thing
right?
going on.
We gotta have the camera producers just zoom them out right now here from the Korean casters and India.
We need to have
Producer,
the camera
guys,
just
listen
looking
up.
over
Producer,
here from
do
the top
something.
view.
Well. I mean, it was an exciting journey, as we mentioned. I mean, and right. I mean, pleasantries exchanged between Salty and the Korean desk.
Pleasantries, okay. Meet and greet. Would you
Yes.
like to do this? Okay. Producers, not
We
buying
did
it.
have Park over on the English desk.
Should we
yesterday,
go and get Park over? Sounds like a good plan, right?
Right now, I think even they are in a precarious position where even they are trying to figure out who won. I think they are calculating the numbers, or maybe there's going to be the exchange. I mean, we have exchanged cultures with each other over the last 3 days, and we for the one last time, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
It is going to be the... Well, we again have a surprise for you. We did have the Indian flag over here, and now guess what?
Yeah.
We are going to be supporting everyone. Let's
Come
go.
here, my
Agreed.
friend.
Park.
Come here, my friend.
You gotta sit in the middle.
Yeah, you got to
Let's
sit
go.
in the middle.
Okay, thank you guys.
How are you feeling?
It's good, it's good. Amazing competition. Wow. India, Korea, and more.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Both of us number one.
Yeah, yes. Wow, thank you.
How does it feel to be on the English desk?
Yeah.
That's good, it's good. You're good, all best. We're the best commentator.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
thank you so much, bro. Thank you
These
so
guys have
much.
just
You
been,
are
you
good
guys
as
have
well.
been lovely
Thank you so much.
throughout the last 3 days. I mean, it was a pleasure getting to know you, the entirety of the Korean desk, the players, and it was exciting. But guess what? The winners are about to be revealed. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready, Necro?
I am ready as well.
Are you ready, IC? Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, the winners of this BGMI India Korea Invitational are about to be revealed. All of that is going to happen on the stage, and I wonder, is the stage set? Yes, it is set. Is the audience ready? Well, they are ready. You can hear them scream as well. They're all set for the reveal of the trophy. Who do you think is going to be?
I think, that is Steve here.
Yeah. I think this is the one time towards the end of the tournament where all of us agree that there is a very high probability that
Guys,
Team Laskia
one
might have
last
just
time
won
we
it
hug each other.
Okay, let's go.
And as we say that, we're going to go to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's head to the stage with Rohit for the reveal of the champions.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So much casters, and of course हमने इतिहास के बारे में किताबों में पढ़ा है, इतिहास को हमने म्यूजियम में देखा है, लेकिन you saw history being made live. So congratulations to you, क्योंकि आपने इतिहास बनते हुए देखा है. पहली बार BGMI India Korea Invitational आपने एक्सपीरियंस किया. Welcome to the closing ceremony. मेरा नाम है रोहित वर्गीस, and अब हम अपने चैंपियंस को यहाँ अवार्ड करेंगे, and शुरू करेंगे for the real cricket ka winner. And for this, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Anuj Mankar, CEO of Nautilus Mobile, to please come up on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, let's call upon the winner of real cricket. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए जयेश का. All right, so Jayesh is here, and Jayesh को मिलती है ये चमचमाती real cricket की trophy being handed over by Mr. Anuj. जोरदार तालियां जयेश के लिए यार. He played so well. Congratulations, Jayesh. सजाकर इस ट्रॉफी को एक बढ़िया जगह में रखना. You played really well. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Mr. Anuj. And अब चलते हैं Road to Valor Empire's Invitational के winner की तरफ. And for this, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shyam Deshpande, the Associate Art Director of Crafton India, to please join me on stage. And the winner of Road to Valor Empire's Invitational is Titan's Claw. Congratulations. And आपको मिलता है ये बढ़िया सी Road to Valor Empire's Invitational Trophy. And of course, the check worth 40,000 rupees being handed over by Mr. Shyam Deshpande. And ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी भी आप ही का है. क्लॉ तो ये भी रख लो. अरे चेक वापस दे दिया यार. ये रखो अपने पास. ये तुम्हारा है. ये ट्रॉफी भी तुम्हारी है. Mr. Shyam, I would request. I'll hold this for you. All right, congratulations, Claw. And I would request Mr. Sham to be on stage. And in the meanwhile, I would like to invite Mr. Sean, CEO of Crafton India, Mr. Hans, India Support Team, Mr. Meenu, Publishing Head, Crafton India, and Mr. Karan Pathak, Associate Director, Esports of Crafton India, to join us on stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to find out the winners, the champions, and the players who did phenomenally well in your favorite game, BGMI. First up, I would invite Mr. Sham to award the Best In-Game Leader. So, Mr. Sham, please, if you could come forward. And the Best IGL Award goes to Fabian from D+ Kia. Okay, here is Fabian. Fabian के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Come on, India. Congratulations, Fabian. Congratulations, D+ Kia. You were fantastic. You were fabulous. You may join back your team, and congratulations once again. And now, I would like to invite Mr. Karan Pathak to please come forward to award the MVP. And ladies and gentlemen, the most valuable player, it was Nolbu from D+ Kia. Nolbu, please come. Congratulations. You may join back your team. And to award the second runner-up, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Meenu to please come forward. And ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up is EM Tech Stormax. Okay, let's have a huge round of applause for our second runner-up, EM Tech Stormax. Congratulations, Steve. And अब बारी है स्वागत करने का to our first runner-up. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए God's Rain का. And I would like to call upon Mr. Hans to please come forward to give away the award for our first runner-up. God's reign. You're amazing, boys. God's reign, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a huge round of applause for them. Thank you so much, Mr. Hans. And now, to give away the winner's trophy and a lot of other things, I would like to call upon forward Mr. Sean. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to call the champions. Make some noise for D plus Kia, the winners of the India-Korea Invitational. This is your moment. In a way, you have created history. Congratulations, D plus Kia. Okay, they get the check, they get the medal, they get that photo opportunity with Mr. Sean. I feel like I should join. I should join. The champions, ladies and gentlemen, of the India-Korea Invitational, D plus Kia. And let's have the trophy. And I'll hold this check in the meanwhile. This is your moment, boys. The champions of the BGMI India-Korea Invitational. Let's hear it for them. Let's hear it for D plus Kia. They came, they saw, they conquered. All right, I think you can keep the trophy here and have a nice photograph. You can come together for a nice photo. Yeah. The champions, ladies and gentlemen. And I would request our special guests to join our champions on the stage, along with the winning trophy, along with our winning team. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, D Plus Kia. Thank you so much, our lovely guests. And all of this wouldn't have been possible without you guys. So let's hear it for you guys. एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप लोगों के लिए, जिस तरह से आपने एनर्जी दिखाई, जिस तरह से आपने टीमों को सपोर्ट किया, जिस तरह से आपने बैनर्स दिखाए, जिस तरह से आपने चीयरिंग की. एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप लोगों के लिए. Come on! Thank you so much, our sponsors, Crafton, Geo Cinema, Red Bull, Asiana Airlines. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to an end of the BGMI India Korea Invitational, and we will be back very soon. So here are our champions, D Plus Kia. Thank you so much, and we will see you soon. Bye-bye, and good night.